Jiufang Ming held his head high, firmly believing that one day, he too would ascend to the pinnacle of illusion. Before long, a graceful middle-aged woman approached, conversing briefly with Ding Da before making her way directly towards Jiufang Ming. Ding Da's expression shifted, and he immediately dashed towards the training grounds where Jiufang Ming was located. "You are Jiufang Ming." The beautiful woman scrutinized Jiufang Ming, seemingly unable to articulate her dissatisfaction. With a sharp slap, she unceremoniously struck him. "After making the princess wait for 5 years, do you believe you are worthy?" The woman unleashed her true prowess, delivering a blow that left Jiufang Ming's breath unsteady, nearly depleting half of his ethereal energy. With a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, "Master, what is this?" Min Jioge, witnessing the scene, hurried over to offer a handkerchief for him to wipe his face. "This slap was for the princess," Lan Huai remarked coldly. Jiufang Ming remained silent. He accepted this blow as a just consequence of his actions. "Lan Huai, do not overstep your bounds." At that moment, Jiufang Ming arrived, his voice booming with anger. "Who could it be?" Lan Huai, upon seeing the newcomer's face, replied with even greater disdain. "Today, I shall indeed overstep, and what will you do about it?" Suddenly, an aura of frost enveloped Lan Huai, his gaze locking onto Jiufang Ming. In an instant, Jiufang Ming felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, yet he struggled valiantly against the encroaching chill with his own ethereal energy. The water ethereal energy combined with the ethereal dust. It must indeed be the water-soft ice dust. Xiang Ji commented, addressing Jiufang Ming. "No, it seems to be ice ethereal energy." Jiufang Ming observed Lan Huai's ethereal energy, stating, "How could I have misjudged?" Xiang Ji, unwilling to engage further with Jiufang Ming, retreated deep into her ring. "Senior, do you possess ice attribute ethereal energy?" Jiufang Ming inquired respectfully. Though stung by the slap, he felt compelled to inquire about the unique properties of differing ethereal energies. "And if I do?" Lan Huai responded with a frosty demeanor. "As a rare wielder of ice attribute ethereal energy, I imagine the cultivation techniques suited to you are few and far between." Jiufang Ming continued, harboring ulterior motives. "What understanding could you possibly have?" Lan Huai conceded that Jiufang Ming had a point, gesturing for him to proceed. "This is the Luo scripture. You might try cultivating it. It should yield remarkable results," Jiufang Ming said with a smile. Producing a volume of ice-related techniques from his ring. "Do you think I would fall for your ploy?" Lan Huai scoffed, dismissing the notion of being so easily flattered, yet her expression faltered the next moment. "Perhaps you should take a look, senior," Jiufang Ming said with a smile, handing over the technique. The Luo scripture, Lan Huai received the azure tome with trembling hands, beginning to peruse its contents. This technique is indeed suitable for those possessing ice attribute ethereal energy. Lan Huai became engrossed, soon realizing the significance of the scripture that it is far too precious. "I cannot accept this." She shook her head. Lan Huai exclaimed with delight, realizing that anyone, herself included, wielding such energy must surely be a genius in cultivation. "Stop with the senior. Just call me Aunt Lan." Lan Huai's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she gazed at Jiufang Ming with admiration. "Aunt Lan." Jiufang Ming felt a surge of joy at the change in Lan Huai's demeanor. Nodding slightly, Lan Huai proceeded to share some of her cultivation insights with Jiufang Ming, following her guidance. Jiufang Ming managed to condense a thread of ice elemental energy. After several attempts, Jiufang Ming finally grasped the rudiments of wielding the illusionary elemental force. "Jiuge, you have married a remarkable husband," Lan Huai praised. Observing Jiufang Ming's adept control over the illusionary energy, Min Jioge smiled softly, remaining silent. Jiufang Ming then replicated the technique, materializing a delicate ice rose. "Jioge, consider this my token to you, as long as I draw breath. This rose shall not fade or melt," Jiufang Ming said, presenting the exquisitely carved ice rose to Min Jioge. "Such a romantic gesture. I have never witnessed its like before," Lan Huai remarked, her eyes wide with wonder at the ice rose, which seemed to emanate a chilling aura. Yet upon touch, Min Jioge felt a warm current. "Minger, what illusionary dust have you awakened?" Lan Huai inquired, casually revealing a profound technique, a display of considerable generosity, for the Jiufang family possessed but a scant few such esteemed methods. "No worries. It is merely inconspicuous elemental dust." Jiufang Ming comprehended in an instant that it appeared that he shared some connection with the malevolent Emperor Feng Yin, though such matters pertained to events over a millennium ago. Now softened by concern for a newly met junior, it seemed her 5 years of waiting had not been in vain. With a smile, she toyed with the ice rose, her heart brimming with joy. Minger, my clan has certain ties with Fong Yin. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek Aunt Lan, Lan Huai offered. Indeed, Jiufang Ming replied, pondering whether the longevity elemental dust was truly as rare as suggested. Alas, do you know how the reign of the Emperor Min Tian was attained? Lan Huai sighed that I would be eager to hear the details. Jiufang Ming listened attentively, fully aware of the secrecy surrounding such matters. Thousands of years ago, the Emperor Min Tian usurped all the cultivation and talents of the malevolent Emperor Fong Yin, resulting in his current accomplishments. Lan Huai lamented, so it was. Jiufang Ming had previously assumed the Emperor Min Tian to be the mightiest being in existence. Now, it seemed he was merely a petty individual. Be cautious not to speak of this carelessly outside, Lan Huai warned that in the past. It was said that when the longevity elemental dust emerged, it heralded the return of the malevolent emperor. Lan Huai continued, if this holds true, you may indeed be the reincarnation of the elder Fong Yin. All memories of your past life will remain sealed until you ascend to the rank of illusionary sovereign. Lan Huai added, a subtle intuition suggesting that the youth before her must have been an extraordinary figure in his past life. Aunt Lan, please refrain from jesting, Jiufang Ming replied, shaking his head, with a heavy heart. He pondered how it was even conceivable that he could be the reincarnation of an evil emperor. If that were indeed the case, marrying the descendant of an enemy would be nothing short of a colossal farce. Discovering that it possessed no fewer than 10 layers. However, given his current cultivation level, he was incapable of accessing the last 8 layers. Nevertheless, the items within the first 2 layers were already sufficient to sustain a first-rate sect for an extended period. The Wu-Wei sword represented merely the most rudimentary sword techniques, far from meeting the demands of combat. Jiufang Ming reflected upon his illusory martial skills, realizing he had scarcely mastered any of them, ultimately steering them down the path of wickedness. While it was true that some had achieved divinity through slaughter, the journey was fraught with peril. Those who reveled in bloodshed often found themselves isolated or universally condemned. And more importantly, it appeared that this footwork would be of little use in combat or evasion. After all, what good was a technique that would inevitably reveal one's whereabouts? What about this one? Xiang Ji tossed him another volume of illusory martial arts. The Eye of the Saint. Jiufang Ming mused over the title, struggling to comprehend its implications. Was it a sword technique or something else? After perusing its contents, he felt his lips quiver. A technique for enhancing one's vision. Who could possibly conceive such a notion? Jiufang Ming thought in disbelief. If mastered, one could indeed condense illusory energy through their very eyes, achieving the lethal effect of a deadly gaze. After careful consideration, he concluded that while the technique might lack flamboyance, its sheer elegance was undeniably striking. That I shall commence my training with this, he declared, newfound interest igniting within him. Jiufang Ming unfurled the Eye of the Saint, studying it intently. The foundation lies in the concentration of spirit. He was confident in his ability to focus in battles among cultivators of the same tier. Victory was most often determined by the efficacy of techniques, followed closely by the practitioner's concentration during combat. Yet, after diligently practicing the technique for half a day, Jiufang Ming realized that the Eye of the Saint was merely a ruse. His eyes felt nearly blinded, yet he had failed to condense even a trace of illusory energy through his gaze. Jiufang Ming rubbed his eyes, feeling nauseated for the first time by the illusionary martial technique. You lack such talent. Can you blame others? Xiang Ji retorted sharply. Who on earth devised this ridiculous martial skill? I refuse to practice it any longer. Jiufang Ming's head spun, realizing that this technique was truly exhausting. He pleaded in discomfort. Seeing the opportunity, Xiang Ji smirked coldly. This is a technique of my own creation. What? Are you resorting to foul language just because you lack the talent to cultivate it? Xiang Ji scoffed. If it weren't for your connection to Lin Yan, I would have sealed the ring long ago. You created it? Jiufang Ming was momentarily speechless, realizing where he had gone wrong. Practice it or not. It's over. It seems I have genuinely annoyed Xiang Ji. Despite my unintentional remarks that he resolved to speak less in the future. Caution in speech, he reminded himself, acknowledging that his careless words had led to this predicament. After repeated calls yielded no results, Jiufang Ming decided to take a stroll outside. Perhaps visiting Jiufang Ishua at Lihen Palace would not be such a bad idea. Young master, are you going out? Dingda inquired respectfully. In this vast Jiufang city, Are there any academies that accept illusion cultivators? Jiufang Ming nodded slightly before asking. Dingda pondered for a moment, recalling all the places he could think of. There are several, with the most renowned being the Dian Academy. Jiufang Ming nodded and prepared to retrieve some elixirs to reward Dingda, only to realize that his storage ring was temporarily unusable, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. Jiufang City is indeed immense. After walking for quite some time, Jiufang Ming discovered he had barely left a single street. Due to being confined at home during his childhood, he seldom had opportunities to venture out. After all, this city bore his family name. While it may not rival the imperial capital in grandeur, it was not far behind. Jiufang City was also known as the second imperial capital of the Min dynasty, attracting numerous sects to gather around it. The talented youth from across the realm congregated here, and renowned alchemists were drawn to its allure, not to mention the ordinary powerful individuals. Upon arriving at Dian Academy, Jiufang Ming adhered to the city regulations and walked slowly to at last. He reached the grand entrance of the academy, where an expansive area lay before him. Although the space was vast, it was currently occupied by a throng of people. Could it be that I have coincidentally arrived during the enrollment of new disciples? Jiufang Ming felt a surge of excitement and resolved to seize the opportunity. Lowering his cultivation intentionally, he strolled toward the crowd. However, after only a few steps, he was halted by a young man. "Who do you think you are, trying to cut in line?" Su Hanlin exclaimed, infuriated at Jiufang Ming's approach. "Lin Gu, shall we teach him a lesson?" Feng Zhao's attention was predominantly fixated on Jiufang Ming's possessions. Observing him closely, one could discern a lack of any significant fluctuations in his elemental energy, coupled with an appearance reminiscent of a scholarly youth, clearly a type that could be easily bullied. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" "Not more, not less, simply kneel and apologize," came the response. Su Hanlin chuckled, deliberately raising his voice. The youths assembled for the examination turned their gazes towards them, while Jiufang Ming felt a burgeoning disdain for the two, yet found himself unable to act against them without revealing his true powers. "Did you hear that? Kneel and apologize," Feng Zhao proclaimed, wielding his influence like a tiger's skin. Eager for attention to be drawn to the unfolding scene, "Isn't that the scoundrel from last time?" Upon recognizing the familiar face, Shangwan Yun immediately identified Jiufang Ming. He had been clamoring to purchase everything in sight. Yet it was merely a display of momentary bravado. Shaking her head, Shangwan Yun felt a pang of sympathy witnessing Jiufang Ming's humiliation. Ignoring the pair, Jiufang Ming strode directly towards the registration desk. "Indeed," Jiufang Ming responded without hesitation. "Your name?" "Feng Ming," he replied, deliberately concealing his full name. "The registration fee is 10 low-grade elemental stones." The elder inscribed Jiufang Ming's name in the ledger, then looked up as the elder extended his hand. Jiufang Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Alas, I cannot use my ring." Jiufang Ming's heart sank. "Xiangji, might I borrow some elemental stones?" he called out. "Dear lady, I implore you, just this once." However, no matter how fervently Jiufang Ming pleaded, the familiar voice remained silent. It appeared she was genuinely upset. Jiufang Ming could only shake his head in resignation. "Surely you cannot be without even 10 elemental stones?" The elder's hand lingered in mid-air. "Well, at this moment, it seems I truly do not possess any." Jiufang Ming offered an awkward smile. The elder sniffed, stating, "Then I am at an impasse," and began to strike Jiufang Ming's name from the ledger. Who reveled in Jiufang Ming's embarrassment. That impoverished lad, alas, cannot even afford 10 elemental stones. Even Feng Zhao, known for his misdeeds, felt a flicker of pity for Jiufang Ming, suspecting he might be a beggar from Jiufang City. "How about this?" Su Hanlin sneered. "Could any of you lend me 10 low-grade elemental stones? I promise to return tenfold upon conclusion of the examination," Jiufang Ming declared boldly. Yet, not a soul was inclined to spare him a glance. Look at his pitiful state. He is but a beggar. 1,000-fold. Still, no one believes it. Jiufang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, seemingly considering himself a fraud, while even the elder responsible for noting names appeared on the verge of losing his temper. "Will you sign up or not?" the elder exclaimed, slamming his brush onto the table, causing a crack to appear on the wooden surface. His brow furrowed in discontent. "I'll lend you some." Shangwan Yun could no longer bear to watch, and slowly approached Jiufang Ming. "Miss Shangwan truly possesses a heart of compassion," the old man remarked, stroking his beard, reluctantly accepting the 10 yuan stones from Jiufang Ming. You flatter me. Esteemed elder, Shang Yun replied graciously. You are not that person. Jiufang Ming recognized Shang Yun's beauty instantly, though memories of his humiliation at Tianxian Pavilion, especially in front of Min Zhoga, stirred feelings of dissatisfaction within him. Thank you, Miss Yun. Jiufang Ming, feeling somewhat guilty, could only express his gratitude. You are the beggar. The middle-aged man glared furiously, then kicked Su Hanlin away. Young master, Dingda respectfully bowed to Jiufang Ming. Ding Shu, your timing is impeccable. Jiufang Ming's heart leaped with joy upon seeing Dingda. This is the yuan stones that madam instructed me to deliver to you, young master. Dingda then presented a ring to Jiufang Ming. As Jiufang Ming held it, he effortlessly sensed the quantity of yuan stones contained within. 1 million low-grade yuan stones. Jiufang Ming was left speechless, pondering how much one must be cherished to receive such ASUM. As he departed, he did not forget to kick Su Hanlin one last time. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Who was this middle-aged man to act so recklessly, showing no regard for Su Hanlin's status? This is 10,000 yuan stones. Jiufang Ming slowly transferred the yuan stones into Shang Yun's storage ring. Did you really give it? Feng Zhao felt a pang of regret. Anyone who could be so generous must surely be someone he could not afford to provoke, adopting the strategy of retreat. Feng Zhao decided to leave hastily, disregarding Su Hanlin's fate. What on earth is this man's background? Whispers rose and fell like the clamor of a bustling marketplace. Silence. The white-haired elder, seeing that no one had signed up, withdrew the wooden table. Upon hearing the elder's outburst, the crowd fell into an immediate hush. Anyone who incurred his displeasure would likely find their hopes of entering Dian Academy dashed. Indeed, the yuan stones Jiufang Ming had provided were genuine. And Shang Yun gazed at him in astonishment. That weren't you out of money? She inquired, puzzled. Surely no one would come merely to flaunt their wealth out of sheer boredom, that I simply forgot to bring it with me. My steward just delivered it, Jiufang Ming replied, raising an eyebrow that it's truly inconvenient when one cannot use their storage ring. Shang Yun had already taken note of Dingda and began to grow intrigued by Jiufang Ming's identity. Jiufang Ming's current low profile, however, was regarded by Shang Yun as a guise of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Those who have registered, follow me to the Academy's training ground, proclaimed the elder with white hair. Despite the numerous individuals, the order was maintained with remarkable organization. Could it be that this lad truly wishes to enter Dian Academy? Shang Yun mused, shaking her head at the sight of Jiufang Ming, who appeared dazed and bewildered in her eyes. No matter how wealthy or powerful Jiufang Ming was, he could never gain admission to Dian Academy, for the Academy's assessments were predicated on cultivation and innate talent. Failing the initial evaluation meant he could forever abandon any hopes of future success. Jiufang Ming seemed to be isolated by the crowd, avoided wherever he went as a man approached the testing stone. Dian Academy was renowned as a prestigious institution, with several illusion kings in residence, drawing aspirants eager to secure a direct entry slot. Dian Academy served as a branch of the Dian sect, one of the top 10 sects of the Min dynasty, and only the Academy's elite were granted the opportunity to enter the sect. Ordinarily, Dian sect would not recruit disciples through alternative means, save for members of the royal family. Remember this. Dian Academy's foremost principle is the prohibition of deceit. Violators will be dealt with by the exorcist guards. Jing Xinglan declared loudly, and the ground remained as silent as before, which pleased him immensely. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow. Did his concealment of identity constitute deceit? Upon reflection, he surmised that Jing Xinglan's reference to deceit pertained to hiring substitutes for examinations or temporarily consuming elixirs to enhance cultivation. With this thought in mind, Jiufang Ming felt no further trepidation. First, Shaowen, Jing Xinglan announced. Next, prepare by Minrui. Shaowen approached the testing stone with composure, concentrating his spirit and channeling all his strength while manipulating illusionary yuan power. Before delivering a powerful strike, illusionist of the first rank, excellent, Jing Xinglan remarked with evident satisfaction. Bai Minrui, who had been waiting eagerly on the sidelines, sprang into action, leaping to the testing stone. Bai family's young master. Bai Minrui, possessing illusionist cultivation at the tender age of 16, is destined to become a formidable force, a youth remarked with admiration, though he felt himself lacking in both status and skill. Meanwhile, the young women present, including Shang Yun, regarded him with disdain. Fully aware of Bai Minrui's true character, just a rogue, Shang Yun coldly commented, Jiufang Ming heard her words clearly, initially believing they were directed at him, only to realize he had misinterpreted. The rogue referred to was indeed Bai Minrue, currently standing at the testing platform. Bai Minrue, with an air of confidence, appeared rather ostentatious to bystanders. "Are you going to test, or not?" Jing Xinglan inquired with a furrowed brow. His tone icy. "Of course, I will test." Bai Minrue, upon receiving such a stern warning from Jing Xinglan, immediately felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The illusionist was at the 8th rank, exceptional indeed. Jing Xinglan proclaimed, while acknowledging that although Bai Minrue had issues with his demeanor, his cultivation was undeniably extraordinary. Liu Heshuan, an illusionist of the 7th rank, also exceptional. Mei Jingwei, an illusionist of the 3rd rank, barely qualified. Gong Shimu, an illusionist of the 6th rank, was deemed average. Before long, the crowd thinned considerably, as most opted to sit aside and observe. Among the youth who had registered, even the least skilled managed to scrape by, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction. This year, he had received an abundance of outstanding disciples, and his rewards would undoubtedly be plentiful. As Shangwan Yun gracefully descended the stage, she was enveloped in a chorus of admiration and envy. He had repaid her 1,000-fold, leaving them even. "Miss Shangwan, why would you not purchase my goods when I visited the Tianxian Pavilion a few days ago?" Jiufang Ming inquired, recalling Shangwan Yun's stubbornness, which sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that she was fundamentally a good person. With a wry smile, Jiufang Ming mused, "Could that even be considered a reason? Very well, after today's assessment concludes, I shall pay another visit," Jiufang Ming remarked, observing Shangwan Yun. "But will you pass?" Shangwan Yun glanced at Jiufang Ming, perceiving no fluctuations in his essence, concluding that he would surely fail the assessment, and thus, "Provided that you manage to pass," Shangwan Yun replied nonchalantly, unaware that she was inadvertently stepping into a trap, as she did not believe Jiufang Ming would succeed. "Well then, 50% will suffice." Jiufang Ming suddenly felt that a 10% discount was indeed excessively greedy. Shangwan Yun was taken aback. Could he truly believe he would pass? "I said 10%, and it shall be 10%, she asserted decisively, before finding a suitable spot to sit and await the unfolding spectacle of Jiufang Ming's performance. Next, Fang Ming. Jing Xinglan gazed at Jiufang Ming's name, which bore a drop of ink, yet it did not hinder recognition. After a prolonged wait, it was finally Jiufang Ming's turn. Stretching lazily, he ambled towards the assessment stone with a nonchalant air. "This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Who does he think he is?" Bai Minrue observed Jiufang Ming in the arena, feeling somewhat displeased, as he himself would not dare to act so casually. Those who flaunt their recklessness often meet an early demise. "Just wait and see." Xiao Wan, an illusionist of the 1st rank, now regarded others with a disdainful gaze. In his eyes, they were nothing more than mere ants. Volume 2, Chapter 59. Under the gaze of many, the appearance of Jiufang Ming attracted considerable attention. He must be just a rich young master looking for amusement. The boy fell silent, as the girl's words seemed to hold some truth. Jing Xinglan glanced at the time. It was precisely noon. He opted to exert only a fraction of his strength, resulting in a displayed cultivation level of merely a 1st-tier illusionist, which was precisely the effect he desired, due to concealing his true abilities. The Shangwan Merchant Guild encompassed numerous industries, and should they truly offer him a full 10% discount, it would be a substantial loss. Thus, he paid little heed to Shangwan Yun's words, as he was not in need of such trivial funds at present. He struck the measurement stone with a single palm, utilizing no illusionary energy whatsoever. The stone quivered slightly, displaying the corresponding cultivation level. 1st-tier illusionist. Jing Xinglan expressed surprise. This youth, who seems devoid of any energy fluctuations, possesses such remarkable talent. Unlike the measurement stones at the Jiufang family's martial arts arena, this stone's upper limit was only that of an illusionist, and it lacked the ability to discern identities. Alleviating Jiufang Ming's concerns about revealing his true name. "How old are you this year?" Jing Xinglan inquired, noting that Fang Ming appeared more mature than the other youths who had registered. 19, Jiufang Ming replied, calculating roughly, as he had yet to reach 20. Whether to conceal his age was of little consequence. That can only be considered outstanding if you were like them, merely 15 or 16, you would surely receive an exceptional evaluation. Jing Xinglan remarked, lamenting that due to Jiufang Ming's slightly older age, he had lost the opportunity to enter the academy's inner gate, or even to directly cultivate within the Dian sect. Indeed, Jiufang Ming nodded nonchalantly as he descended from the stage with ease. Shang Guanyun felt a tightness in her chest. He truly surpassed expectations. No wonder he had been so confident earlier and had even dared to bargain with her. Yet this was a pit she had dug for herself. She could not blame him. With a soft sigh, she acknowledged her misjudgment, accepting the consequences of her gamble. Wait. Suddenly, the voice of an elder resonated through the air. Jiufang Ming looked up to see the elder striding towards him. What guidance do you offer, esteemed elder? Jiufang Ming squinted, inquiring. Humph, others may be oblivious, but do you think I am blind? The elder scoffed, stroking his beard, his gaze toward Jiufang Ming brimming with disdain. Elder Qingzhang questions whether this Fang Ming truly has the audacity to deceive the heavens. Jing Xinglan was taken aback. How could the inner elder of the academy come personally, and even apprehend someone on the spot? If this news reached the higher-ups of the academy, her own rewards would be jeopardized. Qingzhang nodded in tacit agreement. Come forth, Jing Xinglan bellowed, fearing that the presence of this mouse droppings would ruin her splendid porridge. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow, wondering why Qingzhang spoke so freely, and upon probing his cultivation, discovered it was merely at the 7th rank of an illusionist. He would not easily surrender. Qingzhang scoffed, having encountered many such individuals before. I need to take matters into my own hands? Jing Xinglan addressed the academy disciples behind her. With her approval, although fearful, 2 disciples charged forward, but a flicker of murderous intent crossed Jiufang Ming's face. Yet he remained rooted in place. Perhaps it was due to his apprehension of Jiufang Ming's formidable strength that the 2 disciples initially rushed forward with great speed, only to falter soon after. Just as the standoff continued, a commotion erupted from behind. The deputy commander of the exorcism guard has arrived, shouted a regular subordinate of the exorcism guard, Lord Wang He. It would only embarrass me, Qingzhang said respectfully upon recognizing Wang He. The sight of an elder from Dian Academy showing such respect to a deputy commander of the exorcism guard would astonish anyone. Yet, this was the reality. The exorcism guard held an unparalleled status, wielding the authority to execute first and report later. Even princes and nobles, should they possess the corresponding power, would not escape unscathed. You are with the exorcism guard? Jiufang Ming recalled the token that Min Jioga had given him, designating him as an exorcism saint, a rank far superior to that of a mere deputy commander. Upon noticing Jiufang Ming, Wang He raised an eyebrow, astonished that someone dared to stand against the exorcism guard. Where did this wild dog come from? Why are you not kneeling? One of Wang He's subordinates drew his sword and declared, Lord Wang He, this person is deceiving. His measured cultivation is clearly at the 1st rank of an illusionist, yet he exhibits no fluctuations of elemental energy. That not peculiar. Feng Zhao rushed over at that moment, eager to cast the first stone. Indeed, it is quite odd. Wang He scrutinized Jiufang Ming before coldly stating, But what does that have to do with you? Wang He disdainfully dismissed Feng Zhao, finding him insufferably noisy. Feng Zhao met his demise instantly, unable to utter a sound. Observing this, Jiufang Ming wondered if the exorcism guard was truly so unreasonable. The young women present shivered at the sight. Feng Zhao's corpse was horrifically bloody. According to the law of Min Zhao, execution is warranted. Wang He directed a mocking glance at Jiufang Ming. Would you prefer a swift end, or shall you take matters into your own hands? Wang He stated coldly, his impression of Jiufang Ming far from favorable. You still have anything to say now, old man? Jiufang Ming released a portion of his elemental energy, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing his features as he regarded Wang He and Qingzhang. Sensing the fluctuations of elemental energy emanating from Jiufang Ming, both Wang He and Qingzhang exchanged a knowing glance. To let him go would be tantamount to admitting their oversight, which would be quite embarrassing. How then should they respond to such disrespect towards the exorcism guard? Qingzhang fanned the flames further, clearly denying Jiufang Ming the opportunity to defend himself. Eradicate your entire clan. Wang He chuckled knowingly. Now, do you still have anything to say? Wang laughed recklessly, proclaiming that within the 9 Directions city, the exorcist guard represented the law of the land. Shang Guanyun listened intently, fully aware that it was Feng Ming who had offended Wang, leaving her powerless to intervene. What a pity it was to forfeit the promised deal. With his left hand resting on his chin, Jiufang Ming remained composed and unperturbed. How lowly one must be to look down upon others. With his right hand, he lifted his robe, revealing the insignia concealed within. Under the sun's reflection, the token gleamed brilliantly. What trickery was afoot? Upon seeing Jiufang Ming unveil his robe, Wang assumed he was about to resort to violence. However, upon glimpsing the insignia, he was instantly rendered speechless. The exorcist Saint Da Wang's heart raced to his throat, realizing that this seemingly inconspicuous youth was, in fact, the exorcist saint who commanded the entire exorcist guard. Trembling, Wang promptly knelt down. I was blind to your status. I hope the esteemed saint will pardon me. Wang broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to lift his gaze. The onlookers, witnessing Wang kneeling before the youth, exchanged glances of disbelief. What was happening? Shang Guanyun rose to her feet at this sight. Qin Zhang was equally astonished, left at a loss for words. According to the laws of our dynasty, showing disrespect to a superior of the exorcist guard would result in. Jiufang Ming regarded Wang coldly, remarking, if you are unkind first, how can I afford you leniency? Before the watchful crowd, the typically high and mighty deputy of the exorcist guard, Wang, remained kneeling. What sort of background did this youth possess? Caution is advised. Only one capable of bringing the deputy of the exorcist guard to his knees could be. A youth speculated. The exorcist saint. Shang Guanyun was taken aback. This Fang Ming was indeed the exorcist saint. Such a prestigious identity. What could bring him to this modest Dayan academy? Recalling his previous visit to Tianxian Pavilion, Shang Guanyun suddenly understood her prior misunderstanding that it was I who was overly sentimental. I shall spare you this time, he said, casting a glance at Wang. Rise. Noticing that Wang remained motionless, Jiufang Ming personally assisted him to his feet. Thank you, esteemed saint, Wang stammered. What did he say? The earlier youth thought he had misheard. Seeking confirmation from those beside him, Saint, exorcist saint, another youth exclaimed, swiftly rushing to Jiufang Ming's side. I humbly welcome you, esteemed saint. Tong Wang bowed respectfully. And you are? Jiufang Ming did not recognize the individual before him. Yet the sincerity in his demeanor suggested he was not here to flatter. I am Tong Wang, here to study at Dayan Academy. Regrettably, my cultivation is insufficient, and I humbly request the esteemed saint's assistance. Tong Wang articulated his plea. Jiufang Ming was taken aback, surprised to encounter someone still in need of guidance. After assessing Tong Wang's cultivation, he discovered it to be merely at the second tier of the illusionist realm. Pondering for a moment, Jiufang Ming felt a pang of sympathy for Tong Wang and reached out to sense the essence of his elemental power. Intrigued, what attribute does your illusionary element possess? I have never encountered it before. Jiufang Ming, possessing the ability to harness all elemental attributes due to the essence of eternal life dust, could seamlessly draw upon nearly all forms of illusionary element. Focusing intently, he detected an aura of the lightning attribute. Lightning attribute. Is it? Jiufang Ming similarly condensed the ethereal force, subsequently shaping it into a bolt of thunder according to his own volition. He cast the thunderbolt with a casual flick towards the location of Qin Zhang. Caught unawares, Qin Zhang was struck by the thunder, resulting in his beard being singed away, and he convulsed while fleeing in sheer panic. Tong Wang stood transfixed, astonished to discover that the esteemed saint envoy before him also wielded thunder attribute ethereal force. Igniting a flicker of hope within him, in the 6th chapter of the 2nd volume, titled The Showdown, Tong Wang beheld Jiufang Ming's effortless manipulation of ethereal force, and a glimmer of realization dawned upon him. It was unlikely that he could ever be accepted as a disciple by the exorcist saint envoy. Ethereal dust is not unique. Two ethereal practitioners possessing identical ethereal dust may not necessarily command the same attributes of ethereal force. Thunder and ice attributes are exceedingly rare, as the ethereal dust capable of absorbing these two types is scarce, resulting in a dearth of derivative techniques and martial skills. Lan Huai, who also harnesses ice attribute ethereal force, often finds himself troubled by the limitations of ordinary martial techniques. Thus, cultivating ethereal force of rare attributes is not necessarily advantageous. In contrast, Jiufang Ming, endowed with longevity ethereal dust, embodies inclusivity. Upon advancing to the rank of ethereal master, the most pronounced effect of his ethereal dust is its capacity to encompass a broader spectrum of ethereal force attributes. While significantly enhancing the host's self-healing abilities, Tong Wang lowered his posture slightly, feeling a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether he would be met with appreciation or wrath. He felt a pang of embarrassment for his eagerness to flatter, merely for a chance at a position in the academy. Yet, what alternative did he have? Gritting his teeth, Tong Wang resolved that since he had mustered the audacity to approach, he might as well pursue his goal with relentless determination. He ought to kneel and pay his respects. Shang Guanyin stood in a daze, having assumed that Jiufang Ming merely held a higher rank than Deputy Wang He, thinking him simply a promising youth. Unaware that he was indeed the exorcist Saint Envoy, has Miss Shangguan also fallen for this charade? Bai Minrue attempted to engage her. However, Shang Guanyin, weary of Bai Minrue's persistent harassment at the Tianxian pavilion, felt a surge of aversion. Noticing her indifference, Bai Minrue could say nothing more, awkwardly turning away. With a cold glare, Bai Minrue fixated on Jiufang Ming, dismissing him as merely a pretender to the title of exorcist Saint Envoy, one who could only bully someone as feeble as Wang He. What did you just say? Bai Minrue blinked, only to find Jiufang Ming suddenly before him. Jiufang Ming, having clearly overheard, could not let this affront slide. For the disdain directed not only at himself, but also at the exorcist guard was intolerable. Such a menace, if left unchecked, would forever pose a threat. Bai Minrue was taken aback for a moment, but soon regained his composure and locked eyes with Jiufang Ming. I declared, even if you are the exorcism Saint Envoy, you must kneel and pay your respects to me. Bai Minrue coldly retorted that he was eager to witness how this counterfeit exorcism Saint Envoy would defend himself. A glimmer of primal energy coalesced in Jiufang Ming's pitch-black eyes, and his gaze towards Bai Minrue was laden with murderous intent. Experiencing Jiufang Ming's chilling aura and the soul-stirring malice at close range caused Bai Minrue to shudder, prompting him to immediately distance himself from Jiufang Ming. Isn't it merely a first-tier illusionist? Who isn't? Bai Minrue remarked indifferently, failing to perceive any real threat from Jiufang Ming. Open your eyes and behold. It seems impossible to learn anything worthwhile here. The black robe billowed, stirring a wave of energy that swept through the crowd. The onlookers recoiled, and only those who were somewhat wary managed to avoid spitting blood. Although the illusionary martial arts technique she had created was indeed difficult to cultivate, it was not entirely without recourse. Her anger stemmed from Jiufang Ming's brazen insults directed specifically at her. As Jiufang Ming felt the ring's unusual movement, a surge of joy filled him. He could once again indulge without restraint. Let me first deal with you, scum. Jiufang Ming's murderous intent intensified as he merely gazed at Bai Minrue. What of being an illusionist? Do you dare to harm me? Bai Minrue was abruptly overwhelmed by Jiufang Ming's explosive pressure, toppling to the ground. Being the closest, he was fortunate to have distanced himself beforehand. Her words were nothing but self-inflicted humiliation. Noticing Jiufang Ming's delay in action, Bai Minrue grew increasingly arrogant. You are nothing but a dog, Bai Minrue provocatively taunted, unaware that a lethal strike awaited him in the next moment. You speak too much. Jiufang Ming concentrated the illusionary primal energy in his eyes without revealing it, then shaped the energy into form. In an instant, the illusionary primal energy was molded into the shape of a flying sword, concealed within Jiufang Ming's gaze, poised to strike. With a whoosh, Bai Minrue's chest was suddenly pierced. Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and another invisible flying sword appeared, leaving Bai Minrue with a new blood hole. Shang Guanyin was captivated, realizing that despite her own cultivation reaching the ordinary level of a 7th-tier illusionist, achieving the rank of illusionist seemed a distant dream. With the exorcism order present, seeing this order is akin to seeing the exorcism princess. Jiufang Ming produced the Saint Envoy's badge and proclaimed loudly, truly, it is the esteemed Saint Envoy. Why do you not kneel? Many youths, reluctant to acknowledge the truth, silently knelt, awaiting the pronouncement of Jiufang Ming, cautious not to move too freely despite the dust upon their garments. Elder Qin, do you have anything to say? Jiufang Ming teased, casting a glance at the elder lurking in the shadows, whose beard had been singed away and whose body trembled uncontrollably. Great Saint Envoy, I am but an old man with failing vision. Qin Zhang panted slightly, then feigned a motion to kneel. Enough. Jiufang Ming wished to avoid further commotion at that moment. Qin Zhang regretted his choices deeply. Had he known this was the Saint Envoy of Exorcism, he would not have dared to provoke him even if offered 9 lives. That I require 2 individuals from you. Is that acceptable? Jiufang Ming continued, directing his gaze towards Tong Wang and Shang Guanyin, that we shall follow the Saint Envoy's arrangements. Qin Zhang dared not speak further. Even if Jiufang Ming were to take his life now, he would be in the wrong. You have truly put me in a dire predicament. This grudge shall not go unavenged. Wang He gritted his teeth, feeling a dull pain in his knees. All thanks to him. Let us depart. Wang He limped away. Tong Wang, Shang Guanyin, you are both permitted to enter the Jiufang family for training today. Did I hear correctly? The Jiufang family. the second most prominent family of the Min dynasty, rivaling the top 10 sects in power. Renowned for cultivating numerous talents, yet, I have never heard of them accepting disciples from outside their clan, prompting curiosity about Jiufang Ming's identity. Could it be that the esteemed Saint Envoy is a direct descendant of the Jiufang family? Tang Wang inquired. Jiufang Ming remained silent, but nodded. The astonishment you have bestowed upon me is truly overwhelming. Shangwan Yun approached, gazing at Jiufang Ming, feeling a sense of inadequacy, though others hailed her as a beauty of unparalleled grace. Had Jiufang Ming ever truly regarded her, an agreement was made, one-fold. Jiufang Ming smiled, recognizing that matters had reached this point, and he could not allow Shangwan Yun to renege. Shangwan Yun was taken aback. Surely, the disciples of the Jiufang family were not lacking in wealth, and one must adhere to their bets. Unable to retract, honor the wager, one-fold it is. Shangwan Yun lifted her head slightly to cast a glance at Jiufang Ming. Once one reaches the realm of the Mirage Warrior, they may be permitted to directly join the Exorcism Guard. I assure you, Jiufang Ming promised. Tang Wang hastily knelt in gratitude, and Jiufang Ming did not intervene. All present witnessed the transformation of one who was to be eliminated into a future member of the Exorcism Guard. However, for others, Jiufang Ming would not have been so lenient, without Tang Wang. Narrowly avoiding being struck by a wooden block, speak. Shangwan Ziyu said impatiently that I recall he was deemed a waste. Was he not? Shangwan Ziyu furrowed her brow, questioning how even a worthless individual could exhibit such audacity. His cultivation was now significantly superior to that of the young master, and furthermore, the steward hesitated to continue. Shangwan Ziyu shot a glare at the steward. Daiti is still the exorcism holy envoy. The steward dared not finish his thought, and quietly withdrew. Clad in white, Shangwan Ziyu stood with her hands clasped behind her, gazing out the door. Volume 2, Chapter 61. The Jiufang army after arranging accommodations for Jiufang Yun and Tang Wang within the residence. Jiufang Ming prepared to visit the military camp to see his father and elder brother, Jiufang Gong. Dressed in a black robe, Jiufang Ming, with his handsome visage, attracted the admiration of affluent young ladies as he strolled through the city. Even the young elites of Jiufang City couldn't help but cast glances his way. Perhaps it would be wise to don a mask. Jiufang Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny, but paid it little heed. Within the Jiufang military camp, a man walked slowly among the soldiers, hands clasped behind his back, keenly observing the movements of each individual. Jiufang Gong glanced at the sky, estimating it was already noon. Acknowledging the results of their monthly endurance training, the vast majority of soldiers managed to remain steadfast under extremely arduous conditions. The scorching sun was hardly a challenge. Their greatest trial lay in maintaining their cultivation amidst such circumstances. Refuse him, Jiufang Gong replied without a moment's hesitation, stating he had no time for such trivial matters. But he claims to be your brother, Huang Ji added. Jiufang Gong's brow furrowed. His brother had perished 5 years prior. The thought of Jiufang Ming pierced his heart. Had he not rejected that marriage proposal, it would not have fallen upon his brother. Upon reflection, he realized it was all his fault. My brother has been dead for 5 years. Huang Ji resolutely declared, there's no need. I shall handle this myself. Jiufang Ming descended from the skies above the military camp, casting a glance at Huang Ji. Jiufang Gong remained silent for a long moment upon seeing Jiufang Ming. Which one is General Jiufang Gong? Jiufang Ming surveyed his surroundings, noting how his elder brother had drastically changed. What brings you here? Jiufang Gong stepped forward. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Jiufang Ming was taken aback. My dear brother, it has been 5 years since we last met at that moment. Jiufang Ming stepped forward as well, saying, Huang Ji signaled to the soldier beside him with a gesture, and then made a motion across his throat. I have never encountered you before, and I am unworthy of being called your elder brother. Jiufang Gong scrutinized him for a long time. It was evident that this could not possibly be his younger brother. Casting a frigid glance at Jiufang Ming, showing no intention of allowing him an escape, Jiufang Gong wished to intervene, for after all, the newcomer was a guest, but upon further contemplation, he realized that this person had intruded upon a military camp. Retrieving his waist token and presenting it brazenly before Huang Ji's eyes, Huang Ji initially felt an overwhelming and terrifying aura wash over him, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with 4 imposing characters, Pixie Shengshi. Huang Ji swiftly knelt, murmuring, I had no knowledge of the esteemed presence of the holy envoy. I implore your forgiveness. Pixie Shengshi. Jiufang Gong was taken aback, realizing that the youth before him was indeed the holy envoy. In the Minqiao realm, the most powerful force was not the military, but the Pixie Guard. According to protocol, Jiufang Hong was required to pay his respects upon encountering an official of the rank of Pixie Protector or higher. After a moment's hesitation, he prepared to kneel. "Brother, do not." Jiufang Ming quickly interjected, stepping forward to prevent Jiufang Hong from bowing. Jiufang Hong's slightly bent form was swiftly corrected by Jiufang Ming, for it would defy reason for his elder brother to kneel before him. "What does the esteemed envoy intend?" Jiufang Hong inquired in confusion, while the soldiers around them all knelt in reverence. "You are my elder brother. How could I allow you to kneel?" Jiufang Ming smiled broadly, his teeth gleaming. Jiufang Hong was taken aback by Jiufang Ming's smile. "You rascal! I have waited 5 long years for this moment." It was then that Jiufang Hong recognized this was indeed his Jiufang Ming. "I knew you would not perish." Jiufang Hong chuckled, tears welling subtly in his eyes. In this reunion, Jiufang Ming was equally moved. Embracing Jiufang Hong for an extended time, Jiufang Ming then pursed his lips. He had already attained the 8th rank of illusionist, and as for the title of Holy Envoy, it was a token bestowed upon him by Jiu Gu. 8th rank illusionist? Jiufang Hong was astonished. 5 years ago, Jiufang Ming was merely 15. Now, at under 20, he had nearly reached the level of Illusion King. What an astonishing notion! By a stroke of fortune, I ventured 1,000 miles to the nation of Yushang. The distance was great, and many letters I sent were seemingly intercepted by my master there. Jiufang Ming lamented. He then recounted in detail his encounters with Xiaohe and his journey to Ningguo. A full rank below him 0.5 years prior, Jiufang Hong had already been at the 6th rank of illusionist, and now he seemed devoid of spirit. "Do not be disheartened, brother," an idea struck Jiufang Ming, and he personally selected a volume of illusion martial technique and a manual of cultivation, along with several hundred medicinal pills. "These are gifts for you, dear brother," Jiufang Ming remarked. "So have you truly amassed such wealth?" "My dear fellow," Jiufang Jin exclaimed in astonishment. Jiufang Ming merely smiled, choosing silence. All of this was bestowed upon him by Lin Yan. Otherwise, he would still be a destitute wretch. "Brother, you might as well commence your training today. As for the military affairs, I can manage them on your behalf," Jiufang Ming stated. "Are you attempting to usurp my position?" Jiufang Jin laughed, giving Jiufang Ming a playful pat on the shoulder. "I would not dare." Jiufang Ming replied, a sheepish grin on his face. It was then that he noticed the soldiers beside him still kneeling, which rendered him somewhat awkward. "Please rise," Jiufang Ming instructed. The soldiers exchanged glances, visibly reluctant. "This esteemed saint is my younger brother. You need not be concerned," Jiufang Jin interjected. "We shall obey the general's orders." The soldiers replied in unison. "Very well, I shall take my leave now," Jiufang Jin said with a smile. Weary from prolonged battles, Jiufang Ming and Jiufang Jin exchanged a glance. "Fear not, brother. I, too, have led troops before." Jiufang Jin then visibly relaxed, vanishing from the sight of the crowd, surveying the multitude of over 1,000 soldiers before him. Jiufang Ming felt a surge of confidence. This was far more invigorating than commanding the mere hundreds in Ningguo. Determined, Jiufang Ming resolved to transform this contingent of Jiufang army. "Why does everyone appear so lackluster?" Jiufang Ming observed the dispirited expressions of the troops, his frustration boiling over. "After just training, how can one not feel fatigued?" Huangji responded, speechless. However, upon hearing his words, the soldiers straightened their backs, unwilling to allow this younger exorcist saint to look down upon them. "Now, this is commendable," Jiufang Ming remarked, satisfaction evident in his voice. "Do you desire some sweets?" he continued. The crowd fell silent, pondering what scheme this new authority might be concocting. "I do not wish for any." A new recruit suddenly shouted. Jiufang Ming turned his gaze to the recruit, a frail young lad. "You truly do not wish for any?" Jiufang Ming inquired once more. He then retrieved a pill from his storage ring and soared towards the boy. "You claim to not want it. My commands must be followed without exception," Jiufang Ming declared with conviction. He proceeded to stand before each soldier, distributing a pill to each. This was a common tactic of Jiufang Ming. No one could resist the allure of the elixir, himself included. "Esteemed saint, what is this?" the young lad asked, a hint of concern in his voice as he regarded the pill. "Did I not inform you?" "Merely ordinary candy beans," Jiufang Ming said, casually toying with one in his hand. "That if you perform well, greater rewards await." The soldiers exchanged glances once more, perplexed. "Do not fret. I possess ample pills. As long as the martial techniques do not exceed the earth grade, I can procure them," Trust me, Jiufang Ming assured them. Furthermore, each of you is to advance one rank by tomorrow. Those who cannot meet this requirement might as well depart. Jiufang Ming surveyed the crowd. I must relieve myself. The youth could no longer contain himself. He declared, Hold it in. You may go only after you have made a breakthrough. Jiufang Ming was rendered speechless. Must such trivial matters be reported? Those who achieve breakthroughs shall be the first to rest, Jiufang Ming stated, his expression turning icy. The laughter ceased abruptly, leaving the crowd to silently endure their plight. Some who had not laughed were also compelled to share in the discomfort. Jiufang Ming then sought a secluded spot to cultivate, for one must not neglect their training. The dogs in the camp, upon noticing, rushed over eagerly. However, Huangji had witnessed the scene, and before the dogs could act, Jiufang Ming raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of significance. Ignoring Su Yao's gaze, he directly pulled Jiufang Hong away. Where are you taking me, cousin? Jiufang Hong exclaimed in panic as he was whisked onto the flying sword. Aren't you skilled in weapon forging? Jiufang Ming inquired. Jiufang Hong did not deny it. Indeed, he was. The Jiufang army is in need of weaponry, and you shall be responsible for its creation. Jiufang Ming produced a vast quantity of elixirs and thrust them into Jiufang Hong's hands. At this point, refusal was not an option, though he inwardly lamented the sheer number of soldiers in the Jiufang army. It seemed he would not have enough time to forge even a single weapon within a year. On the following morning, the Jiufang army assembled early at the training ground, thousands standing in perfect alignment, a truly magnificent sight. Unlike before, the soldiers of the Jiufang army now appeared revitalized. Have you all made breakthroughs? Jiufang Ming inquired in a booming voice. Indeed, they replied in unison. The youth who had needed to relieve himself yesterday. What about you? Jiufang Ming probed. Discovering a rather unique individual, I have advanced 2 tiers. The youth concealed his joy, stating that he had cultivated diligently until this morning to achieve such a breakthrough, secretly grateful for the elixirs provided by Jiufang Ming. Very well. I shall reward you with a few more elixirs. Jiufang Ming affirmed after confirming the youth's progress, subsequently retrieving several elixirs and handing them to him. Thank you, esteemed envoy. The youth expressed his heartfelt gratitude, for the significance of the elixirs was self-evident. Jiufang Ming noticed Jiufang Hong appearing somewhat awkward. This is the master craftsman I have invited for forging weapons. Should any weapon sustain damage, you may seek this individual, Jiufang Ming remarked, patting Jiufang Hong on the back. The crowd fell silent, evidently skeptical of this master craftsman. Care to demonstrate your skills? Jiufang Ming asked with a smile directed at Jiufang Hong. Sensing the dismissive attitude of the crowd, Jiufang Hong summoned a bronze cauldron without hesitation. The path of weapon forging involves extracting useful elements from various materials. The raw materials required for forging weapons are invariably costly. Thus, crafting a weapon that is both user-friendly and meets the buyer's specifications proves exceedingly challenging. Ordinary materials already fetch a fortune, while rarer materials possess a value beyond mere currency, often exchanged through barter, rendering many items priceless and unavailable in the market. Jiufang Hong surveyed the crowd before speaking. Might I be so bold as to request the loan of a damaged weapon? I wish to test it. Jiang Zhishan gritted his teeth and handed over the longsword that had accompanied him for many years to Jiufang Hong. A thought struck Jiufang Hong, and he concentrated, conjuring a flame of terrifying intensity in the palm of his hand. Illusory flame? Jiufang Ming, having witnessed Zhu Yongbing's illusory flame before, immediately recognized it. Unlike flames born of ordinary elemental energy, illusory flame possesses the ability to melt virtually anything. Even the weakest variant can incinerate a living being in an instant. Illusory flame is rare, and those who can wield it are even rarer. Without formidable cultivation, one cannot hope to control such power. Jiufang Hong, however, appeared to be an exception. His expertise lay in archery, and he had stumbled upon the illusory flame while seeking superior materials for crafting arrows. You possess a remarkable array of treasures, Jiufang Ming remarked, unable to conceal his envy, for the illusory flame was indeed dazzling and wielded formidable strength in battle. Jiufang Hong remained silent, his focus entirely on the cauldron and the longsword. Xiangji was inherently attuned to the external world. Where would I acquire illusory flame? Jiufang Ming replied, puzzled. How could the eternal life elemental dust be called such without illusory flame? Xiangji reminded him. Are you suggesting that the elemental dust inherently possesses illusory flame? Jiufang Ming exclaimed, realizing that since its awakening, the elemental dust could unleash the illusory flame at a certain level of cultivation. Jiufang Ming exclaimed in unrestrained joy, only to be struck by a sudden thought. How does one summon the illusory flame? It follows the same principle as employing the elemental dust technique, Xiang Ji replied unhurriedly. Jiufang Ming suddenly recalled a moment long ago when he had demonstrated the elemental dust technique at Huaizong, realizing that had he possessed the illusory mastery then, an accidental summoning of illusory flame would have surely wreaked havoc among the onlookers. I shall name you, Eternal Life Illusory Flame. Jiufang Ming mused as he gazed at the flickering flame at his fingertips. His astonishment. The illusory flame he had long envied had come to him effortlessly. The fact that the elemental dust inherently bore illusory flame was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Is there a ranking for illusory flame? Jiufang Ming pondered before posing the question to Xiang Ji. Realizing that Xiang Ji shared a portion of sensory connection with him, he felt a wave of understanding wash over him. Upon the chart displayed by Xiang Ji, an array of mesmerizing phantoms flickered in a multitude of hues. Belonging to the 11th branch of the 5th system within the phantom spectrum, ranked over 1,000 in the entire chart, Xiang Ji had marked the relevant position for Jiufang Ming's reference. At the center of the phantom chart lay the most conspicuous Xian, reputedly the progenitor of all phantoms in existence. The branches that diverged from it represented the various categories of phantoms, each comprising a distinct system. There are a total of 12 branches, each encompassing a different number of phantoms. Although the Hutu Xingli Yan is considered a relatively low-tier phantom, it is more than sufficient for the purposes of weapon forging and alchemy. Jiufang Ming gazed at the phantoms in Jiufang Hong's possession, which indeed shimmered with radiant brilliance. The forging process about to commence? Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his cousin had been unlearned in his youth, he had now mastered the art of forging, particularly when supporting a family lineage of phantom cultivators. Thus arose the 4 esteemed vocations, which are not only the most sought after, but also the most challenging to enter. Over the past 5 years, Jiufang Hong had become self-taught, acquiring the skill of forging merely through the Jiufang family's extensive library and a considerable period of observation. Sword at a startled exclamation from Jiang Zhishang, who had previously handed over the long sword, drew the attention of the crowd. Do not panic. It is merely a reforge, Jiufang Ming reassured, fully understanding Jiang Zhishang's current sentiments. A fine sheen of sweat adorned Jiufang Hong's forehead, yet he had no time to wipe it away, as his focus was entirely devoted to the crucial step ahead. After melting the materials, the next phase was shaping. Traditional blacksmiths typically utilize a fixed mold for crafting their tools. However, a skilled forger can achieve mastery without any mold. Once again, Jiufang Hong enveloped the long sword in phantom flames, discovering that the iron sword bore no internal fissures, only a superficial mark. The forging is complete. Let us test the sword. Jiufang Hong ran his fingertip along the blade before deftly tossing it back to Jiang Zhishang. Although this sword has been reforged, it still possesses certain imperfections, Jiufang Hong remarked. The earlier mention of cracks by Jiang Zhishang referred not only to the exterior, but also suggested that the interior might be severely compromised, liable to fracture at any moment. Thank you, master. I am quite satisfied, Jiang Zhishang replied. Observing the crack on the long sword, he lightly flicked the blade, and it resonated with a vibrant hum, revealing the integrity of the sword's inner structure. The crowd eagerly seized Jiang Zhishang's sword, examining it without fear of injury. It lives. This was the profound sensation experienced by the youth as he took hold of the sword, which seemed to be imbued with life itself. Though frigid to the touch, it resonated perfectly with its master's intent. It lives. Upon hearing the youth's assessment of Jiufang Hong, the crowd was taken aback. Could it be that this young man before them was a master of artifact refinement? At the mention of archery, peculiar expressions surfaced among the onlookers, for it was regarded as a lesser pursuit, rarely given due diligence by practitioners. Jiufang Hong discerned the thoughts of the crowd and retrieved a longbow from behind him. With a leisurely grace, he conjured an arrow, and with a mere flick of his finger, ignited the arrow's tip with a flame, a manifestation of the recently refined Hutu Xingli Yan by merging this ethereal flame with archery. The arrow's potency was bound to multiply several-fold. Jiufang Ming was secretly astonished by his cousin's ingenuity. Such a concept was indeed remarkable. Huangji, approach, Jiufang Ming commanded, noticing Huangji fidgeting nearby. What is your bidding? Esteemed envoy, Huangji hurried over. Lift this stone and stand firm, Jiufang Ming instructed, gesturing towards a stone weighing down a tent. Huangji glanced at the stone, then at Jiufang Hong, and instantly grasped the task at hand. Stand still, Jiufang Ming reminded him. Huang Ji complied, striving to distance himself as much as possible. Jiufang Hong required but a brief moment to aim. The instant Huang Ji steadied himself, the arrow whooshed forth. The accompanying ethereal flame rapidly consumed the surrounding air, diminishing its signature whistle to a mere whisper if employed in actual combat. Jiufang Ming was taken aback. Such a strike, if launched from concealment, would be nearly undetectable. Huang Ji, eyes wide in terror, closed them in despair as the arrow drew near. Miraculously, he remained unscathed, sensing a disturbance above. He rejoiced at having survived. However, the next scene sent chills down his spine. Volume 2. Chapter 64. A menacing, intent Huang Ji felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively turned around, only to find the ground behind him reduced to rubble, narrowly escaping death. Is its power truly so terrifying? Jiufang Ming had not anticipated that this arrow contained such formidable strength. Huang Ji, with a scorched head, rushed over, his eyebrows nearly singed away. Observing Huang Ji's comical state, the crowd in the training grounds could not help but burst into laughter. Fearing an imminent threat, and promptly exited his meditative state. Yet, upon stepping out, the sight of Huang Ji's bald head was precisely what he had not anticipated. Unable to contain his mirth, Jiufang Gung chuckled. Quickly realizing the source of the disturbance lay in Jiufang Hong's bow and arrow. You rascal, quite the talent you have, managing to rouse me from my meditation. Jiufang Gung jested as he approached Jiufang Hong. Jiufang Hong scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. I had no idea you were training here. Had I known, I would have made an even louder noise. Jiufang Hong added with a mischievous grin. You little rascal. Inquired. Now that he has one foot firmly planted in the realm of illusionists, he is naturally brimming with vigor. Brother, have you already become an illusionist? Jiufang Ming felt a surge of joy. Being able to assist his elder brother was indeed a delightful prospect. Jiufang Gung nodded, unable to conceal his joy. Is it refreshing? Jiufang Gung raised an eyebrow, perplexed by their words. Jiufang Ming smiled mysteriously and then took the lead in the conversation. Each of you will come up one by one to collect your elixirs, illusionary martial techniques, and cultivation methods from me. Jiufang Ming added. The first to step forward was a young lad. Holding a crumpled piece of paper, silently waiting. I request 5 soldier-grade elixirs, the illusionary martial technique cold fragrance moonlit swordplay, and I would like to exchange my cultivation method for the micro-living flying fish step. The youth boldly articulated his demands. Illusionary martial techniques can be replicated using jade slips, so as long as the original scroll exists in the ring, it can be reproduced indefinitely, Xiang Ji reminded. Jiufang Ming naturally understood that since the replicas were indistinguishable from the originals. And if available, I would like a copy of the Hao Yin sword, the second youth declared. Wine Thunderstep? Jiufang Ming exhibited a peculiar expression, causing the second youth to feel a twinge of guilt. This Wind Thunder Step was precisely the compensation gift that Zhu Yang, Bing Li, and Hao Tsang had given him earlier. He had not thought highly of it, and had consequently refrained from practicing it. Rumored to be a long-lost step technique, was this boy intentionally attempting to embarrass the esteemed envoy? I hardly think so, murmured the crowd, whispering among themselves, doubting Jiufang Ming's ability to produce such a rare technique. What is there to practice with such a mediocre technique? Shall I throw in a copy of the micro-living thousand crane step for you as well? Jiufang Ming tossed the jade slip, which had been replicated in advance by Xiang Ji, to the youth. The boy was taken aback, receiving 2 techniques for himself? Thank you, esteemed envoy. The youth exclaimed joyfully as he departed, secretly vowing to devote himself to training. The others looked on enviously but dared not imitate. Before long, Jiufang Ming had completed the distribution of supplies, fulfilling his final purpose for leaving the Jiufang army. Jiufang Gung discerned Jiufang Ming's intentions. He initially wished to retain him but reconsidered and let it go. Having a brother like you is truly a blessing beyond this lifetime, Jiufang Gung remarked, gazing at the now fully grown Jiufang Ming with a sense of pride. Take care. Jiufang Ming embraced his elder brother once more. The warmth of brotherly affection required no further words. Cousin, where are you going? Take me with you. Jiufang Hong inquired. You should stay here and focus on your forging. When you have cultivated yourself to the level of an illusionist, then come find me, Jiufang Ming replied, casting a glance at Jiufang Hong. Jiufang Hong let out a sigh, acknowledging that there truly exists no place more capable of tempering one's mind than the military camp. As for joining a sect, he has always felt that such establishments are overly frivolous, which is why he has yet to affiliate himself with any academy or sect. Where's my father now? My father fell victim to an assassin's treachery, and he passed away in deep sorrow, Jiufang remarked, his emotions exceedingly complex. A sharp pain pierced Jiufang Ming's heart, and the words he wished to utter lodged in his throat. Jiufang, where they stood in silence for an extended period. What mother said about father being in Jiufang, is this what she meant? Jiufang Ming murmured to himself, recalling the words his mother had once spoken. Did father say anything before he departed? Jiufang Ming knelt before the grave, speaking in a tone heavy with sorrow. Little did he expect that so many changes would occur in these 5 years. What Jiufang Hong had long wanted to convey to him was likely this very matter, and how laughable it seemed now, as he had pretended to understand everything. Before he passed, father mentioned that he missed his Ming-er. Jiufang lamented, I am an unfilial child. Jiufang Ming knelt at the grave. Enveloped in grief, he remained in that position for 3 full days, as dust storms swept through and rain lashed down. Yet he remained unmoved. Cousin, the dead cannot be resurrected. Why must you torment yourself so? Jiufang Hong said helplessly, concerned about Jiufang Ming's prolonged kneeling. You do not comprehend, Jiufang Ming replied, tears still brimming in his eyes. Unsure of what to say, Jiufang Hong merely shook his head and stepped aside. Jiufang Ming observed from a distance, then strode forward and delivered a sharp slap to Jiufang Ming. Brother, Jiufang Ming looked at Jiufang, lowering his head. With a sigh, Jiufang Ming remarked, how am I any better off than you? Father is gone, but there is still mother in me, is there not? He patted Jiufang Ming on the shoulder. Slowly rising, Jiufang Ming's sorrowful gaze transformed into one of boundless murderous intent. Oh, it was an assassin. Jiufang Ming's eyes turned icy, resembling a hellish fiend. Cousin, do not act rashly. That assassin organization is exceedingly formidable. And even the exorcist guards cannot trace a single clue, Jiufang Hong cautioned anxiously. Since we do not know who the culprit is, I shall eliminate them all, Jiufang Ming stated coldly. Ming, Jiufang Ming intended to intervene. But upon witnessing the murderous intent in Jiufang Ming's eyes, he was momentarily breathless. Is this truly still my brother? In Jiufang City, a man clad in a black robe moved swiftly, his longsword still stained with fresh blood. That makes 9, Jiufang Ming, with his formidable perception, effortlessly pinpointed the locations of several habitual offenders among the assassins. The only one found by Jiufang Ming was left utterly exhausted, ultimately meeting a Buddha as he was about to depart. A commotion arose from behind Jiufang Ming. The inn's door was violently kicked open, revealing a middle-aged man who locked gazes with Jiufang Ming, flanked by a multitude of exorcist guards, injuring others without cause. Such an offense is punishable by death, the middle-aged man declared coldly, irate that someone would dare commit a crime under his very nose. Exorcist guards, step aside, Jiufang Ming bellowed, sending the middle-aged man sprawling with a forceful blow. Dare to harm my exorcist guards. Do you not fear the exorcist list? The man stubbornly retorted, realizing he was outmatched, and resorting to threats. Corrupt officials are likewise condemned to death. Jiufang Ming then thrust his sword into the man's chest, inscribing the character for greed. Thief, do not be so audacious. One of the exorcist guards trembled as he spoke. Jiufang Ming then brandished his badge. Exorcist guards are conducting an investigation. Who are you to interfere? Depart, he replied coldly. The young man hurriedly vacated the scene, while several of his peers had already vanished without a trace. In a fleeting moment, tales of Jiufang Ming's exploits spread throughout Jiufang City. The heroic account of his slaying of an assassin gaining renown overnight. Meanwhile, within a pavilion of the Jiufang residence, a young lady leisurely sipped tea, eavesdropping on her servant's conversation. That I heard our second young master intends to eliminate all the assassins in Jiufang City for revenge. The one from yesterday was notoriously listed on the exorcist's list. The two intended to continue their discourse until one noticed the young lady's gaze and promptly fell silent. You could scour the entire Min dynasty, and you likely wouldn't fathom, Su Yao remarked with a cold smile. What could you possibly not fathom? Su Yao, sensing the presence of a stranger, was suddenly alarmed, spilling her tea backward. Jiufang Ming had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time. He had eliminated all suspicious characters in Jiufang City, leaving only the so-called distant relative Su Yao, who had recently arrived. He had long found her suspicious, and now, after a mere glance, he had made a discovery. What could you possibly not fathom? Jiufang Ming replied indifferently, the tip of his sword poised at Su Yao's throat. Su Yao showed no inclination to resist, calmly continuing to brew another cup of tea. Volume 2, Chapter 65. The impending storm. Su Yao placidly set down her teacup, the warm, refreshing liquid soothing her throat. If you suspect me of being an assassin, then kill me, she stated unhurriedly. Jiufang Ming detected the underlying implication in her words and requested her guidance. Subsequently, he sheathed his sword, focusing on the young woman before him. Your father was merely robbed of his soul, Su Yao said, revealing no intention to withhold the truth. However, since Jiufang Ming did not inquire, she chose not to disclose further. Her purpose for coming was to scout talent for the Ming dynasty. The royal power was waning, and addressing the need for capable individuals was imperative. What do you mean by that? It was now up to Jiufang Ming to grasp it immediately. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting Min Joga? Su Yao nodded in affirmation, not denying it. How am I to trust your words? Jiufang Ming responded with skepticism, realizing that among the core royal members, only Min Joga was in his vicinity. Su Yao spoke coldly. Do you truly believe that as a mere second young master of the Jiufang family, you can wed Princess Min Xiao without any reason? She then countered. Is her marriage into the Jiufang family merely a simple matter of entering? Jiufang Ming was rendered speechless by her inquiry. Su Yao poured a cup of tea for Jiufang Ming and placed it before him. Jiufang Ming grasped the teacup, pondering for a moment. As he gazed into the reflection within the tea, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Yao. However, there is one thing I do not comprehend. Jiufang Ming voiced his confusion. Su Yao swirled the teacup, savoring its fragrance. Suddenly, Jiufang Ming's murderous intent surged to its peak, and in an instant, multiple long swords materialized, aimed at Su Yao. It's because you treat me as a fool. Su Yao had long sensed Jiufang Ming's murderous intent and swiftly set down the unfinished tea on the table. She then evaded Jiufang Ming's strike with remarkable agility, leaving the once solid stone table shattered into pieces. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Su Yao unleashed her true cultivation, her fingertip poised at Jiufang Ming's throat. When did she? Jiufang Ming was taken aback. This woman's speed was astonishing, and he realized that a mere shift in her intention could spell his demise. He chastised himself for his carelessness. Su Yao retracted her finger, adding, moreover, your little wife possesses two distinct personalities. Jiufang Ming lifted his gaze. Questioning two personalities, Su Yao continued, before Min Jiui, there was a princess named Min Jingwei. She spoke slowly, but upon reaching the age of 16, she was cursed and perished. Jiufang Ming, still shaken by the earlier scene, heightened his vigilance. What does that have to do with Min Jiui? He expressed his confusion. Su Yao regarded him with calmness. The soul of Min Jingwei was drawn into Min Jiui's body, and thus they became one. Jiufang Ming was instantly alarmed, realizing that the Min Jiui by his side could potentially be another person altogether. Their memories were distinct. Even if Min Jingwei had taken your father's soul, Min Jiui would remain oblivious. Su Yao observed the now shattered tabletop, feeling a sense of loss. If this explanation held true, it seemed to make sense, reflecting on the earlier assassin's form, which bore a striking resemblance to Min Jiui. Only their auras diverged greatly. Min Jingwei. Jiufang Ming's eyes blazed with fury. You might scour the entire Min dynasty, but you would never conceive. Su Yao's words trailed off, leaving Jiufang Ming to ponder the remainder. So that is the implication, Jiufang Ming thought to himself, realizing that had it not been for today's serendipitous glimpse, he might have remained oblivious. Su Yao's initial astonishment was at Jiufang Ming's sudden appearance. I have indeed offended you, Jiufang Ming acknowledged with a bow. Conceding his impulsiveness, Su Yao offered a tranquil smile, seemingly unconcerned. Jiufang Ming wandered aimlessly through Jiufang City. Young sir, perhaps you might consider the elixirs I have here, a corpulent merchant proclaimed, standing before his shop. Noticing that Jiufang Ming paid him no heed, the merchant reluctantly shifted his attention elsewhere. Where could my father's corporeal form possibly be, now that he is not deceased? Jiufang Ming pondered this question, hastening his steps towards the Jiufang military camp. Disregarding the regulations of the city, he soared into the air on his sword, swiftly arriving at the military encampment on the outskirts of Jiufang City. Elder brother, Jiufang Ming called out. Upon recognizing his younger sibling, Jiufang Gung promptly ceased his training and approached. Jiufang Ming, filled with urgency, inquired about the whereabouts of their father's physical body. Jiufang Gung, taken aback, quickly ushered Jiufang Ming into the tent. How did you come to know? Jiufang Hong whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. Our father has had his soul usurped. What shall we do? Jiufang Ming shook his head, contemplating a solution, with a sigh. Who claimed that their father was ailing? Jiufang Hong explained. Dine Academy? Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, recalling Qin Zhang's character, which led him to believe that the academy might not be entirely virtuous. However, perhaps his judgment was overly simplistic. Dr. Yi was a well-regarded figure in his time, known far and wide. He even treated you when you were young and is also a master alchemist. Jiufang Hong added. Jiufang Ming did possess some recollection of Yichang, but his foremost concern was finding a way to confront Min Jingwei, as the two shared a single body. It stood to reason that when Min Zhouge was with him, he embodied Min Zhouge, while in the shadows, Min Jingwei likely held sway. Upon exiting the military camp, Jiufang Ming sensed that although his father was close at hand, he felt an insurmountable distance that he promptly called upon Xiang Ji. Jiufang Ming unhesitatingly retrieved the diagram, flipping straight to the last page. Jiufang Ming was momentarily taken aback upon reviewing the content. The Eye of the Saint's diagram, through the cultivation of one's vision, harnesses primordial energy to ultimately achieve the ability to see 1,000 miles and kill with one's gaze. The last page detailed a forbidden technique, crafted and experimentally validated by Xiang Ji herself. If the soul has been stolen and the phantom dust remains, this method can be employed to reconstruct the soul. The practitioner must refine the Eye of the Saint's pill using the eyes and half the soul of a relative of the one whose soul has been stolen. Xiang Ji forced a bitter smile. Ning Qi's soul was obliterated, and the phantom dust has long since vanished. What hope is there for reconstruction? Jiufang Ming ceased his inquiries, burying the sorrowful events of a millennium past. Alchemy. How could I possibly ask for Yichang's words? Would he acquiesce? Jiufang Ming hastened his pace towards the Dine Academy. Who are you? Dared a disciple guarding the entrance of the academy obstructed his path. Stand aside. Jiufang Ming presented his waist token, causing the disciple to freeze in fear. Following the map's guidance at the academy's entrance, Jiufang Ming located the alchemy hall that I wished to see Yi Shenshi. Jiufang Ming stated directly that a young maiden with a graceful appearance assumed Jiufang Ming was there to create trouble, thus she ignored him. I must meet Yi Chang. Yi Shenshi, Jiufang Ming reiterated. The maiden, growing somewhat impatient, inquired, which hall do you belong to, that you dare to confront Elder Yi Chang in such a manner? Jiufang Ming repeated his earlier action and produced his waist token. The maiden exchanged glances with the other disciples. Who seeks me? A middle-aged voice resonated, prompting the disciples to hastily retreat. Upon seeing Yi Chang, Jiufang Ming promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Elder Yi Chang, I have a request. Jiufang Ming said respectfully. Yi Chang's eyes, still partially closed, suddenly widened. What could you possibly want, little one? It's best you leave. Yi Chang casually handed Jiufang Ming a pill. Speaking in an impatient tone, the instant the pill touched Jiufang Ming's hand, he grasped Yi Chang's intention. Then I shall not disturb you any further, senior. Jiufang Ming feigned disappointment before departing. The maiden, witnessing Jiufang Ming's embarrassment, looked at Yi Chang with a sense of satisfaction. Master, this person is overestimating himself. Why not punish him? Shuang Xiangxue remarked with some discontent as she watched Jiufang Ming's retreating figure. Yi Chang gazed into the distance, revealing no expression. Xiangxue, I shall step out for a moment. Please keep an eye on the alchemy hall in my absence. Yi Chang stroked his chin and said. With a resigned acknowledgement, Shuang Xiangxue complied, for Yi Chang was seldom present in the alchemy hall, leaving her to manage it most of the time. Yes, master. Shuang Xiangxue bowed to Yi Chang's back before entering the alchemy room to practice alone. Volume 2, Chapter 66. Memories of a Past Life. As Jiufang Ming exited the Dine Academy, it naturally drew the attention of many. Firstly, due to Jiufang Ming's appearance and demeanor, and secondly, because of his identity as an exorcist. Although Yi Chang outwardly rejected him, the pill he provided carried a deeper implication, suggesting a choice of location for discussion. Xianming pill. There should be a corresponding place nearby. Xianji reminded. Indeed, Jiufang Ming scanned his surroundings and soon discovered a place called the Xianming Commerce Guild. The threshold of the Xianming Commerce Guild was rather high. Typically, those who were not members of prominent families or renowned merchants would be turned away. Jiu Xiling, her eyes glued to the accounts, continued to calculate patiently. Jiufang Ming presented the pill to the maiden. With this pill, may I enter? Jiu Xiling's brows furrowed slightly. To think one could gain entry with merely a pill was rather presumptuous. A burly man approached, snatched the pill, and disdainfully tossed it to the ground. Such worthless pills will only tarnish Miss Xiling's hands. The burly man glared at Jiufang Ming, his eyes filled with contempt. Soon realizing that the aroma emanated from the powdered medicine scattered on the ground. Miss Xiling, what is this fellow up to now? The burly man observed Jiufang Ming, intent on resorting to violence. Xiling, what are you doing? An elderly man approached, perplexed, questioning why the usually poised Miss Xiling would engage in such a disregardful act. Uncle Bai, we have esteemed guests, Jiu Xiling replied, glancing towards Jiufang Ming, the elder. Uncle Bai bowed, his eyes brimming with respect. Jiu Xiling stood respectfully to the side, remaining silent. Jiufang Ming nodded slightly, casting a pointed glance at the earlier burly man. Senior, Yi Chong sent me to await him, Jiufang Ming stated, affirming that Xiang Ji's words indeed held truth. President Yi. Jiu Xiling gasped, astonished that the youth before her not only possessed the Xianming Dan, but had also received a personal invitation from the president. I must apologize for my lack of discernment in recognizing the Xianming Dan at first sight. I hope you can forgive my oversight, Jiu Xiling said, slightly bowing while pulling the burly man back. Jiufang Ming remained unperturbed, exhaling softly that I have heard them refer to you as Miss Xiling. May I inquire about your surname? Jiufang Ming asked, reminiscing about past encounters. He recalled how Tang Hu and others had mentioned this name. And now, 5 years later, he found himself face to face with the person, deeming it a twist of fate. It seems we share a certain affinity, Jiufang Ming remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he produced a low-tier phantom martial technique. This phantom martial technique is a gift of fate, Miss Xiling. Jiufang Ming extended the meticulously replicated jade slip of the phantom martial technique towards Jiu Xiling. Before she could react, he followed Uncle Bai into the depths of the merchant association. Could it be that he has an interest in me? Jiu Xiling mused, feeling the warm jade slip, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Senior Yi, upon hearing footsteps, Jiufang Ming hastily approached. The young lad is quite astute, Yi Chong remarked, visibly pleased to see the respectful Jiufang Ming. Everyone, please step back, he commanded, clearing the area. Jiufang Ming and Yi Chong took their seats, each pouring themselves a cup of tea. Senior Yi, how fares my father's physical form? Jiufang Ming asked urgently. Yi Chong took a sip of tea and sighed. Without his spirit, it is difficult for him to improve. Setting down his cup, Yi Chong tapped the table lightly, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you possess a solution? Yi Chong inquired, sensing Jiufang Ming's hesitation. Understanding that Jiufang Ming was testing him, he smiled faintly before finishing his tea. Your father and I share a bond of life and death. If you trust me, I am willing to risk my life for him. Yi Chong resolutely stated. Jiufang Ming also finished a cup of tea, acknowledging that it was the younger generation who had been disrespectful. Is it a matter of having one's lifespan? Yi Chong dismissed the notion with an air of nonchalance. I am a master alchemist. I have no shortage of elixirs to extend my life. Yi Chong discerned Jiufang Ming's concerns. Although Xiang Ji had never mentioned to him that employing forbidden techniques in alchemy would reduce the alchemist's lifespan by half, Jiufang Ming had certainly heard whispers of it. Not easily mastered by ordinary individuals. With newfound determination, Jiufang Ming drew forth a blade. Gazing into the reflection of the blade, he closed his eyes, realizing that this might be the last moment he could truly perceive the world. In the realm of cultivation, mere perception suffices. Sight would only become a burden. Jiufang Ming swiftly plunged the blade toward his eyes, and immediately felt a warm flow cascading down his cheeks. With the loss of his eyes, he endured the pain and rose. I still possess half of my soul. Jiufang Ming consumed a soul-rending pill and subsequently fell into unconsciousness. Yi Chong sighed, lamenting the cruel fate that befalls the gifted. He then retrieved a cauldron, drawing Jiufang Ming's half-soul into it. After a painstaking process of refinement, Yi Chang's complexion turned pale, and his hands grew increasingly. Your soul has been stolen. Were it not for the presence of your devoted son, one might fear you would soon meet your demise. Yi Chong recounted in detail the events leading up to this moment, including the harrowing process by which Jiufang Ming sought to rescue his father. Tears streamed down Jiufang Wu's face as he realized his son still lived. Take me to him at once. Jiufang Wu was eager to reunite with his second son. After only a few steps, he beheld a young man kneeling before him. Father, Jiufang Ming cried, tears unshed, remaining in that humble posture. You are my Ming'er, Jiufang Wu lifted the youth, unveiling the dark shroud. This, upon seeing two empty sockets where eyes once were. Jiufang Wu embraced his son tightly. The once desolate Jiufang residence was now adorned with festive lights. The second young master of the Jiufang family is indeed a dutiful son, remarked a passerby, watching the somber figure in black approach. What a pity for such a talent to lose his sight. Does it not render him a shell of his former self? Another onlooker mused. Their focus differing. Jiufang Ming displayed no outward emotion, yet his excitement was palpable. Cousin, you. Jiufang Hong felt a pang in his heart upon seeing the shroud draped over Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Gong, accompanied by a large contingent, rushed over, joy lighting his face at the sight of his father. Father, Jiufang Gong knelt before Jiufang Wu, falling silent. Husband, Jiufang matriarch wept tears of joy, overwhelmed to learn that her spouse had returned from the brink of death. Jiufang Ming received the crowd's reverence with indifference, stepping into the residence. Standing atop the high tower, he felt the gentle breeze. Unable to see the distant lights or the bustling world below, that Su Yao arrived swiftly at Jiufang Ming's side. With a serene smile, he remarked, "Mundane affairs entangle me. My progress is hindered, now that the dust has settled. I can devote myself to cultivation. It is not so simple." Su Yao shook her head. The Jiufang clan has become a thorn in the royal family's side. It is only a matter of time before they act. Min Jiuge serves as a harbinger. After her words, she departed. Min Ning, the debts of a millennium must be settled once and for all. Jiufang Ming murmured, lost in a chaotic reverie. Xiang Ji observed from the shadows with keen intent. Fang Yin, after such a long absence, will you not greet an old friend? Jiufang Ming, noticing the ring, remained aloof. The voids that once existed had now returned to their original state. After all, you will awaken your past memories one day. I merely assist you, Xiang Ji said with a cunning smile. Jiufang Ming then unleashed a terrifying aura, enveloped in a swirling power, but I am still myself, merely enriched by the memories of my former life. He stated, unfazed. Xiang Ji's forbidden technique required only a fraction of one's soul. Such a claim was likely made to facilitate the merging of a fragment of the soul within Yuan Chun with the remnants of his own. But you are also Fang Yin, are you not? Xiang Ji's voice echoed again. Jiufang Ming hesitated, words caught in his throat. Any fragment of the host of eternal life Yuan Chun can be refined into elixirs to reshape the soul. Xiang Ji added, why not mention this sooner? The agony of such piercing pain is unbearable, Jiufang Ming lamented. Regardless, you possess eternal life Yuan Chun. Restoration should not take long, Xiang Ji countered. Regardless, Jiufang Ming found himself helpless. Descending from the eaves under the cover of night. Volume 2, Chapter 67. The king of Shaozhou comes knocking. The Min dynasty, vast in expanse, occupies no less than 1% of the Yunting continent, comprising 24 states, with Jiufang Ming residing in Shaozhou. The heart of Shaozhou lies in Xiaoqing. Although Jiufang City far surpasses Xiaoqing in terms of economic strength and its status within the dynasty, its geographical location remains inferior to that of Xiaoqing. The scale of Jiufang City pales in comparison to Xiaoqing. Yet formidable sects are predominantly situated in the vicinity of Jiufang City, drawn by the renown of the Jiufang family and the stature of royal relatives. Xiang Yi, does the ring contain a map of the current Min dynasty? Jiufang Ming inquired. Due to losing half of his soul, a fragment of his past life spirit within the Chongqing Yuanqing fused with his own, and coupled with the terrifying restorative abilities of the Chongqing Yuanqing, Jiufang Ming's eyes had returned to their original state, awakening memories of his former life. Xiang Yi's resigned voice responded, indeed, it exists, but the map is quite dated. Very well. Jiufang Ming held no aversion to his identity as the wicked Emperor Fang Ying from his past life. Their memories intertwined, rendering distinctions between the two nearly indistinguishable. Fang Ying, do you have any idea how many lives were lost because of you? Xiang Yi remarked coolly. Jiufang Ming was momentarily taken aback, meticulously sifting through the memories of his former self. Ning Qi, a pang of sorrow struck Jiufang Ming's heart as he recalled his dear brother, who perished in a self-destructive explosion of Yuan Chun to preserve the last remnants of Jiufang Ming's soul. Xiang Yi, perceptive to Jiufang Ming's emotions, continued, and you. Jiufang Ming was astonished. Though he had encountered Xiang Yi a millennium ago, she was not the type to sacrifice herself for others. Xiang Yi's tone grew grave. When Ning Qi's soul shattered, Lin Yan hunted me down, and in her fury over Ning Qi's demise, She transformed me into a ring spirit. Can you not hold any blame for this? Subsequently, Xiang Yi fell silent, having awaited over 1,000 years, trapped within this ring, a solitude laden with an interminable lifespan. Even if Jiufang Ming possessed the strength to break the ring's confinement and release her, his physical form had long since ceased to exist. Where would she go then? Noticing the ring had fallen silent, Jiufang Ming refrained from further discourse. Outside the Jiufang residence, a throng of individuals surged towards the estate, led by a strikingly handsome youth, mounted on a spirited steed, who brazenly surveyed the array of beautiful women. Young Master Tianhua, we have arrived, a middle-aged man respectfully announced, subsequently instructing the other guards to remain composed. Xiang Tianhua nodded, making no move. Lord Xiang, while the Jiufang residence may not be a grand establishment, entering on horseback seems rather. Dingda discerned Xiang Tianhua's intentions and stated with neither deference nor contempt. With disdain, Xiang Tianhua remained mounted, showing no inclination to dismount. Lord Xiang, do not compel us to act against our better judgment, Yao Qing interjected, fully aware of the guest's arrogance and elevated status. Xiang Tianhua paced his restless steed for a few moments before snorting derisively. You may dismount. However, I demand that you crawl on your hands and knees, bearing me upon your back. Ding Da's expression shifted dramatically. This was clearly a provocation. Yao Qing's countenance darkened as well. Xiang Tianhua mockingly regarded the two, thinking it audacious for mere hounds of a minor family to dare challenge him. The dogs of Xiaoqing speak in such a manner. Jiufang Ming had already sensed the disturbance and subsequently emerged. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiang Tianhua remained unfazed. That I am the son of the king of Shaozhou. What are you? Xiang Tianhua's disdain grew as he continued to perch upon his steed. Jiufang Ming's murderous intent surged, and he was poised to end the life of this man. Do not act rashly, for this individual holds an exalted status. Dingda conveyed through sound. Jiufang Ming hesitated momentarily. Kill him, and I shall bear the consequences. Su Yao stated leisurely as she stepped forward, clearly disturbed by the early morning intrusion. Xiang Tianhua let out a hearty belch, perhaps a result of indulgence after a feast. How dare this little wench speak to me in such a tone? She must be in need of proper discipline. With a swift motion, Xiang Tianhua struck the horse's back, startling it. The horse reared its head, causing the long sword attached to its bridle to fly out. Xiang Tianhua leaped across the horse's back, seizing the sword and lunging it towards Su Yao. She regarded him coldly, as if a dead man had suddenly appeared in her gaze. Halt! Roared Xiang Ping. The king of Shaozhou. Xiang Tianhua's hand trembled, and the sword fell from the air. Father, he mumbled, lowering his head as he clumsily retrieved the sword. Xiang Ping, embodying the demeanor of a strong leader, first bowed respectfully to Jiufang Ming before turning to kick Xiang Tianhua. Stung by the blow, Xiang Tianhua dared not voice his pain, merely glaring at Jiufang Ming and Su Yao. These two wretches, just wait until I deal with you, he thought with delight, envisioning the moment he would conquer Su Yao. Xiang Ping's eyelids twitched. This young woman appeared strikingly familiar. Su Yao turned, leaving only her silhouette behind. Take your entourage and leave, she declared icily. Xiang Ping stared at her retreating figure, momentarily entranced, yet failed to recognize her. However, upon hearing her tone, he was taken aback. That I implore you, Lady Yao, to temper your anger, Xiang Ping said with respect, having recognized the young woman. But how could the imperial consort of the Min dynasty be in such a humble place? A sense of unease washed over Xiang Ping as he led his men to seek refuge at an inn, casting disapproving glances at Xiang Tianhua numerous times along the way. You, who cannot resist the charms of a woman, have now offended a royal consort. I shall see how you manage the aftermath, Xiang Ping reproached in frustration. Xiang Tianhua covered his face, fearful of impending retribution. Very well, I shall grant you some funds. Find a place and indulge as you please. Although still simmering with anger, Xiang Ping had no choice but to relent, for this was his own son. Slowly, Xiang Tianhua removed his hand and cast a glance at his father. Understood. With the funds in hand, Xiang Tianhua naturally sought to entice the women of the world. Even knowing his son's whereabouts, Xiang Ping could scarcely voice his discontent. The king of Shaozhou has arrived? Jiufang Ming walked in. What troubles you, father? Jiufang Ming thought to himself, scoffing inwardly, and then comforted his father. This king of Shaozhou is merely a petty figure. As the upper beam is crooked, so too is the lower beam. His son, mind your words. Jiufang Wu admonished. Jiufang Ming found himself without retort. What of the king of Xiaozhou? To enter the Jiufang residence, one must kneel and proceed on their own accord. As for Xiangping, Jiufang Ming harbors genuine disdain for him. He is merely an old fool, inept at teaching his offspring. And how much better can he truly be? However, given that he occupies the throne of the Xiaozhou king, it stands to reason he possesses some degree of skill. This old fox has arrived neither too early nor too late. Jiufang Ming silently calculates that it has been over half a year since he departed from Huaizong. Given the character of the former Shi Fangyin, this individual would not last a second in his presence. The reason is simple. He is excessively pretentious and noisy. The old fox has come again. Jiufang Ming squints slightly. Sensing a vaguely familiar aura, it is undoubtedly Xiangping. This time, Xiangping has come prepared, having exerted considerable effort to win over the Jiufang clan. President Yi, I must entrust this matter to you, Xiangping remarks, walking alongside Yichang. Hearing this, Yichang feigns a look of great appreciation. Rest assured, King of Xiaozhou, I understand the temperament of Jiufang W. Why Yichang pretends to flatter. Xiangping laughs heartily. Once this is accomplished, the future lord of Jiufang City shall be none other than you, Yichang. Upon hearing this, Yichang inwardly scoffs, yet maintains an impassive facade. He knows well that no merit comes without reward. Does he not? Xiangping chuckles, bemused by the pretense. The two arrive at the entrance of the residence, where Dingda promptly grants them entry. With the head of the household signal, there is no need for him to impose any further obstruction. Lord of Jiufang, Xiangping bows as he steps into the main hall. Jiufang Wu, upon witnessing Xiangping's display, feels a twinge of aversion but still approaches warmly. Elder Jiufang, Jiufang Wu exclaims with delight. Yichang and Jiufang Wu exchange glances before taking their seats. As the saying goes, one does not approach the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Let us speak plainly. Jiufang Wu pours a cup of rich tea and slides it across the table to Xiangping. After taking a sip, Xiangping nearly chokes. Cough. What does the Lord mean by this? Xiangping inquires, bewildered that a wise man does not speak in riddles. Yichang interjects. Xiangping, unable to steady his cup, lets it fall. Wasn't Yichang supposed to persuade Jiufang Wu to relinquish military power? Why has he suddenly changed his tune? As he wipes away the spilled tea, Xiangping asks, what do you two mean by this? Jiufang Wu bursts into laughter. What do you think you are, king of Xiaozhou, to dare bully me? Jiufang Wu. Xiangping is taken aback. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he has been deceived, or perhaps he misheard. I had half a mind to be cautious with you, but now my son is the holy envoy of exorcism. What do you amount to? Jiufang Wu takes a sip of tea and then spits it all over Xiangping's face. You. Xiangping is left drenched in tea, utterly disheveled. What do you mean by that? Over these years, how could I possibly be unaware of your intentions towards the Jiufang army? Jiufang Wu regards Xiangping with disdain. Are you planning a rebellion? Jiufang Ming gazes at Xiangping, his smile growing more pronounced. Xiangping's breath catches. His secrets are likely laid bare, but do you have any evidence? The old fox's greatest skill is his audacity. If you were to ally with me, you would enjoy endless rewards. Before Xiang Tianhua could finish his words, he succumbed to slumber once more. Xiangping's complexion turned ashen. Who else could this be, if not his own son? Is there anything left to discuss now? Jiufang Ming scoffed coldly. Aware of Xiangping's intentions, Jiufang Wu initially felt a pang of concern, but upon recognizing Jiufang Ming's status as the exorcism saint envoy, his worries dissipated. To privately consolidate military power across regions is nothing short of rebellion. Even a state king cannot escape such a fate. As the exorcism saint envoy, Jiufang Ming naturally possessed the authority to eliminate insurrectionists. And Xiangping was destined for execution. Just based on you, Xiangping revealed his true prowess, a king of a state, who could be underestimated. Apologies, the tea has been infused with a special ingredient. Jiufang Wu smiled at Xiangping. Yichang smirked, stating that he had personally crafted as Xiangping prepared to strike. He discovered that his illusionary energy was entirely unresponsive. Jiufang Ming regarded Xiangping with a frigid stare. Is there any further nonsense to utter? Xiangping's words were abruptly cut short as Jiufang Ming restrained his movement, subsequently contacting Wang He to apprehend him. Wang He, with severe interrogation methods, Jiufang Ming tossed Xiangping to Wang He. Indifferent to his fate, Wang He hesitated upon realizing he was facing the king of Xiaozhou, but upon learning of Xiangping's crimes, he suddenly became eager. rubbing his hands together. My subordinates will swiftly extract the results. Wang He said with feigned deference. Take this one as well. Jiufang Ming cast a disdainful glance at Xiang Tianhua and declared, the father and son of the Xiang family were thrown into a dark cell by the exorcism guards, enduring relentless torture day and night. Volume 2, Chapter 68. Must one still learn alchemy? The sun extinguished the morning haze, the crimson orb ascended, and the sky occasionally echoed with the cries of birds. Jiufang City, the prison of the exorcism guards. I confess everything. Keep that thing away from me. Xiang Ping's face, swollen like a pig's head, shook violently as he caught sight of the venomous insect. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Wang He's grin widened, and after stowing away the poison, he organized the torture instruments before a youth-like man entered the room. My lord, the king of Shaozhou has confessed everything. He began to spew blood uncontrollably. Jiufang Ming produced an edict and pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. The king of Shaozhou, Xiang Ping, has unlawfully seized military power. Execution. Jiufang Ming indifferently rolled up the edict. Xiang Ping's face turned ashen. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xiang Tianhua beside him, he let out a sigh. You dare to kill me? The Palace of Grievance will certainly not spare you. Xiang Tianhua struggled slightly, the chains rattling ominously. Jiufang Ming raised an eyebrow, for he loathed being threatened by others. You threaten me? Jiufang Ming stepped forward and grasped Xiang Ping's touch. The 9 directions of the underworld cast the imperial edict towards Wang He, who, having successfully captured the traitors, was elevated to the esteemed position of protector against evil. Upon receiving the edict and hearing the words of the 9 directions of the underworld, Wang He felt a surge of joy within. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your gracious promotion, he expressed, bowing respectfully as he watched the 9 directions depart, his heart brimming with gratitude. The 9 directions maintained his steady stride, indifferent to the sentiments expressed. Am I then also considered a traitor? The 9 directions mused, self-mockery lacing his thoughts, reflecting on his own actions, which seemed somewhat contradictory. Utilizing the power bestowed upon him by the descendants of Min Ning to eradicate traitors, would it not be more advantageous to keep him alive? He pondered, if Prince Xiang Ping harbored rebellious thoughts, it would undoubtedly benefit his own cause in overthrowing the Min dynasty. However, Xiang Ping, of all people, should never have set his sights on the 9 directions family. Although Emperor Min Ning remained hidden from the eyes of the world, he was still alive, as was the illustrious Lin Yan, not to mention the illusory Emperor Min Ning. But were not all of Min Ning's accomplishments derived from his own efforts? You are overthinking again, Xiang Ji remarked with a hint of discontent. As long as the 9 directions delves into the memories of his other half-soul, the ring will resonate automatically. What baseless thoughts are you entertaining? The 9 directions suddenly recalled a person he should not have thought of. You still love that Eugene, do you not? Xiang Ji's voice held an unusual tone. How could that possibly be? They had grown up together, cultivating their skills without hindrance, and had entered the same sect, sharing a profound love for centuries. However, in the end, Eugene changed her heart and married another, his lifelong adversary. Though she was not entirely certain, the current royal family of the Min dynasty consists entirely of your descendants from your past life. As soon as she spoke, Xiang Ji regretted her words. The 9 directions expression remained indifferent, yet it could not mask the underlying panic. If this were indeed his progeny, it would be a profound moral transgression, especially in light of his relationship with Min Jiuge. If it is truly so, I shall show no mercy. Recognizing a thief as an ancestor has nothing to do with me, the 9 directions declared, his murderous intent becoming apparent before he rapidly suppressed it. Look at how frightened you are. Min Ning indeed has but one son. However, before that, Eugene bore a daughter who, for reasons unknown, met an untimely demise. Xiang Ji teased that a fleeting glimmer of hope in the 9 directions gaze vanished in an instant. He could not forget her. In this world of altered circumstances, would it not be a better path to abandon revenge and become a contemporary hero? The 9 directions found himself enveloped in confusion, completely devoid of the fervor that once drove him to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. If that is the case, have I not died in vain once? His resolve hardened as he extracted a technique. Embarking on a long-awaited journey of cultivation, burdened by trivial matters, his progress was excruciatingly slow. The sword technique he practiced was the 9 directions of an action sword, a profound and ethereal martial art, the mastery of which required enhancement, and when paired with the footwork of the Weixing family, it could unleash its maximum potential. Jiufang Ming repeatedly demonstrated his most adept sword techniques in his mind. Immersed in this reverie, his spirit seemed to float skyward, soaring to the heavens. As he opened his eyes, Jiufang Ming exhaled contentedly. In the tranquil room, the candles had been lit unbeknownst to him. Although he possessed an abundance of elixirs, he knew they would eventually be depleted. Jiufang Ming entertained a new notion, self-study alchemy. Not only could alchemy enhance his cultivation, but it would also address his financial concerns. Elixirs could not be directly converted into currency, and at times, carrying them could invite trouble. If he mastered the art of alchemy, he would undoubtedly attract those who would willingly offer him wealth. Lacking a mentor, self-study seemed nearly impossible. He had the cauldron and ample materials in his ring, with the illusory flame readily available as well. In truth, the first person who came to mind was Yi Chong. Yet since he already had a master, he let that thought pass. A master of the 8th rank in illusion. Jiufang Ming affirmed his own cultivation. Since the battle in Ningguo, he had made little progress. Are there any master elixirs left? Jiufang Ming inquired. The 3rd tier requires reaching the rank of Illusion King to unlock. But once I attain that rank, what use will I have for master elixirs? Jiufang Ming chuckled wryly. I might as well focus on diligent training. He personally rummaged through the illusory martial techniques, thereby enabling them to compose a formula that he had never encountered such a thing in his previous life. Jiufang Ming was eager to refine it. However, once refined, it would be lost, and moreover, it belonged to Lin Yen. Xiang Ji kindly cautioned. The elixir tome of Lin Yen, perhaps it's best to leave it be. Jiufang Ming recalled the moment when Lin Yen had mistakenly given him the wrong elixir. Otherwise, she would have surely sought to eliminate him. Jiufang Ming felt a wave of trepidation before putting away the tome. Known as the elixir sovereign, Lin Yen had a unique approach to alchemy. Yet it had not been enough to revive the deceased Ning Qi. Since this was indeed a tome on elixirs, it should contain instructions on how to refine them, with a mindset open to experimentation. Jiufang Ming remarked. Wait a moment, Xiang Ji interjected, then floated out from the ring. What is it? Jiufang Ming asked earnestly as he perused the tome, yet found nothing of value. Aren't you the evil Emperor Fangyin? Not possess knowledge of refining elixirs? I am such a fool, Jiufang Ming thought despondently, as he fiddled with the idea of learning alchemy, a subject he was once intimately familiar with, merged with a fragment of memory from his past life. Jiufang Ming felt a tremor at the corners of his mouth. The art of refining elixirs, and here he was contemplating learning it. Jiufang Ming still harbored confidence in his previous life's alchemical prowess. Jiufang Ming retrieved the cauldron, and a radiant illusionary flame blossomed in his hand, instantly warming the room. The windwalking pill. Jiufang Ming procured the corresponding herbs. This ring truly was a treasure trove, perhaps containing more wealth than he had ever known in his past life. 3 stalks of silvermoon grass, the luo wen root crushed into a fine pulp, all set for the fiery refinement. After pulverizing the luo wen root, Jiufang Ming enveloped it with the silvermoon grass and placed it into the alchemical cauldron. Before long, the air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of the herbs, a delightful scent wafting about. Jiufang Ming, seizing the moment, manipulated the illusionary energy to mold the concoction into form. The pill was complete. Satisfied, Jiufang Ming gazed upon the finished elixir, carefully storing it in a vial. A batch of windwalking pills yielded 5 exquisite pieces. He counted the pills. Memories of an old acquaintance surfaced in his previous life. During his novice days of alchemy, an unfortunate explosion had occurred. Eugene, on the verge of success, had made a small gesture to spare Fangyin from embarrassment, resulting in yet another disastrous explosion. At that time, it had seemed somewhat amusing, but now it stirred a profound sense of sorrow that if only the flowers of Xianglin bloomed resplendently, one could step outside to behold the beauty. Such hardship. Jiufang Ming sampled the pill, finding it as bitter as ever. Typically, the windwalking pill was sweet, but Jiufang Ming had added the luo wen root to enhance its efficacy. Thus, sweetness had transformed into bitterness. Regardless of the elixir, the unassuming luo wen root could render it bitter. Volume 2, Chapter 69. The invitation from the Merchant Association. The mist dissipated. Having absorbed illusionary energy throughout the night, Jiufang Ming rose with delight. Today's task was to visit the Merchant Association to procure some herbs. He recalled Shangguan Yun. The Shangguan family's Merchant Association should be quite substantial, though he wondered whether Shangguan Yun's words held any weight. Although the pills within the ring were plentiful, they would eventually be exhausted. and the identity of a pill master naturally commanded respect from others that in his past life. Jiufang Ming's alchemical skills were unparalleled. Young master, the Xianming Merchant Association has sent an invitation. Please take a look. Dingda rushed in from outside, holding an exquisite envelope. Jiufang Ming took the envelope from Dingda's hand. The Xianming Merchant Association? The contents of the letter were straightforward, inviting Jiufang Ming to attend the auction, with the signature in the lower right corner being none other than Yi Chong. Since it was Yi Chong, Jiufang Ming naturally intended to honor his invitation. That on the way to the Xianming Merchant Association, Jiufang Ming encountered a familiar face, Wang He. Though Wang He acted arrogantly in public, his conduct was always within reasonable bounds. Wang He's bowing attracted the attention of the townsfolk and vendors in Jiufang City, creating a crowd that swelled around them. Jiufang Ming regarded Wang He with his usual indifference. Make way for the holy envoy. Wang He bellowed, sensing Jiufang Ming's piercing gaze sending chills down his spine. The crowd quickly averted their gazes, while the vendors returned to their livelihoods. The upcoming auction at the Xianming Merchant Association promised to attract many affluent heirs. As Jiufang City was already a gathering place for noble families, their combined wealth rivaling that of a first-rate sect. However, the profound heritage of the Xianming Merchant Guild far surpasses that of first-rate sects. Whether considering its members or the management, each individual possesses remarkable talents and formidable cultivation. Even more stringent are the entrance requirements of the Xianming Merchant Guild, yet these thresholds are virtually non-existent for Jiufang Ming. Individuals such as alchemists and blacksmiths are permitted to enter for the purpose of selling their wares, while all others are categorically denied access. The guiding principle of the Xianming Merchant Guild is to forge friendships through wealth. Without financial means, one is not allowed entry, and upon leaving the guild, one cannot hope to retain even a single coin. The former is easily understood, while the latter stems from the guaranteed quality of the auctioned items offered by the guild. Master Jiufang, you have arrived, exclaimed Zhou Xiling, her face lighting up upon seeing a familiar face. After practicing the cultivation technique Jiufang Ming had given her, her cultivation level had risen by 1 tier, and her physique had undergone certain changes. Most notably, her aura had shifted from youthful naivety to a more mature charm, making her particularly captivating. Jiufang Ming mused that this young lady was undoubtedly the auctioneer of the Xianming Merchant Guild. The fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, and he dared not breathe too deeply, fearing it might reveal something amiss. Zhou Xiling led Jiufang Ming into a private box, likely reserved for distinguished guests. Satisfied, Jiufang Ming took his seat, and Zhou Xiling subsequently prepared a cup of tea. This tea is delightful. What is it brewed from? Jiufang Ming inquired, savoring the beverage that seemed to carry the essence of medicinal herbs. Is it Luo Wenjian? But isn't tea that bitter? Jiufang Ming was taken aback. His past life had endowed him with profound knowledge of alchemy, and yet he failed to recognize such an herb. Indeed, the Windwalk pill contained this very Luo Wenjian. Downing its contents in one gulp. What a splendid tea! The young man exclaimed, leaving Jiufang Ming feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at the cup, contemplating how he could continue drinking from it. Master Yi. The teacup is Zhou Xiling stammered, a hint of embarrassment evident at Yi Yun's actions. Yi Yun, holding a white fan and dressed in simple garments, quietly observed the bustling crowd at the Merchant Guild's auction. Xiling, prepare yourself. I will entertain Master Jiufang, Yi Yun said as he closed his fan, addressing Zhou Xiling. Seeing that the private boxes were nearing full capacity, she nodded and hurried away. Jiufang Ming wished to continue sipping his tea, but as his hand approached the cup, he hesitated, remembering it had been used by Yi Yun. Yi Yun set down his white fan and asked, do you know why this Luo Wenjian tastes so sweet now? Jiufang Ming, intrigued, glanced at the fan before turning to meet Yi Yun's gaze. Might Master Yi have some insight to share? Jiufang Ming mused, his attention drifting to the intricate carvings on the teacup from Zhou Xiling's address of Yi Yun. He sensed that this individual held an extraordinary status within the Xianming Merchant Guild. Yi Yun unfurled the white fan, revealing a depiction of the Luo Wenjian. This Luo Wenjian was once bitter. But that was a millennium ago, he explained, pointing to the illustration on the fan. The seemingly unremarkable rhizome unexpectedly transforms into an exquisite embellishment for a fan, much like the art of alchemy. When one incorporates a few mundane elements, the ultimate outcome invariably diverges from the ordinary. Curiously inquired Jiufang Ming, as she retrieved the rhizome from her ring. Min Tianfei Eugene cherished tea brewed from this rhizome. And one day, the Heavenly Emperor, intrigued, sampled it only to find the flavor bitter. Thus, he summoned a herbalist to refine this particular medicinal herb, and from that moment forth, the rhizome was forever sweetened. As Yiyun accepted the rhizome from Jiufang Ming, he was immediately struck by a profound bitterness that pierced his soul. Jiufang Ming pondered deeply. Did she truly enjoy the rhizome? Well, if it is sweet, then so be it. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she disregarded whether it had already been touched by Yiyun, and drank it in one gulp. The glimmer of tears shone in Jiufang Ming's eyes. Perhaps once it was sweetened, she would never partake of this rhizome again. Bitterness has its own merits, just as sweetness possesses its distinct flavor. Yiyun rotated the rhizome, allowing the bitterness to disperse. The Xianming auction officially commenced. The attendees were well aware of the rules of the trade. When Jiao Xiling presented a box, the hall fell into a hushed silence. The fifth-grade medicinal pill, Xianming Dan, was meticulously crafted by the esteemed President Yichang, with a total of 10 pieces available. Jiao Xiling surveyed the tranquil atmosphere with satisfaction and instinctively glanced towards the upper tier, where Jiufang and Yiyun were seated. The starting bid was set at 1,000 low-grade yuan stones, with increments no less than 10 stones. Upon concluding her announcement, Jiao Xiling stood poised with the box. 1,500 low-grade yuan stones. Came the voice of a middle-aged man. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, which emanated from the distinguished guest box. With no further bids, the item was awarded to guest number 39. A man descended swiftly, handing the payment to Jiao Xiling before departing with an air of indifference. Yiyun stroked his chin, pondering why no one sought to purchase his father's pills. Jiufang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Her initial surmise proved correct. Yiyun was undoubtedly Yi Chang's son. Those with later numbers hesitated to bid, while those with earlier numbers looked down upon the item. Jiufang Ming mused. Does young Master Jiufang not find the Xianming Dan appealing? Yiyun remarked, gazing at the center of the auction. Jiufang Ming discerned the underlying implication. A gentleman aids in the success of others. Upon hearing this response, Yiyun fell silent. Soon, another item was presented, a statue of medium size, roughly life-sized. Whose statue is this? It feels so familiar. Jiufang Ming's body instinctively leaned forward. Yiyun, noticing Jiufang Ming's intrigue, identified it as the statue of Min Tianfei. Jiufang Ming hesitated, grappling with the urge to act. How could he resist bidding on the likeness of his once beloved? The statue of the Tianfei is priced at 5 million low-grade yuan stones, or 50,000 middle-grade yuan stones, or 5 high-grade yuan stones, Jiao Xiling stated calmly, emphasizing the price as quite reasonable. Each bidding increment must not be less than 50,000. Jiao Xiling added. Miss Xiling. Yet Jiao Xiling was the front desk manager of the trading company, managing sums in the tens of millions, if not billions, and particularly in high-grade yuan stones. 0.5 million low-grade yuan stones seemed like sheer folly. The young man, noticing the absence of further bids, felt a profound sense of satisfaction, particularly with the presence of Jiufang Ming seated across from him. After much contemplation and inner turmoil, Jiufang Ming ultimately chose to relinquish his pursuit. This development had not escaped the keen observation of Shangguan Ziyu, who, at the moment of bidding, aimed to both seize the opportunity and curtail Jiufang Ming's momentum. Although he publicly held the title of the Exorcist Saint, within the confines of the Xianming Chamber of Commerce, he was inconsequential. Should fortune favor him, the acquisition of beauty would be the icing on the cake. Jiufang Ming collected his thoughts, unwilling to further engage in the auction of the item. Yiyun lowered his gaze, equally disinterested in the escalating contention. 0.7 million. A young girl's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Jiufang Ming opened his eyes and turned his attention toward the source of the voice. Su Yao's voice echoed once more among the crowd. Such a sum for a mere statue seemed rather excessive, commented an elder from the Shangguan clan, tugging at Shangguan Ziyu's garment. An MY decision is resolute. 20 million, Shangguan Ziyu proclaimed with haughty pride. Humph, Su Yao scoffed, feigning displeasure while secretly feeling quite satisfied. After all, it was rather foolish of Shangguan Ziyu to inflate the price of her own merchandise. With a triumphant stride, Shangguan Ziyu approached the auction stage, deftly placing the storage ring upon Zhu Ziling's hand. Zhu Ziling felt a wave of revulsion, yet refrained from expressing her displeasure. Damn, this is heavy. Shangguan Ziyu cradled the statue, as if it were a beloved. Though she found herself troubled by its weight that if transportation proves cumbersome, the chamber can assist with delivery, Zhu Ziling found solace in Shangguan Ziyu's predicament. What a worthless statue to in a fit of anger, Shangguan Ziyu kicked the statue. The statue trembled momentarily, and then its arms suddenly detached. This is a disaster. A hush fell over the crowd. An item purchased for 20 million had just been rendered defective. This is catastrophic. Shangguan Ziyu's heart sank as she realized the gravity of the situation. The rumors of the celestial consort's beauty paled in comparison to the ethereal grace and unparalleled beauty of Miss Xiling. In the eyes of this humble observer, Shangguan Ziyu hastily sought to salvage the situation. Glancing at Zhu Ziling. Damn it, you're courting death. Jiufang Ming erupted from his private box, fury igniting within him to in the 7th chapter of the 2nd volume, titled Misunderstanding. Jiufang Ming's 8th-tier illusion mastery surged forth, propelling him toward Shangguan Ziyu. Jiufang Ming could no longer contain himself. He should have secured that statue, for its worth to him was beyond measure. The chamber's auctions strictly forbade violence, and Jiufang Ming's actions could lead to imprisonment by the exorcist guards. With charges of willfully disrupting the trading order, the onlookers were merely spectators, oblivious to the true cause of Jiufang Ming's wrath. What did you say? Shangguan Ziyu scoffed as she recognized Jiufang Ming approaching. Without uttering a word, Jiufang Ming advanced, conjuring a sword that pierced directly into Shangguan Ziyu's chest. Reacting instinctively, she stumbled backward, the blade merely grazing her, its tip having penetrated her flesh. The strike of an illusionist is no trifling matter. Although Shangguan Ziyu possesses the cultivation of an illusionist, she remains somewhat cautious. Are you Jiufang Ming? Shangguan Ziyu coldly inquires, her gaze fixed on Jiufang Ming. With killing intent simmering within her, that Wei Yun rises and interjects. Please, both of you, remain calm. Upon hearing Yi Yun's voice, Shangguan Ziyu retracts her murderous aura, while Jiufang Ming continues to glare at her with fervent anger. Jiufang Ming halts, realizing he has overstepped the boundaries of the auction. Since young Master Yi has spoken, I shall not pursue this matter further, Shangguan Ziyu asserts, attempting to appear magnanimous. You think you can deceive me? Jiufang Ming directs his gaze at Yi Yun, who suddenly feels a chill in the air. It was a misunderstanding to why Yi Yun realizes that his jest has gone awry. Although it is indeed a statue of the heavenly concubine, it is not the likeness of the legendary Mingtian Fei. Zhu Ziling, noticing the misunderstanding, begins to clarify. This statue, while representing the heavenly concubine, is not a depiction of the Mingtian Fei, Eugene, but rather a traditional representation of the heavenly concubine. After Zhu Ziling finishes, the crowd begins to murmur among themselves. Now I understand why it seems so familiar. It is indeed the statue worshipped by the common folk. No wonder it commands such a high price, an elderly man remarks. But why did that young lad react so furiously? Another elder questions, perplexed by Jiufang Ming's demeanor. Jiufang Ming too comprehends why it felt so familiar. It is the traditional heavenly concubine, a deity revered by the people. However, these notions are ethereal, and Jiufang Ming is uncertain of their existence. It appears I cannot forget her, yet I have blurred her visage in my memory, mistaking the statue of the traditional heavenly concubine for her. Jiufang Ming reluctantly acknowledges that she still occupies a place in his heart. It is time to let go, is it not? Jiufang Ming muses inwardly, realizing that clinging to the past may prevent him from ever attaining the heights of his previous life. That it is good that you possess such awareness. Xiang Ji remarks with a touch of exasperation, as Jiufang Ming's thoughts torment her sleep. Observing that Jiufang Ming has restrained his aura, Yi Yun hastily apologizes. This misunderstanding arose due to my actions. I implore you all. Before he can finish, someone interjects. But he openly violated the rules of the Merchant Association. Shouldn't he be expelled? Shangguan Ziyu scoffs. This assertion quickly garners much agreement, with many suggesting Jiufang Ming be ejected from the auction. It is indeed rare for the usually stringent Xianyuan Merchant Association to extend such generosity to a mere youth. He emerged from Box 1. A perceptive young lady notes. Box 1, Shangguan Ziyu, is momentarily taken aback. Recognizing that only the most esteemed guests of the Xianyuan Merchant Association are permitted entry, Jiufang Ming settled his mind, still haunted by the remnants of murderous intent from the recent incident. He never anticipated that a moment of impulsiveness would lead to the current predicament. Upon reflection, it was evident that the fault did not lie entirely with Yi Yun. Had he not cared for her, he would not have been driven to fury, brandishing his intent to kill over a mere statue. Since the agreement was for a 50% discount, the crowd resigned themselves to silence. When it benefits oneself, who would dare to take the lead? If it is indeed a 50% discount, might I be granted a refund of 10 million? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ziyu felt the sting of loss. Regardless of Jiufang Ming's demeanor, that 20 million truly pained him, but I'm afraid that is not possible. Yi Yun replied with a calm smile, not targeting him specifically. Jiu Xiling then interjected, Sir, the statue you purchased has sustained damage. Thus the transaction is deemed complete, whereas the Xianming pill you acquired remains unused, and therefore is still an incomplete transaction. Shangwan Ziyu's expression shifted, rendering him speechless. At that moment, Jiu Xiling gazed at the ring she held, which contained the 2 million low-grade yuan stones previously paid by Shangwan Ziyu. With such a gullible patron, she would not suffer significant losses today. The man who had earlier purchased the Xianming pill remained silent, sipping his tea while observing Jiufang Ming with keen interest. How intriguing, he thought, draining his cup as he regarded the still simmering Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming then produced 5 Fengxing pills and handed them to Jiu Xiling. Although ordinary, Fengxing pills held significant utility and were quite affordable. Cultivators hunting phantom beasts favored stockpiling such items, and even thieves relied on them for their petty crimes. 5 Fengxing pills, starting bid. Though hesitant, Jiu Xiling decided to include Jiufang Ming's pills in the auction. 100 medium-grade yuan stones, Jiufang Ming stated nonchalantly. The crowd remained calm upon hearing the bid of 100, but erupted into laughter upon learning it was medium-grade. What kind of Fengxing pills could possibly fetch a price of 100 medium-grade yuan stones? Questioned an elderly man who had spent years studying pills and had never encountered such a worthless concoction selling at such a ludicrous price. 100 medium-grade yuan stones equated to 10,000 low-grade yuan stones, meaning each Fengxing pill was priced at 2,000 low-grade yuan stones. Typically, one could purchase Fengxing pills for merely 100 low-grade yuan stones in any apothecary. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiu Xiling, this scene made Shangwan Ziyu's teeth itch with irritation. Number 39, 10,000 low-grade yuan stones, Jiu Xiling exclaimed, delighted by the bid seemed there was finally someone with discerning taste. Jiufang Ming mused. Although these Fengxing pills were merely more enduring than the ordinary ones, they were still crafted by his own hand. Who could forge a 9th-grade pill? Even the esteemed Danzun Lin Yin could not guarantee 100% success. Number 39, 10,000 low-grade yuan stones, sold. Jiu Xiling subsequently handed the jade vial to the man who had visited once before. The man accepted the vial, then opened it to pour out a single medicinal pill. Is this for inspection? Su Yao observed the man's actions with a watchful eye, although Jiu Xiling felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As such procedures were typically reserved for smaller trading associations, the Xianming Trading Guild could guarantee the quality of their goods. As for the statue, it was a result of Shangwan Ziyu's excessive force, deliberately damaged, and had nothing to do with the guild. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the man murmured to himself. 8. His voice trembled. He had unexpectedly encountered an 8th-grade medicinal pill. Su Yao discerned the man's actions clearly. Pill patterns? Yi Yun was also keenly observing the unfolding situation, particularly the expression of Jiufang Ming. Young master, 8.8 patterns, the man stammered. What? 8 patterns? The man was so startled that he leaped up, landing in the center of the auction stage. If this were indeed an 8th-grade medicinal pill, its value would far exceed a mere 100 middle-grade stones. It would be worth at least 100 upper-grade stones, equating to 100 million lower-grade stones. Hiss. Everyone felt as though they had missed out on a tremendous opportunity, and all were filled with regret, while Shangwan Ziyu's countenance darkened. How could this impoverished youth possess such an extraordinary pill? Su Yao's beautiful eyes flickered. Although she was the youngest imperial consort, the highest-grade pills she had encountered in the palace were merely 6th grade, and she had never even touched a 7th grade, let alone an 8th grade. Damn it, could it be that he's hallucinating? Qin Shinka personally counted the pill patterns once more, then chastised the man. I told you. How could he possibly have an 8th-grade pill? It's likely only 2nd or 3rd grade at best. Shangwan Ziyu remarked contemptuously. Hallucinating. Yi Yun regarded the lighting within the guild, and indeed, it could cause the man to see things incorrectly. Jiu Xiling had no opportunity to scrutinize further, upon hearing Qin Shinka reprimand the man. Disappointment crept into her heart. Jiufang Ming, in a moment of speechlessness, wondered if his alchemical skills were truly lacking. At the time of crafting the pill, he had indeed not paid attention to its grade. Damn it, this is 9th grade. 9th grade. Qin Shinka then burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the auction hall. 9th grade. Yi Yun froze momentarily, his breath becoming uneven. What concept does 9th grade hold? Legendary grade pills are said to sell for 10,000 lower grade stones. Did I not hear correctly? Ninth grade. The elder extended both hands, counting on his fingers. Ninth grade medicinal pill. Initially, Su Yao also suspected she had misheard due to her distraction. He would be at a tremendous loss. Shangguan Ziyu remained sullen. Jiufang Ming, absorbing the silence around him, merely smiled indifferently, saying nothing. However, Qin Shinka approached him, beaming with excitement. Young master, where did you acquire this medicinal pill? I am willing to offer a high price for it. Qin Shinka was resolute in his determination to secure this source from Jiufang Ming. Having come from Mengzhou, his aim was to monopolize the resources of various cities in Shaozhou. Zhou Ziling noticed the change in Yi Yun's expression and hurried to intervene before further discussions could unfold. I refined it myself, Jiufang Ming stated calmly. Refined it himself? Qin Shinka halted his steps, suddenly realizing the extraordinary identity of Jiufang Ming, yet still harboring a degree of skepticism. Is it truly the case that you are a ninth-tier alchemist? Qin Shinka inquired once more. Guest number 39, matters unrelated to the auction should be discussed outside of the guild. Zhou Ziling's tone bore a hint of menace. Should this blatant probing continue, the Xianming Guild would not remain passive. Moreover, I possess a volume of alchemical scriptures that I wish to bestow upon a fated individual. Jiufang Ming sensed the intense gazes directed at him from all directions, feeling somewhat unsettled. Alchemical scriptures? Su Yao could no longer contain herself. Being thoroughly familiar with the subject, it is a gift, not for sale. With one exception, Jiufang Ming specifically indicated Shangguan Ziyu. Enlightenment dawned upon Shangguan Ziyu as she realized she had offended a ninth-tier alchemist. Jiufang Ming, capable of producing such esteemed scriptures, could effortlessly summon formidable allies to eliminate her. The thought sent a shiver of dread through Shangguan Ziyu. Since it is a gift, fairness will undoubtedly be ensured. Jiufang Ming stated subsequently to as for the handling of the scriptures once acquired. That is a matter for the owner of the item. He added, presenting the weighty volume to Zhou Ziling. Zhou Ziling cradled the scriptures, momentarily rendered speechless. This was a legacy from a master of alchemy, along with invaluable insights into the art, the worth of which was likely incalculable. In the second volume, Chapter 71, titled The Birth of the Pill, an elder with piercing eyes remarked, since young master Jiufang Ming has extended such goodwill, we shall graciously accept. Jiufang Ming remained impassive. Although the scriptures were distributed at random, they were still subject to personal luck and fate. Only those who spent a minimum of 10 million during the auction would be eligible for this generous gift of alchemical scriptures. As soon as Jiufang Ming's words fell, discontent murmurs arose. And a top-tier alchemist at that. The elixirs he concocts are not only of superior grade, but also yield effects that far exceed those of standard offerings from other guilds. Yi Yun extolled Jiufang Ming's virtues. Young master, he is openly challenging our guild, a man stated coldly, his tone laced with lethal intent. Qin Shinka, however, paid little heed, his focus unwaveringly on Jiufang Ming, contemplating how best to win him over. Securing a source from a ninth-tier alchemist would significantly enhance both the guild's profits and reputation. And Qin Shinka firmly believed that this individual was the key to the rise of the Mengqing Guild. Therefore, he was prepared to spare no expense in his efforts to curry favor with him. Many elegantly attired men and women began to turn their attention towards Jiufang Ming, their curiosity piqued by his status as a ninth-tier alchemist. However, let them admire, merely on account of his alchemical prowess. Jiufang Ming could confidently command the respect of powerful figures. The next exhibit, the Sunbreaker Secret Flower Umbrella, has a starting price of 20 million, with increments not exceeding 500,000. Zhou Ziling revealed the fourth exhibit. The yellow-tier illusionary artifact possesses no remarkable attributes. Jiufang Ming observed it for a while, but discerned no distinctive features of the umbrella. 25 million that a patron from Box 5 has placed a bid. The number 5 is already significantly ahead, deterring others from contending with this bidder, as the first to fourth boxes show no interest. A maid emerged from Box 5, exchanging a storage ring containing the payment for the umbrella with Zhou Ziling. After applying a 50% discount, the price amounted to a rather considerable 12.5 million. In truth, it was not that others were unwilling to bid, but rather that they lacked sufficient elemental stones. Is this umbrella crafted from exquisite materials, perhaps by the Heavenly Artifact Pavilion? A languid voice resonated from Box 5. This young lady has a discerning eye. It indeed originates from the Heavenly Artifact Pavilion. Zhou Ziling replied, well versed in the detailed information of each auction item, effortlessly addressing such trivial inquiries. The woman, satisfied, unfurled the umbrella and then folded it back with great contentment. The next exhibit was the Xiantier illusionary technique. The Four Seasons Blood Crow Sword Manual. A sword manual? Jiufang Ming's interest was piqued, yet upon glancing at his ring, he realized he already possessed this particular manual. The starting price is 5 million low-grade elemental stones. With each subsequent bid not less than 50,000 stones, Jiu Xiling announced 510,000, 550,000. I bid 6 million. The bidding grew fervent, illustrating the manual's popularity. The final transaction price was reasonable, concluding at 7 million, acquired by a young man, presumably for a young disciple in his family, or perhaps as a gift to a high-ranking official for favor. Naturally, most attendees were there to procure items of personal desire. The subsequent exhibits were swiftly claimed by high-bidding buyers, and Yi Yan also placed a bid for an item, ensuring that despite being from his own chamber of commerce, he did not spare a single coin. For Jiufang Ming, the treasures at this auction, although barely satisfactory, fell far short of his aspirations. The most precious among them could scarcely compare to even the most ordinary item within Lin Yan's ring. How could the possessions of an illusionary sovereign be mere mundane artifacts? Jiufang Ming reminisced about his previous life's storage ring, devoid of any spirit, yet vast in space, where he had amassed numerous illusionary martial techniques, alchemical texts, cultivation methods, and even spiritual artifacts. In this light, the wealth within Lin Yan's ring was trivial compared to what he once possessed. Nevertheless, the past is but a memory. Who still recalls Feng Yin, the evil emperor stripped of everything, while only Min Tian, the founding emperor of the Min dynasty, is revered? As the auction neared its conclusion, Jiufang Ming extricated himself from his meditative state. Though the auction had been tedious, it had witnessed a fair share of amusing incidents, but Jiufang Ming had little inclination to delve into them. The alchemical text was ultimately secured by a patron in an ordinary box, who, upon acquisition, promptly chose to sell it, with the buyer naturally being a guest from a box with a lower number. The commoner is innocent. Possessing a treasure is a crime, he mused, lacking the means to safeguard the alchemical text. It was wiser to relinquish this hot potato, not only to reap a small profit, but also to evade unnecessary troubles. Jiufang Ming was acutely aware of this principle and subsequently felt a sense of foreboding. By so ostentatiously displaying his wealth today, he feared he would attract unwanted attention. Without having solidified his identity as a ninth-grade alchemist, these individuals would likely be keenly interested in him. The Xianming Chamber of Commerce today recorded a total transaction volume of 2 billion low-grade yuan stones. Even at half price, thanks to Jiufang Ming's generous provision of pill formulas, the Xianming Chamber not only incurred no losses, but also profited significantly, which further deepened Yi Yan's admiration for Jiufang Ming. Young Master Jiufang, could you enlighten me on the source of those ninth-grade elixirs? I am willing to pay handsomely for them. Qin Xinka, resolute in his ambitions, sought to forge a connection with Jiufang Ming. Upon sensing someone approaching from behind, Jiufang Ming paused momentarily. I concocted them myself. If you desire, I can prepare them for you right now, though we must negotiate the price thoroughly. Jiufang Ming seized the opportunity for profit. Not only would he secure the yuan stones, but he would also solidify his status as a ninth-grade alchemist, deterring anyone from coveting his possessions. The status of an alchemist is inherently prestigious. Yi Chang, as a fifth-grade alchemist, had already ascended to the position of elder in the Pill Hall of Dian Academy and directly managed the flourishing Xianming Chamber, ensuring its enduring success. Many distinguished guests frequented the Xianming Chamber to procure elixirs and herbs. Drawn by the chamber president's esteemed identity as a fifth-grade alchemist, wherever an alchemist goes, they are akin to a golden goose. Elixirs are often priced beyond reach, and even royal families find it challenging to acquire certain potions. Hearing this, Qin Xinka felt a surge of joy. It seemed this young man was indeed an alchemist, which was undoubtedly good news for him. However, he feared he might not be able to persuade such a formidable figure. As for the matters concerning your Mengxing chamber, what relevance does that hold for my Jiufang city? Jiufang Ming replied coldly, casting a glance at Yi Yan. The elixirs I produce are currently only auctioned through the Xianming Chamber. Any other channels, as I need not mention, are mere fakes. Jiufang Ming stated matter-of-factly before the gathered crowd. He then retrieved the alchemical furnace and summoned ethereal flames to coalesce in his palm. A wave of intense heat swiftly spreading throughout the main hall. At that moment, Yi Chang, the president of the Xianming Chamber, arrived hastily. Young friend Jiufang. What is this? Yichang observed Jiufang Ming in the main hall, feeling slightly apologetic. Although he was the son of an old friend, in terms of cultivation, he seemed to be the junior. Jiufang Ming could not afford to be distracted and focused intently on controlling the flames. Father, this individual possesses not only profound cultivation but also Yun remarked softly, waving a white fan as he gazed at Jiufang Ming. Yichang's heart raced at the sight of Jiufang Ming's actions. Could it be that Jiufang Ming was a prodigy in alchemy, a ninth-grade alchemist? Yun refrained from completing his sentence in one breath, fearing it might dishearten his father. What? Although Yichang had anticipated Jiufang Ming to be an alchemical genius, he had not expected him to be, as his son Yun claimed, a ninth-grade alchemist. A ninth-grade alchemist is the highest ranked within the entire Min dynasty, with most only reaching the 7th grade. Throughout the Yunting continent, there are likely very few ninth-grade alchemists, making Jiufang Ming's identity astonishingly remarkable. Yichang feigned calmness, beads of fine sweat emerging in his palm. Though Jiufang Ming noticed Yichang's arrival, he remained wholly focused on his task. Indeed, not only are there the elusive, but also the ghostly. My Xianming Merchant Guild possesses a plethora of medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, Yichang swiftly retrieved the requested herbs from his storage ring. Without uttering a word, Yun commanded his subordinates to fetch a certain quantity of various herbs from the medicinal repository. This was the first time the onlookers had witnessed the alchemical techniques of a ninth-grade alchemist. And thus, those who remained were secretly grateful for their presence, fortunate enough to observe the masterful crafting of elixirs firsthand. Should Jiufang Ming request herbs from any cultivator at that moment, it was likely that none would refuse. While herbs might seem of little value, their worth skyrocketed once transformed into elixirs. In this world, there are no utterly useless herbs, only alchemists lacking the skill to refine them. Certain elixirs demand an alchemist with exceptional control over the flames and an unwavering focus. Jiufang Ming's techniques, being a millennium old, left the audience in a state of bewilderment. What sort of technique is this? It is truly peculiar, Yichang exclaimed in astonishment. Noticing Yichang's confusion, Jiufang Ming smiled faintly. Employing his control over the illusory elemental force, he first shaped the herbs handed to him by Yichang, before commencing the refinement process, a method known as solidification. The subsequent step involved the actual crafting of the elixir, a procedure familiar to any alchemist. The initial stage of contemporary alchemy involves melting the herbs into a liquid, followed by solidification. Although this method lowers the entry barrier for alchemy, the potency of the resulting elixirs is inevitably diminished. Elixir complete. Upon Jiufang Ming's proclamation, the onlookers snapped out of their reverie. The hall was filled with the fragrant aroma of the elixirs, and the quality of the concoction in the furnace was surely commendable. Awaiting personal revelation. Chairman Yi, please, Jiufang Ming gestured towards Yichang, acknowledging that he was merely refining the herbs provided by him. In his previous life, alchemists were commonplace and hardly valued, yet in the present, even an ordinary alchemist could receive immense accolades. Jiufang Ming levitated the furnace into the air, then withdrew the Chongqing Yuanyan, awaiting Yichang's inspection. Yichang flicked his right wrist, rolled up his sleeves, and approached Jiufang Ming with measured steps. Locking eyes with Jiufang Ming, he inhaled deeply and reached for the lid of the furnace. As he lifted the cover, an intense fragrance of herbs enveloped him. The aromatic scent invigorated the onlookers, who eagerly anticipated the quality revelation of the elixir. Given that it was Chairman Yichang personally assessing it, the authenticity of the results was assured. However, determining the grade of the elixir solely based on its patterns seemed rather hasty. Nonetheless, as a 5th-grade alchemical master, Yichang held sufficient credibility. What do you think, father? Yun approached, unable to resist the allure of the fragrance. Yichang furrowed his brow. The aroma was reminiscent of something familiar. Yet the appearance was entirely different from what he had known. Counting the patterns, he noted 9. The elixir was of 9th grade, but Yichang confirmed that the quality of this elixir surpassed any he had ever encountered by several magnitudes. Even if he were to attempt it himself, he could not guarantee the same level of excellence. The hue of the elixir is determined, on one hand, by the inherent color of the medicinal ingredients, and on the other, by the attributes of the illusionary elemental force wielded by the alchemist. This time, Jiufang Ming employed a fire attribute elemental force, resulting in the elixir radiating a striking crimson hue. Exceptionally eye-catching. Upon hearing this, The crowd refrained from expressing immediate astonishment. After all, a ninth-grade elixir alone was insufficient to assert that Jiufang Ming was a ninth-grade master alchemist. The mere technique employed by Jiufang Ming in alchemy was something they had never encountered before. Yi Chang's silence indicated that there were indeed some issues with the elixir. Although the crowd marveled at Jiufang Ming's exceptional alchemical prowess, capable of producing ninth-grade elixirs of commendable quality, their anticipation was directed more towards Yi Chang's subsequent remarks. Yi Chang scrutinized the elixir, a slight frown creasing his brow. Regrettably, he found himself unable to discern its identity that he retrieved one of the crimson elixirs, despite the similarities in the ingredients used to concoct it and those of the elixirs he was most familiar with. He remained uncertain of its name. The art of alchemy is boundless. The same ingredients, when handled by different practitioners, can yield diverse elixirs. Thus, while some elixir formulas are publicly known, few can successfully replicate them. The rigid mindset of alchemists often serves as a significant obstacle to the advancement of their alchemical skills. Jiufang Ming produced another elixir and presented it to the gathered audience, with Yi Yun being the first to receive it, followed closely by Zhou Ziling. Such a fragrant elixir, Yi Yun remarked, bringing it closer to his nose. The aroma wafting forth was both rich and subtly elegant. Upon receiving the elixir, Zhou Ziling was unable to part with it. Observing Zhou Ziling's contemplations, Jiufang Ming chose not to speak further. He deftly crushed the remaining elixirs and placed the powder into a specially crafted pouch, successfully creating a fragrant sachet. The last sachet appeared to be intended for Eugene, yet it was filled entirely with the slightly bitter root of the Luo one. When Zhou Ziling reached for the sachet that Jiufang Ming extended, her hand hesitated midway. After all, it was merely a gift. Jiufang Ming held no ulterior motives towards Zhou Ziling. It was simply a manifestation of his appreciation for beauty. Zhou Ziling accepted the sachet, inhaling its scent, yet failed to detect any hint of affection. Who was notably shorter than Yi Yun, prompting him to bend slightly. The elder accepted the elixir and took a vigorous whiff. Within the aromatic notes lurked a hint of bitterness, if the old man was not mistaken. This elixir should be the Mandarin duck pill. The short, white-bearded elder, his beard quivering, took another careful whiff of the elixir before delivering his verdict. Jiufang Ming shook his head. The bitterness was merely an off flavor resulting from the blending of various ingredients. The elder handed the elixir to another individual, yet his gaze remained fixated upon it. I regret my lack of discernment. I am unable to identify this elixir. The elder, previously confident in his alchemical knowledge, resignedly shook his head, acknowledging the quality and grade of the elixir, feeling somewhat inadequate. May I request a moment of your time, esteemed elder? Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Shinka became even more convinced of Jiufang Ming's esteemed status as a top-tier alchemist. Yi Chang's complexion darkened. From the moment he laid eyes on Qin Shinka and his companion, he sensed that unreasonable demands were about to be made. The crafting of elixirs is a closely guarded secret among alchemists. And even if young Master Jiufang were to offer guidance, it was uncertain whether they would grasp it. Yi Yun remarked, yet inwardly hoped that Jiufang Ming might share some insights, allowing him to benefit as well. Jiufang Ming chuckled lightly, asking, "Did you not wish to purchase elixirs? Why then seek to learn the craft?" Upon discerning the underlying meaning in Jiufang Ming's words, Qin Shinka promptly produced the remaining 2 million low-grade spirit stones to hand over to him. Yi Chang tacitly approved of their transaction. At this point, Jiufang Ming was akin to a revered deity, a veritable tree of wealth wherever he roamed. Merely 20 years of age, this ninth-tier alchemist also possessed the cultivation of an illusion master, a fact that would likely elicit disbelief from others. Even within first-rate sects, reaching the level of illusion master would typically require over 30 years, regardless of innate talent. Though it remained astonishing, Jiufang Ming had undeniably proven what it meant to be a prodigy. Jiufang Ming transferred the remaining elixirs from the cauldron to Qin Shinka, which included 10 ninth-tier elixirs. With 2 million low-grade spirit stones exchanged, he felt slightly at a loss. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as these were merely elixirs he had casually concocted. "Senior, what exactly is this elixir?" Qin Shinka inquired, holding the elixir, which felt rather warm to the touch. "This is a Yang Yuan Dan. Its efficacy should be tenfold that of ordinary elixirs." Noticing Jiufang Ming's reluctance to elaborate further, Qin Shinka led the man beside him out of the trading hall. Once Qin Shinka departed, Yi Chang finally exhaled in relief. "Senior Jiufang, I possess an unknown elixir. Might you assist me in identifying it?" A young boy declared with a clear voice. Intrigued, Jiufang Ming, equipped with memories from his past life and extensive experience in alchemy, found this task to be well within his capabilities, the identification of elixirs. However, proved to be far more challenging than their creation. Yi Chong was slightly taken aback. As a fifth-tier alchemist, his proficiency in discerning elixirs was at best equivalent to that of a second tier. The profession of elixir identification is a specialized field, occupied by appraisers as a ninth-tier alchemist. Jiufang Ming was expected to excel at this as well. The boy presented the elixir to Jiufang Ming and stood aside. Awaiting the outcome. An appraiser must not only determine the authenticity of an elixir, but also ascertain its grade and, ideally, pin its recipe. Crafting a recipe is an exceedingly arduous task. Jiufang Ming glanced at the elixir. Yi Yun had already prepared paper and ink. The paper and ink floated in midair, a manifestation of the control exerted by illusionary yuan power. This particular elixir bore no inscriptions, likely having been deliberately erased. From its mere exterior, it was impossible to discern the elixir's grade, prompting Jiufang Ming to undertake a daring action. He swallowed it whole. The boy gasped in shock, about to voice his concerns, only to be taken aback by Jiufang Ming's actions. Was he actually writing the recipe? This elixir had cost him a considerable sum at auction and was at least of 5th or 6th grade. Seeing it consumed so casually by Jiufang Ming stirred a pang of regret. This elixir, a 5th-tier concoction, had aged considerably, bearing the name Zhuxia. Subsequently, he resumed the alchemical process. Although Jiufang Ming recognized the elixir's name, he had indeed consumed it himself, Zhuxia. Upon receiving the formula, the youth understood that the formula was far more precious than the elixir itself. However, his family lacked a 5th-tier alchemist, and to refine another Zhuxia pill, he would likely need to enlist the aid of the president of the Xianming Chamber of Commerce. As the youth turned to depart, Jiufang Ming called out to him, "Do you not want your elixir?" Hearing Jiufang Ming's voice, the elegantly dressed youth halted and then glanced at the furnace in Jiufang Ming's hands. This time, the alchemical technique differed from before. Jiufang Ming employed methods commonly used by contemporary alchemists, first melting the medicinal materials and then shaping them with the control of illusory primordial force. Zhuxia, the elixir is complete. Jiufang Ming lifted the lid, revealing a flickering crimson mist. The name of this elixir was quite evocative, and its designation was indeed astute. The youth received the elixir, overflowing with gratitude. The solitary elixir had transformed into 20, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should all be of the 9th tier. I am Mu Yin, and I am eternally grateful for your kindness, senior. Unwilling to linger, Mu Yin felt the elixir was not safe in his possession, and thus took his leave. Jiufang Ming nodded silently. In truth, Mu Yin was not significantly younger than himself, but among the illusionary practitioners, seniority was determined first by ethics and then by cultivation level. Yi Chong then beckoned everyone to depart. Most attendees left with flushed cheeks, unable to suppress their sighs. Senior Yi Chong, how many elemental stones did these medicinal materials amount to? Jiufang Ming observed that numerous materials, prepared by Yi Yun, remained, many of which he had no use for. What is there to discuss regarding money? Your father and I are sworn brothers, and your visit today has effectively brought renown to my chamber. I am grateful beyond measure. Yi Chong replied with a smile. Jiufang Ming recalled the half-lifespan Yi Chong had sacrificed in crafting the so-called moshing pill and felt a twinge of guilt. Are you still contemplating that matter? I do not mind. Although Yi Chong verbally dismissed it, his expression conveyed otherwise. Jiufang Ming noted that despite Yi Chong being middle-aged, he appeared to have entered the twilight of his years, tightening his heart. Uncle Yi, thank you. Jiufang Ming respectfully bowed, aware that while he had restored his eyes and spirit with the longevity essence, Yi Chang's lifespan had been irreversibly diminished. Uncle Yi, please follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiufang Ming stepped into the alchemical chamber designated for the Xianming Chamber of Commerce. Within the chamber, several young men and women were engrossed in their alchemical pursuits. Some, distracted, inadvertently caused an explosion in their furnaces. Are these all disciples collected by Uncle Yi? Jiufang Ming inquired. Yi Chong nodded. These individuals are disciples of the alchemy hall at the Dayan Academy, and they can be considered my apprentices. The youth who had caused the explosion initially intended to react angrily, thinking, who has the time to disturb my cultivation? However, upon seeing Yi Chong enter, he hurriedly began to clean up the mess. When the youth of similar age entered, Shuang Xiangxue was taken aback. Was this not the boy who had previously clamored to see her master? What was he doing here? Master, Xuanxiang's gracefully approached, her embroidered golden skirt trailing behind her, producing an unusually crisp sound. In the 73rd chapter of the second volume, titled The Storm Approaches, Elder Yi was present. The other disciples rose in unison to pay their respects while simultaneously harboring curiosity about Jiufang Ming's identity. In truth, the only one who could be regarded as Yi Chang's disciple was Xuanxiang's, freely utilizing various resources. Consequently, they treated both Yi Chang and Xuanxiang's with utmost reverence. Jiufang Ming surveyed the alchemy room's environment, secretly marveling at the financial resources of the Xianming Chamber of Commerce, having no knowledge of what the alchemy rooms of the Jiufang clan were like. Uncle Yi, ignite the furnace, Jiufang Ming instructed, disregarding the curious gazes of the other youths. And who might you be to speak in such a manner? Xuanxiang's retorted, displeased, for she discerned a clear undertone of command in Jiufang Ming's tone. Preheat the furnace to medium heat, Jiufang Ming continued, retrieving the alchemical cauldron and leading Yi Chang into the next step. Very well, Yi Chang replied, adjusting the fire's intensity and waiting for the cauldron to preheat. Typically, high-difficulty elixirs required the preheating of the cauldron. If one were to proceed without doing so, not only would it diminish the success rate of the elixir, but a mistake could also result in the cauldron being rendered useless and jeopardize the safety of the alchemist. Xuanxiang was momentarily taken aback, pondering who was truly instructing whom in the art of alchemy. Was it Yi Chang teaching this youth? It certainly did not appear so. Luo Wenjin, Jiufang Ming announced as he produced the corresponding herb and handed a portion to Yi Chang. This. Yi Chang expressed surprise. Although Luo Wenjin was indeed an herb, it was not suitable for alchemy and was typically used for brewing tea. However, upon receiving the portion of Luo Wenjin from Jiufang Ming, Yi Chang realized his mistake that a bitter aroma filled his nostrils, suggesting it was a millennium-old specimen. Contemporary Luo Wenjin was sweet, and the bitter variety had long been extinct. That well-versed in such matters, Yi Chang immediately recognized the age of the herb, unlike Xuanxiang and the others, who could not contain their astonishment. How could Luo Wenjin possibly be used for alchemy? Xuanxiang was the first to voice her skepticism. Choose your words carefully, Yi Chang admonished, his tone tinged with reproach. That I wish to see what you are capable of. The other youths assumed Xuanxiang was fixated on the alchemical cauldron in Jiufang Ming's hands. But in truth, her gaze was intently observing Jiufang Ming's profile. Jiufang Ming glanced at Xuanxiang, causing her to flinch, nearly toppling the cauldron. Jin Huang Lian, Jiufang Ming said, inspecting his ring before retrieving the Jin Huang Lian, silently contemplating the alchemical formula. Crush the Luo Wenjin into a fine powder, Jiufang Ming instructed, his movements swift. The crushing of the Luo Wenjin utilized illusory elemental energy. Thus, the higher one's cultivation, the faster it could be reduced to powder, resulting in a finer consistency. Jiufang Ming's instructions were promptly followed by Yi Chang. Divide the Jin Huang Lian into 3 portions. Taking one, Jiufang Ming directed, slicing the Jin Huang Lian into 3 parts, retaining only one. The action was indeed quite simple. Yi Chang completed it with remarkable agility. He poured the mixture into the furnace, igniting a fierce flame, and refrained from hastily shaping it. Jiufang Ming reminded him that the frequent cause of failure in pill refinement was the alchemist's impatience to form the pill. Neglecting the crucial steps, extinguish the fire, Jiufang Ming commanded, withdrawing the eternal flame. Yet Yi Chang hesitated to move. Are you unaware that abruptly withdrawing the illusory flame mid-process could lead to an explosion? Shuang Xiangxue scolded, her exasperation evident. If you lack such basic knowledge, how can you even attempt alchemy? Yet my furnace remains unscathed, Jiufang Ming revealed, lifting the cauldron lid to showcase it to Shuang Xiangxue. While the materials had yet to take form and still bore their inherent illusory essence, could easily result in an explosion upon contact with the external illusory energies. Thus, Yi Chang had wrestled internally with the decision to withdraw the illusory flame. For this method of alchemy defied conventional reasoning. The absence of an explosion was due to the fire essence inherent in the golden phoenix lotus, which provided sufficient heat. Jiufang Ming pointed at the cauldron. A revelation that enlightened Yi Chang. Simply condense the small flame for refinement. Jiufang Ming remarked with a relaxed smile that Yi Chang absorbed the intricacies of the alchemical process, gaining substantial insights. After a while, Jiufang Ming initiated the cessation of fire and opened the furnace. Not yet, he interjected as Yi Chang prepared to stop the fire and open the furnace himself. Jiufang Ming's illusory flame was a superior essence flame, transcending standard flames. while Yi Chang's was considerably inferior, thus his refinement would inevitably take longer. Upon unveiling the alchemical furnace, Jiufang Ming sensed a rich influx of illusory essence flowing into the pill. It had been a considerable duration since he had become stagnated at the 8th tier of illusionists due to the excessive consumption of pills. Considering the drawbacks of such pills, Jiufang Ming resolved to refrain from consuming any that would enhance his cultivation for the time being. Possessing the prowess of a top-tier alchemist, he was well aware of the principles behind the so-called master pills. These enhancement pills merely precipitate the depletion of potential, advancing cultivation at the cost of eroding one's innate essence dust. Sensing that this pill was no ordinary creation, Jiufang Ming unveiled Yi Chang's cauldron, extracting the solitary pill within. "Congratulations, Uncle Yi." Jiufang Ming presented the pill in his palm, extending it before Yi Chang. A 6th-tier pill. Yi Chang gazed in astonishment at the pill. Is this truly the elixir I refined? Yi Changka has been a 5th-rank alchemist for many years, and now that he has finally achieved a breakthrough. Shuang Xiangxue said hesitantly, while holding a jade vial to store the refined elixir. "Xiangxue, this is the one I mentioned, Jiufang Ming, who dazzlingly saved your father." Yi Chang gazed at Jiufang Ming with great satisfaction, and his previously aged countenance suddenly appeared much younger. Shuang Xiangxue, without raising her head, hurriedly ran outside with small steps, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Speaking of which, when I went to Dine Academy to find Uncle Yi, how did he know my identity?" Jiufang Ming recalled being obstructed on his way to the alchemy hall. "Your name was given by me, and how could I not recognize your visage?" Yi Chang chuckled, adding, "Originally, my son Yi Yin was to be named Yi Ming, and your father intended to name you Jiufang Yin. I suggested we swap names so that the two brothers could keep a token of each other." Yi Chang then left the alchemy room with Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming, feeling speechless, never imagined that his current father would agree to such a thing. He almost ended up being called Jiufang Yin himself. However, all of this is merely fate. This elixir can extend one's lifespan by 100 years, Uncle Yi, Jiufang Ming said as he walked alongside Yi Chang. Jiufang Ming had already contemplated that if he were to present it directly, Yi Chang would surely decline. Thus he resorted to this method of gifting. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Yi Chang understood Jiufang Ming's intentions and chose not to say more. After watching Jiufang Ming leave the Merchant Association, Yi Chang stood in place, pondering for a long while. "Brother Wu, you have a fine son. Next, it would be time to settle accounts with those old geezers." Jiufang Ming's expression shifted, and he stormed towards the alchemy room. However, upon arriving, it was completely deserted. "Father, where are the elders of the Jiufang clan now?" Jiufang Ming sought out his father. Jiufang Wu was in the garden playing chess with Dingda upon hearing footsteps. "Why?" Jiufang Ming inquired, puzzled. Dingda rose and explained, "A few years ago, those elders colluded with external forces, nearly bringing ruin to the Jiufang clan." External forces? Jiufang Ming felt a surge of anger. The elder who had taken Xiao He was never a good person from the start. Jiufang Wu, observing the predicament of his imperial chess pieces under Ding Da's siege, wore a troubled expression. It refers to the Yushang dynasty. Jiufang Wu rose, realizing that this game was likely lost. Jiufang Ming paid little mind to the outcome of the game, but noted his father's mention of the Yushang dynasty. As for the current Yushang dynasty, it poses no significant threat to our Min dynasty. Jiufang Wu remarked that at the Yushang kingdom, where I was previously. Jiufang Ming grasped a few key words, concluding that the Yushang kingdom had undoubtedly evolved into a dynasty. Jiufang Wu sipped his tea and gazed into the distance. "Fortunately, our Min dynasty has launched expeditions, and the small Yushang nation has already submitted." A sudden shock coursed through Jiufang Ming's heart. The expedition of Min Zhao meant that Yin Qitong, as the princess of the Ghost Merchant Kingdom, would undoubtedly become the primary target of their advances. What manner of submission could there be? Jiufang Ming then inquired, currently preoccupied with the survival of the Ghost Merchant Kingdom and the safety of Yin Qitong. Although she was a disciple of the Endless Sect, that sect transcended the mundane world and was incapable of intervening. The Ghost Merchant Princess was soon to be wed to Min Zhao, sending Yin Qitong to form an alliance through marriage. Contemplating Yin Qitong's delicate beauty and all that she had endured, Jiufang Ming clenched his fists, realizing that he might have no choice but to oppose Min Zhao. "Calm yourself," Jiufang Wu remarked, gazing at the already fractured chessboard with a hint of regret. Jiufang Ming suddenly recognized that he had inadvertently damaged the board and promptly withdrew his hand. "Oh, you have some connection with that Ghost Merchant Princess?" Jiufang Wu queried. "Even if I did, I would have forgotten, Jiufang Ming replied. However, before he could finish, Jiufang Wu interjected. Observing his father sip from his cup of tea, Jiufang Ming departed with an air of indifference. Realizing that resistance against Min Zhao was no longer an option. Are you planning to take action? Xiang Ji emerged from her ring, preening before the mirror for quite some time. Jiufang Ming pondered. Which was not particularly alarming, though he held a noble title from the emperor of Min Zhao. Jiufang Ming wrestled with his thoughts, unable to devise a resolution, through the intelligence gathered by the exorcist guards. Jiufang Ming quickly learned of Qin Tang's abilities and whereabouts. Qin Tang was renowned as the young master of Ming City, attributed to both his extraordinary talent and his illustrious lineage, as for his sect affiliation. It was with Liheng Palace, one of the top 10 sects in Min Zhao. Upon reading this, Jiufang Ming's murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Liheng Palace. Jiufang Ming murmured to himself, recalling his cousin Jiufang Ishua and wondering how she fared now. You have quite the fortune in love this lifetime, Xiang Ji remarked softly, interrupting Jiufang Ming's reverie. Jiufang Ming remained silent. Although he had lived a past life, he was still under 20 years of age. At the prime age for marriage to in the royal palace of the ghost merchant capital, within a secluded hall, Yan Qitong gazed into the mirror with resignation, her brow slightly furrowed, confined by her father. With no word since, save for the last encounter with Ming Jingming in the Illusion Beast Mountains that in the minds of both Ming Jingming and Yan Qitong, Jiufang Ming was likely dead, devoured by the myriad beasts of the mountains. To marry a man she had never met, especially one from Min Zhao, Yan Qitong extinguished the candle and pondered alone. Sealed of her illusionary powers, with many guards stationed outside, any notion of resistance seemed utterly futile. Following the battle, Emperor Yan Su of the Yushang dynasty was compelled to send his daughter to the Min dynasty in a bid for peace. Failing to do so would likely result in catastrophic consequences for the Yushang kingdom. Drifting into slumber in the darkness at dawn, she would embark on her journey to the Min dynasty to fulfill the so-called matrimonial alliance. Although flying was prohibited within Jiufang City, this regulation was not enforced near the outskirts. Jiufang Ming, hastening his departure from Jiufang City, made a special visit to Yichang. Anticipating that his prolonged absence might raise suspicions in his father, Jiufang Ming opted to entrust Yichang with the task of concealing his whereabouts. You cannot remain absent for 5 more years. Yichang expressed his concerns, but the thought of Jiufang Ming's exceptional cultivation and unparalleled alchemical skills eased his worries that a prodigious youth whose abilities were nearly on par with a Mirage King and a 9th-grade alchemist. Once his identity was revealed, who would dare show him anything but respect? Uncle Yi, rest assured, I am merely traveling to Mengzhou to retrieve someone of utmost importance, Jiufang Ming declared with unwavering determination before clasping his fists and departing swiftly. Should Jiufang Wu inquire, he could simply state that Jiufang Ming was in seclusion within the Xianming Merchant Association, and unless in dire circumstances, no one would dare to disturb him. Having resolved his concerns, Jiufang Ming swiftly exited the confines of Jiufang City, reaching another city in Shaozhou, Linqing. Fortunately, Linqing was relatively small, bordering Jiufang City, yet significantly lesser in size, and it did not impose restrictions on flying. Jiufang Ming traversed the entirety of Linqing in less than half a day. He continued on, crossing 2 more cities, Haiqing and Suingqing, before faintly spotting the borders of Shaozhou, with Mengzhou visible on the opposite shore. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiufang Ming propelled himself towards the mist-laden surface of the lake that I missed her once. I shall not let you slip away again, he vowed as he skimmed across the lake, stirring up waves, and then leaped into the air.at the moment of his leap. Massive ripples erupted beneath him. Consuming a pill, Jiufang Ming once again took to the skies on his flying sword. Channeling all his might, the expanse of lakes separating Mengzhou from Shaozhou meant that riding a mythical beast was the swiftest method of crossing. Yet, Jiufang Ming's speed and efficiency rivaled that of such creatures. The radiance of the sword's energy cut through the fog, remaining elusive and barely pausing for a moment. After 4 continuous days of travel, Jiufang Ming finally arrived at Mengqing. Based on his calculations, the journey from the Yushang dynasty to the Min dynasty would also take approximately 4 days. And if his estimations were correct, today marked Yan Qitong's arrival in Mengqing in comparison to Jiufang City. Mengqing buzzed with liveliness, and the diverse array of individuals populating the streets appeared harmoniously at ease. Excuse me, kind sir, could you direct me to the Lihenge? Jiufang Ming inquired. presenting a spirit stone to an elderly man engrossed in tea. The elder's eyes sparkled, and he hastily set down his teacup. "Young hero, your generosity is commendable." The elderly man then rummaged through his pockets and placed a yuan stone inside. "That I have a map here. If it is not too much trouble, you may use it for now." He produced a somewhat tattered map and handed it to Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming swiftly seized the map, eagerly searching for the location of the Lihen Palace. "Thank you very much." Having confirmed the general direction, Jiufang Ming paid no heed to whether flying was prohibited in Dream City and took to the skies on his sword. Lihen Palace. Nestled on the outskirts of Dream City, it took Jiufang Ming some time to arrive. From a direct viewpoint, the architecture of Lihen Palace varied in height, with the most striking feature being the twin dragons atop the sect's edifice. And the plaque was crafted from yuan stone. The gilded characters on the plaque exuded grandeur. However, Jiufang Ming wished fervently to tear it down at that moment. Outside the sect, a multitude of illusion cultivators streamed in, most of whom were of considerable cultivation, adorned in luxurious attire, representing the talents of their generation. Jiufang Ming blended in among them, reminiscent of his experiences in Beichuan City. As he followed the crowd, he naturally overheard snippets of conversation. Qin Tang was to be wed today, and to the princess of the Yushang dynasty, no less. With the endorsement of the sect's higher-ups, the wedding was held at Lihen Palace, a privilege afforded to the son of the king of Mengzhou. "You certainly chose a splendid venue," Jiufang Ming thought to himself, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Today, he resolved to take a gamble. "Excuse me, young master, do you possess an invitation from senior brother Qin Tang?" He Shuyang inquired, his brow slightly furrowed as he regarded the impassive Jiufang Ming with evident displeasure. "I do not have an invitation, but I have brought a gift." Jiufang Ming produced the 9th-grade elixir he had refined and presented it to the clearly antagonistic He Shuyang. 9th-grade elixir. The continuation profound pill. He Shuyang opened the box and beheld the 9 intricate patterns adorning the elixir. Realizing Jiufang Ming's esteemed status, He Shuyang understood that regardless of the type of elixir, the mere mention of its 9th-grade designation would intimidate many. "P pleased," He Shuyang stammered, smiling, with such a distinguished guest in attendance. The absence of an invitation became inconsequential. The paramount concern was to avoid provoking him. Upon entering, Jiufang Ming spotted Qin Tang, adorned in wedding attire, greeting the various guests, yet he could not see Yan Qitong. "I suppose I must wait a little longer." Jiufang Ming felt a twinge of anxiety while discreetly assessing the cultivation levels of those around him. An elderly man turned to Jiufang Ming. Perceiving that the young lad seemed to be probing his cultivation level, illusionist of the 9th rank? Quite the prodigy, the elder mused, feigning ignorance of Jiufang Ming's scrutiny as he settled into a more composed posture. Jiufang Ming, however, was acutely aware of the elder's observation. An illusion king. This was Jiufang Ming's initial thought, realizing that his solitary venture today, aimed at taking Yan Qitong away, was fraught with obstacles, and now he faced a formidable illusion king. Nonetheless, Jiufang Ming was resolute. He had determined to disrupt this wedding. Before long, several men of similar cultivation levels to the elder entered, likely elders or significant figures from other sections. "You still have time to escape," Xiang Ji remarked coolly. Jiufang Ming was destined to face grave peril. Opposing Lihen Palace would undoubtedly draw the ire of the formidable beings present. "Did I not also remain steadfast during my conflict with Min Ning? What is there to fear?" Jiufang Ming, unimpressed, believed that with his mastery as a 9th-tier illusionist, along with his swordsmanship and agility, he could easily contend that if all else failed, he could resort to using the eternal flame of life. Daunted by the imposing aura of the illusionary kings present, he refrained from further comments. This assembly consisted of individuals dispatched by the Min dynasty court to oversee the proceedings and ensure the smoothness of the alliance. Qin Tang appeared quite at ease. He first offered a respectful bow before stepping out of the crowd's sight, but by the time he reappeared, he was already holding the hand of a woman clad in a wedding gown and veiled. Qitong. Jiufang Ming's heart jolted. If he did not act now, Yan Qitong would soon be wed to Qin Tang. That on behalf of the groom, Qin Tang, and the bride, Yan Qitong, do you both wish to bind yourselves in matrimony and share the splendor of the sun and moon? An elder from the Lihen Palace approached the center of the wedding venue, firmly clasping their hands together. The groom showed no resistance, yet the bride displayed a hint of reluctance. "That I do." Qin Tang responded with vigor, casting a glance at his father, his heart racing. Qin too silently nodded, his expression profoundly complex, as the subsequent arrangements promised to be exceedingly troublesome. I do, the bride stammered, appearing quite unwilling. Very well, then I congratulate you both. The elder from Lihen Palace was abruptly interrupted, and upon recognizing the speaker, he was instantly rendered speechless with fear. Hold on, Dongfang Si, without expending effort to gather his breath, spoke with resonant clarity. What guidance do you have, esteemed Dongfang? Qin Tang's heart tightened. This young friend has something to say. Dongfang Si sipped his tea, smiling as he directed his gaze toward Jiufang Ming, who sat not far away. Observing Dongfang Si's attention, the individuals surrounding Jiufang Ming recoiled in terror, collapsing like ripe rice ears, leaving only Jiufang Ming seated upright and composed. He had not anticipated that the elder who had previously scrutinized him would voluntarily speak on his behalf. Clearly, the aura of the elder instilled fear in those around him. However, whether Dongfang Si's smile concealed malice remained uncertain to Jiufang Ming. Does this young gentleman have something to express? Qin Tang firmly grasped the woman's hand, unwilling to relinquish his hold. After waiting so long, he could not afford to falter now. Jiufang Ming rose, his black cloak billowing, and a formidable surge of elemental energy enveloped him, causing all but a few illusionary kings to remain unmoved as they observed the unfolding drama. Quite intriguing, a middle-aged man remarked, recognizing Jiufang Ming's prowess, genuinely expressing admiration. This wedding, I shall seize, Jiufang Ming stated with an air of indifference, yet to the ears of the onlookers, it resonated with a chilling intent reminiscent of the underworld's king. However, upon grasping the situation, they could not help but revel in the spectacle. Before the representatives of the Lihen Palace and even the court, to audaciously attempt to abduct the bride was tantamount to courting death. At 18, Qin Tang was indeed a handsome young man, and coupled with his formidable skills, he was a figure of admiration for many young women. The maiden beside Qin Tang stirred slightly upon hearing those words. Dongfang Si and several other phantom kings gathered together. Despite their long-standing rivalry in the political arena, they appeared remarkably harmonious in the realm of secular sex. Hey, do you think this young lad can exchange a few moves with me? Bai Li Zheng remarked, gesturing towards the retreating figure of Jiufang Ming as he engaged in conversation with Dongfang Si and the others. Dongfang Si smiled nonchalantly, a ninth-tier illusionist facing Bai Li Zheng. A second-tier phantom king would likely find no opportunity for combat against anyone else, but with the youth before them, every outcome remained uncertain. Noticing Dongfang Si's ambiguous response, Bai Li Zheng resolved to challenge Jiufang Ming. Eager to temper the brilliance of this prodigy, even if you are a genius, coming to disrupt a wedding signifies a lack of respect for the phantom kings, and ultimately, the result would be nothing short of their encirclement and siege. To ensure the successful union between the Ghost Merchant dynasty and the Min dynasty, the court had dispatched 4 phantom kings for supervision, which also explained the relative calmness of the scene. Qin Tang shielded the young woman behind him, but that would depend on whether you possess the fortune to survive. Jiufang Ming raised his hand, conjuring several flying swords, which then morphed into 1,000. The Wuwei sword, first form, upper clear flowing shadow. Jiufang Ming, disregarding the exposure of his identity, initiated with the supreme technique of the Jiufang clan. The Wuwei sword, the first form, was exceedingly simple, and in an instant, it was followed by the second form, boundless flowing light, and the third form, 7 stars falling blossoms. The 1,000 flying swords initially spiraled in the air, encircling Jiufang Ming, before launching towards Qin Tang. The Wuwei sword? This time, it was Bai Li Zheng who was astonished. Could it be that this person is a scion of the Jiufang clan? I recall this technique belongs to the Jiufang clan of Shao Prefecture. A young man in resplendent attire, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized the moves employed by Jiufang Ming. Wuwei sword. The woman beneath the veil, upon hearing the name, yearned to lift her veil, but recalling something, she halted her motion, resigning herself to patiently await developments. Members of the Jiufang clan? Dongfang Si pondered, recalling that he had no impression of such a young powerhouse among them. Qin Tang, with keen perception, sensed Jiufang Ming's initiative and narrowly evaded the attack, utilizing an extraordinarily defiant agility. But does evasion truly serve a purpose? Jiufang Ming chuckled softly, then cast his gaze upon the flying swords that sliced past Qin Tang's side. What a monster! Qin Tang narrowly dodged another strike aimed at his head, only to discover that attacks from all directions were converging upon him once more. It's over. Qin Tang gasped, confronting the threat of death. Realizing he had no means to retaliate, "Do not bully my son." Qingwu could no longer bear to watch, and swiftly deflected the assaults coming from 4 directions. "Old fool, what can you do to me?" With each step he took, a phantasmic afterimage was left behind, rendering it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. "Go away." Jiufang Ming approached Qingwu and struck him with a swift motion. His gaze solely fixed on the woman behind Qingwu. Qingwu scoffed disdainfully. "Is that all you have?" He then unleashed his true power, a formidable aura sweeping across the arena, overshadowing Jiufang Ming's presence. The old fox had concealed his strength well. Observing Qingwu's sudden surge in cultivation, now evidently at the first level of the Illusion King, Jiufang Ming recognized that he had been hiding his true abilities. "Let us fight." Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes, brimming with murderous intent. Qingwu, ablaze with fury at the near-fatal injury inflicted on his son, understood that Jiufang Ming's attack was a lethal strike, leaving no room for mercy. Both combatants initiated their deadly moves, yet Qingwu's actions were notably swifter than those of Jiufang Ming. 1,000 Dragon Spear, Qingwu shouted, as a colossal dragon surged forth from the ground. Although Jiufang Ming was slightly slower, it was hardly a significant delay. Eternal Life Primordial Flame. Jiufang Ming opted to wield the dust flame directly, a formidable illusion flame capable not only of refining elixirs, but also of incinerating all in its path. What he typically used for alchemical purposes was merely a fraction of its true power. This moment, Jiufang Ming unleashed the full might of the Eternal Life Primordial Flame, its destructive potential unimaginable. As for the dust technique, Jiufang Ming regarded it as a final trump card, only to be employed in absolute desperation. He would not resort to its devastating force lightly. The dragon conjured by Qingwu transformed into a spear, spinning rapidly before lunging fiercely at Jiufang Ming. With a sweeping motion from left to right, Jiufang Ming's right hand conjured a burst of flames. The instant the flames erupted, the surrounding temperature soared dramatically. This, Bai Lijeng observed the illusion flame in Jiufang Ming's grasp, undoubtedly ranking higher than his own, and a desire to seize it began to stir within him. Just as the dragon-formed spear was about to pierce Jiufang Ming, it was entirely melted away by the peculiar white flames upon reaching his presence. "Illusion flame. This lad possesses some remarkable skills," Dongfang Si remarked, unfazed despite being unable to name the illusion flame in Jiufang Ming's hand. Once more, Qingwu, enraged by his attack's failure, drew forth a long sword. With the illusion martial technique ineffective, he resolved to engage with swordplay. The clash of Qingwu's sword against Jiufang Ming's produced a crisp sound. And before Qingwu could catch his breath, Jiufang Ming deftly glided his middle finger along the blade, enveloping it in a layer of Eternal Life Primordial Flame. Their swords collided once more, and Qingwu's blade was instantaneously obliterated. Humph! Attempting to create distance from Jiufang Ming, Qingwu was horrified to find a sharp object pressing against him from behind. What lay before him was merely an afterimage. Shocked, Qingwu turned around, questioning whether he would truly be defeated by an illusionist. "Father, be careful," Qin Tang, witnessing Jiufang Ming's terrifying speed, hurriedly warned. Thankfully, his father had just shielded him from an attack. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would surely be gravely wounded. As Qingwu attempted to move again, he felt a searing heat pierce through his chest. A sword imbued with primordial flame effortlessly penetrated his body. Jiufang Ming wielded his sword with abandon, yearning to extinguish the flickering flames of Yuan Yan. Yet, Yuan Shun was no mere illusion. It would perpetuate its blaze unless the wielder chose to quench it. "Do not touch me. This fire that cannot be extinguished." Qingwu's body erupted with blood from every pore, only to be instantaneously vaporized by the Yuan Yan, a sight both horrifying and surreal. Had the king of Dream State perished thus, and without a complete corpse? Everything transpired with such nonchalance. Dongfang Si gazed upon Jiufang Ming with an amused smile, recognizing his decisiveness in battle as indicative of a promising talent, albeit his impulsiveness was a tad excessive. "As I proclaimed, this wedding is mine to seize," Jiufang Ming declared coldly, his gaze fixed upon the trembling Qin Tang. "Do not be so arrogant." Li Wantong, the master of Li Hen Palace, retorted with fury, and with a murderous intent, he surged towards Jiufang Ming. This strike appeared to be unavoidable, for Li Hen Palace was indeed a first-rate sect, and Qin Tang was a figure of considerable importance to Li Wantong. Just as all presumed Jiufang Ming was destined to be obliterated by the impending blow, he remained unfazed. "Dare you harm me?" he inquired, his eyes locked onto the approaching Li Wantong, a smirk gracing his lips. "What is there to fear?" Li Wantong responded without hesitation, for he would not cower before a mere junior. Dongfang Si and Bai Lijing merely observed, showing no inclination to intervene. Talents such as Min Zhao were plentiful. And who would concern themselves with just one? No, no. In that critical moment, a man's voice echoed from behind, laced with urgency as he directed his anxious gaze towards Jiufang Ming. Upon witnessing Li Wantong relent, Jiufang Ming's lips curled slightly in satisfaction, feeling his gamble had paid off. "President Qin." "Why not?" Li Wantong turned to Qin Shinka, acknowledging the necessity of maintaining some semblance of respect, lest future dealings between Li Hen Palace and the Dream State Commerce Association become fraught with difficulty. Li Wantong had indeed consented to hold the wedding within the sect, primarily out of regard for the association's reputation. A mere king of Dream State was hardly worthy of his disdain. Panting heavily, Qin Shinka approached Jiufang Ming, entirely disregarding Li Wantong. "Predecessor, please temper your wrath. Shinka has arrived late," he said respectfully, having arrived just in time to witness Li Wantong's lethal intent towards Jiufang Ming, his heart racing with trepidation. Thankfully, Li Wantong had shown sufficient courtesy, or else he would have squandered an opportunity to forge a connection with a ninth-grade alchemist. Moreover, should outsiders learn of the demise of a ninth-grade alchemist in Dream State, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Qin Shinka was also acutely aware that Jiufang Ming's identity was far more complex than that of an alchemist. "Qin Shinka, what are you scheming?" Li Wantong demanded with ire. Qin Shinka retorted with a cold smirk. "From this day forth, the Dream State Commerce Association shall refrain from selling any resources to the disciples of Li Hen Palace. If you wish to purchase, seek elsewhere." Jiufang Ming smiled faintly, likely realizing that Li Wantong now regretted his actions too late. Li Wantong's expression soured, a flicker of regret crossing his features, though he secretly loathed Qin Shinka for monopolizing the entire Dream State Commerce Association. Devoid of resources, Li Hen Palace would find itself at a considerable disadvantage. "How dare you show disrespect to a ninth-grade alchemist? You possess a great deal of audacity." Qin Shinka scoffed at ninth grade. Dongfang Si, unable to maintain his composure, leaned awkwardly, spilling his tea. "Is that true?" Bai Lijing inquired with a booming voice, his face alight with excitement. Volume 2, Chapter 76. The Resolution of Forgotten Affections. Min Zhao. It has been over a century since a ninth-grade alchemist has graced us. Even seventh-grade alchemists are a rarity. Bai Lijing, with his own alchemical skills, barely reaches the fourth grade to in such a humble locale. To encounter a ninth-grade alchemist is indeed astonishing. Jiufang Ming casually tossed a pill to Bai Lijing, offering one each to Li Wantong and Dongfang Si as well. "Truly, it is a ninth-grade elixir." Dongfang Si, gazing at the intricate patterns of the pill and its unique fragrance, was taken aback in sheer astonishment. "Please allow me to pay my respects, esteemed elder." Dongfang Si urged Bai Lijing to bow before Jiufang Ming, for to forge an acquaintance with such a master would alleviate any future concerns regarding alchemical supplies. Before this youthful figure, the two illusionary kings knelt, and the other two men of equal stature followed suit. Li Wantong could hardly believe his eyes. Ninth-grade pills were beyond his comprehension, while sixth-grade ones were already exceedingly rare. Let alone ninth-grade. Reluctantly, Li Wantong knelt, realizing he had offended a ninth-grade alchemist, which could spell disaster for his future endeavors in seeking alchemical assistance. Seventh-grade alchemists were the pinnacle of Min Zhao's realm. And upon discovering that Qin was a formidable figure in Mengzhou, Jiufang Ming's demeanor shifted. Today, Qin Shinka arrived just in time to salvage the situation, leaving Jiufang Ming indebted to him. "Thank you, President Qin," Jiufang Ming remarked with a smile directed at Qin Shinka. "And this young lady?" Qin Shinka turned his gaze towards the veiled woman, tentatively inquiring, "Could she be the beloved one you spoke of?" Jiufang Ming was wagering on Qin Shinka's arrival, while Qin Shinka hesitated, weighing the implications of Jiufang Ming's true identity. The prestige of a ninth-grade alchemist was undeniable, yet opposing the Li Hen Palace could jeopardize the guild's financial interests. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. However, as the clouds parted to reveal clarity, he deemed the clientele of the Li Hen Palace unworthy of pursuit. Jiufang Ming approached, but the woman instinctively retreated several steps upon sensing his presence. "Qi Tong," Jiufang Ming whispered, anticipating this moment. Yet, before he could unveil her veil, she revealed her face on her own accord. "Mississippi, who are you?" Jiufang Ming queried, confronted by an unfamiliar visage, one that was certainly not Yin Chito. He searched for Qin Tang, only to find that he had already slipped away. The woman, sensing Jiufang Ming's frosty tone, lowered her head. If he did not recognize her, why then did he come to disrupt the wedding? Damn that Qin Tang, Li Wantong fumed upon seeing the woman's countenance. "Where's the princess of the ghost merchants?" Jiufang Ming inquired, casting a glance at Li Wantong before returning his attention to the woman. Li Wantong, feeling embarrassed, rose and stated, "I, as a junior, have failed to manage matters appropriately. Qin Tang has unlawfully exchanged the ghost merchant princess for his favored disciple. It is indeed a misunderstanding. What nonsense." Dongfang Si stepped forward and slapped Li Wantong. "If not for the timely intervention of Elder Jiufang, would you have simply evaded accountability?" Dongfang Si scoffed, his actions clearly aimed at currying favor with Jiufang Ming. Bailey Zheng, witnessing the scene, also reproached Li Wantong. Yet Li Wantong dared not retort. Both men were esteemed officials of the court, and even the exorcism guards would yield in their presence to "My apologies for my transgressions." Li Wantong bowed his head, resembling a child who had erred, while inwardly cursing Qin Tang and his son, Qin Tuesday. But who was this individual? Jiufang Ming gazed upon an exceptionally beautiful woman, unable to recall her name. In this moment of helplessness, the woman volunteered her identity. Jiufang Ishua. She looked at Jiufang Ming, speaking without a hint of trepidation. "Cousin?" Jiufang Ming was momentarily taken aback, initially believing he had misheard. Jiufang Ishua regarded the man before her, puzzled. "Jiufang Ming, do you not recognize me?" It was then that Jiufang Ming awkwardly acknowledged that the woman standing before him was indeed his cousin. By some twist of fate, he had interrupted his cousin's wedding, a situation bordering on the fantastical. "Xiaoming," Jiufang Ishua observed him, the earlier Wu-Wei sword undoubtedly wielded by this man. "You are still alive." Her beautiful eyes flickered as she removed the wedding attire that enveloped her. It was never a matter of mutual consent. Thus, what significance did this union hold? "Li Wantong, behold the consequences of your actions." Qin Shinka was equally astonished, realizing that the woman before him was Jiufang Ming's cousin, that if she were to marry Qin Tang, it would surely upend Li Hen Palace. Such a scenario would likely prove more dire than the union of Yin Chitong and Qin Tang. The father-son duo, Qin Tu and Qin Tang, had concealed the truth and disregarded the edicts of the Min dynasty. With Qin Tu deceased, the matter would not be pursued further. However, Qin Tang must be captured alive. Jiufang Ming then directed his gaze towards Li Wantong, his intent clear. Capturing Qin Tang would afford Li Hen Palace some leeway. Li Wantong promptly instructed the disciples of the sect to apprehend Qin Tang, deeming this straightforward task unnecessary for the exorcism guard's intervention. "Cousin, how have you fared these past years?" Jiufang Ming inquired. "Reflecting on the past grievances of Li Hen Palace, my cultivation has progressed swiftly, and I have made many good friends, though I do find myself yearning for home." Jiufang Ishua replied. Jiufang Ming nodded. It seemed that Li Hen Palace excelled in nurturing talent, rivaling even the Jiufang family. "President Qin, Li Hen Palace is a top-tier sect, having engaged in exchanges with the Dream City Merchants Association for years. I implore you to consider your decisions carefully." Jiufang Ming began to advocate for Li Hen Palace. Qin Shinka cooperatively responded. "Since Senior Jiufang has interceded, the Dream City Merchants Association will overlook past grievances that a heavy weight finally lifted from Li Wantong's heart, without a source of elixirs and medicinal herbs. The disciples of Li Hen Palace would inevitably dwindle. Report to the master. We have apprehended the individual." But He Xianyang hesitated slightly. "Speak." Li Wantong replied nonchalantly. "He has taken his own life." He Xianyang gestured, and two male disciples approached, carrying a bag. "Dispose of it." Bai Li Zheng remarked with distaste, finding it repulsive that even in death, Qin Tang continued to disgust others. Jiufang Ming detected an unpleasant odor, recoiling in revulsion. It had not been long since the corpse began to decay to such an extent as to emit a foul stench. "Princess Yushang, present," a male disciple called out loudly, his voice piercing the heavens. Yin Chitong unveiled her veil and slowly made her way towards the gathering crowd. Upon hearing her name, the crowd turned to gaze back, instinctively parting to create a path for Yin Chitong, at the end of which stood Jiufang Ming, turned slightly to the side. Jiufang Ming. Yin Chitong believed she was experiencing an illusion. But upon looking again, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Qitong, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Jiufang Ming's emotions from their past life intertwined with the present, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Yin Qitong remained quietly nestled in Jiufang Ming's arms. Perhaps it truly was a figment of her imagination, and soon she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Yet, even if this illusion persisted for just one more second, it served as a final comfort for Yin Qitong. Jiufang Ming held her for a long while, only to realize that the person in his arms had grown still. Qitong? He gently touched her cheek, finding it icy. Panic surged through Jiufang Ming, but no matter how he called her name, Yin Qitong remained unresponsive. That it was only when he infused her with illusionary energy that he abruptly understood. Yin Qitong had consumed a pill, and her stillness was a sign of the poison taking effect. By utilizing the devouring origin technique to extract her illusionary energy, Jiufang Ming quickly reached a conclusion. The forgetting emotion pill. A frown creased Jiufang Ming's brow. How cruel you are, Yin Su. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs, Jiufang Ming lamented, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Yin Qitong in his embrace. Senior, is this young lady all right? Li Wantong stepped forward, offering his concern, mistakenly believing Yin Qitong was merely fatigued from her journey and had fallen asleep temporarily. What does that have to do with you? Jiufang Ming replied coldly, then entrusted Yin Qitong to Jiufang Jiuxu for support. Only then did Li Wantong realize he had overstepped, hurriedly stepping back. Jiufang Jiuxu looked at Yin Qitong, who appeared pale and still bore traces of tears. Feeling a pang of sympathy, what has happened to this girl? She inquired. Jiufang Ming managed a bitter smile. The forgetting emotion pill. Jiufang Jiuxu understood the implications and fell into a momentary stupor, realizing that her cousin had come for this woman today, only to end up with nothing. He would likely endure a lifetime of anguish. Xiangji, come out. Jiufang Ming pounded on the ring, realizing he was utterly helpless against the forgetting emotion pill. Could you show a little decorum? Xiangji retorted, sensing Jiufang Ming's anger and anxiety, and thus tempered her tone. Is there any method to counteract the forgetting emotion pill? Jiufang Ming had already prepared the alchemical furnace, but regrettably lacked the formula. Moreover, you, as the evil Emperor Feng Yin, cannot find a solution. What can a mere ring spirit do? Xiangji indeed had no viable answer. Jiufang Ming gazed at Yin Qitong, feeling disheartened. If she were to forget everything about him, then all his efforts would be rendered meaningless. I've made up my mind. Jiufang Ming gritted his teeth, then entertained a wildly reckless thought. The forgetting emotion pill harmed the soul, and he could not help but recall the piercing sacrifice made to save his father. Perhaps applying a similar method might yield results. However, which part of his body should he use for the alchemy? If he were to concoct the pill himself, he could not afford to lose his eyes. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, Jiufang Ming slit open his own arm, and blood spurted forth in a frenzied gush. Disregarding the onlookers, Jiufang Ming controlled the cauldron, pouring blood into it before commencing the alchemical process. If eyes could be refined, then blood should possess the same efficacy. Unfamiliar with such forbidden arts in his previous life, Jiufang Ming was unaware that his constitution, imbued with the essence of eternal life, was extraordinarily exceptional, allowing any part of him to be used for pill crafting. As the elixir took shape, Jiufang Ming aged several years, his mental energy swiftly depleting. After administering the concoction to Yin Qitong showed no signs of awakening, while Jiufang Ming's hair turned completely white and his visage altered. Senior, what are you doing? Qin Shinka watched in horror as Jiufang Ming recklessly bled himself to create the elixir. The palpable loss of vitality from Jiufang Ming also startled Jiufang Yishua, but it's of no consequence, Jiufang Ming said calmly, observing the strands of white hair falling, with the essence of eternal life. The concept of lifespan restoration was almost assured. After closing his eyes for a brief respite, amidst the concerned gazes of those around him, Jiufang Ming rose. Senior, there's a change. Qin Shinka noticed the subtle shift in Yin Qitong. As she opened her eyes, the first sight that met her was the unfamiliar face of a woman, prompting her to spring up in panic. However, upon seeing Jiufang Ming, her gaze was captivated and could not be torn away. Is it truly you? Yin Qitong wondered if she was in a dream, then confirmed that she could indeed manipulate the illusionary essence. Yet, the man before her, with his head full of white hair, bore no resemblance to the memory she held. Indeed, Jiufang Ming replied, covering his wound with a gentle smile. Yin Shitong only remembered drifting into a deep slumber, completely oblivious to what transpired thereafter. What happened? She asked, her cherry lips parting as she looked towards Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ishue recounted the events that had unfolded, leading Yin Shitong to cover her face and weep. Why do you weep? Reassured that it would return to its former state in due time, deeming it unworthy of concern. Senior, there is good news, Dongfang Si announced. What good news could there possibly be? Jiufang Ming released Yin Shitong and turned his attention to Dongfang Si. The imperial decree has arrived. Qin Tang has deceived the court and has met his demise. After discussions, the betrothal has been reassigned to the Duke of Nanming. Dongfang Si elaborated, uncertain if Jiufang Ming would be taken aback. And who is the Duke of Nanming? Jiufang Ming felt a sense of foreboding, as if trouble loomed. This is the title bestowed upon you by His Majesty, having eliminated the malevolent figures from the list of evildoers. Conferring upon you the title of Duke of Nanming, Dongfang Si clarified. Jiufang Ming pondered for a moment, the happiness arriving rather unexpectedly, along with the rewards. Every disciple of the Li Henge today may come to receive 10 ninth-grade pills from me. A slight smile graced Jiufang Ming's lips. Surely Lan Huai had spoken in his favor. Yet, Jiufang Ming was acutely aware that he held little regard for such hollow titles, especially since he would one day seek to overturn the Min dynasty. Volume 2, Chapter 77. Worthy of exchange. Upon hearing that Jiufang Ming was to distribute ninth-grade elixirs, the disciples of Li Henge rushed out in droves, yet maintained a semblance of order. However, a faction of disciples remained skeptical, dismissing it as mere jest among fellow brothers, thus choosing to ignore the news that it was only after the majority had received their elixirs that they found themselves regretting their disbelief. Li Zhongzhu. The king of Mengzhou has perished, and following the endorsement of the esteemed Nanjing Gong, you shall succeed him as the king of Mengzhou, declared Dongfang Si. Were it not for Jiufang Ming's origins from Shaozhou, the position of king of Mengzhou would not have rightfully fallen to Li Wantong. The collective addressed Jiufang Ming with a newfound respect, now referring to him as Nanjing Gong, a title that elevated his status significantly above that of Dongfang Si, whose rank remained merely that of a count. The title of Huanqing was similarly confined to a count, whilst the title of Marquis would necessitate the strength of Huanhuang. Jiufang Ming's esteemed position stemmed not only from his identity as a ninth-grade alchemist, but also from his role as the imperial son-in-law of the Min dynasty, poised to become the future emperor. Subsequently, a decree from the Min dynasty arrived at the Jiufang family estate, led by a eunuch accompanied by a formidable entourage, none daring to obstruct their passage. Jiufang Wu received the decree, bellowed Jian Maota. Jiufang Wu promptly emerged and knelt before the decree. Jian Maota unrolled the first edict, due to the king of Shaozhou's unauthorized alliance with military forces. Jiufang Wu has rendered meritorious service in subduing the rebels, and is thus conferred the title of King of Wuwei. His son, Jiufang Ming, having slain the traitorous king of Mengzhou, Qin Tu, is bestowed the title of Nanjing Gong, granted vast tracts of fertile land, and additionally assigned the title of King of Shaozhou to Wuwei Wang. Jiufang Wu's expression remained impassive as he humbly accepted the decree. Jian Maota then retrieved another edict, in recognition of the Jiufang army's successful campaigns against external adversaries. They are elevated to the Jiufang Iron Cavalry, with Jiufang Gung appointed as the deputy general and Jiufang Ping as the principal commander, tasked with safeguarding the Min dynasty as the protector of the law. Conferred the title of Pingxi Gong. Jiufang Wu felt a surge of embarrassment. The Jiufang family had suddenly acquired four noble titles, which was truly astonishing. That we humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Jiufang Wu bowed again, watching Jian Maota and his entourage depart. The news of the Jiufang family's elevation spread across the great states, prompting the former kings of Shaozhou and Mengzhou to be executed, leaving the other state kings uneasy. Before long, rulers from various states arrived to offer their congratulations, seeking assurances of safety. The elevation of a state king typically culminated in a marquis title, yet the Jiufang family had produced such a multitude of influential figures that it inspired trepidation. Although the Yuan stone flying vessel provided by Li Henge was available, Jiufang Ming graciously declined, knowing that incurring a debt of gratitude was not a light matter. President Qin, what of Qin Tu and you? Jiufang Ming inquired, feeling a twinge of unease at the thought of both Qin Tu and Qin Shinka sharing the same surname. Qin Shinka responded with a calm smile. It is merely a matter of shared lineage. Li Wantong extended his courtesy due to his status as the king of Mengzhou. Reassured, Jiufang Ming reflected that Qin Tang and his son had brought their own demise upon themselves, driven by selfish desires that led to their downfall. While he had inadvertently benefited from their folly, Qin Tang had accurately anticipated the arrival of Yin Qidong and harbored designs against Jiufang Yixue. Thus, he conspired with Qin Tu to coerce her into compliance, impersonating a princess of the ghost merchant, only to be thwarted by Jiufang Ming's unexpected intervention. The audacity with which Qin Tang acted was purely the result of reckless impulsiveness. Might the esteemed South Netherlord grace my humble merchant association with a visit? Qin Shinka subsequently remarked, undoubtedly, Jiufang Ming would not decline such an invitation. Jiufang Ming offered a slight smile, inwardly reflecting that it was indeed time to return a favor to Qin Shinka. Yin Qitong gazed at the enchanting landscape of Dream City. Her curiosity piqued. Arriving in an unfamiliar dynasty certainly stirred her sense of exploration. Soon, I shall take you to drift upon Dream Lake, where the vistas are said to be breathtakingly beautiful. Jiufang Ming, with his head adorned in white hair, drew the attention of passers-by. Meanwhile, Yin Qitong had changed into a new attire. Already possessing extraordinary beauty, she appeared ethereal in the luxurious garments provided by the Dream City Merchant Association. Indeed, Yin Qitong nodded in agreement. The onlookers beheld this pair of celestial beings with deep envy. President Qin, could you prepare some medicinal herbs? Jiufang Ming noticed several alchemists gazing at him with reverence, and a thought crossed his mind. Cultivating a few alchemists for the Dream City Merchant Association would be a gesture of goodwill. Teaching one to fish is far more beneficial than merely providing a meal. Fear not, South Netherlord. Upon hearing this, fixed his gaze intently on the furnace in Jiufang Ming's hands. First, let us discuss the motivations that led you to become alchemists. Jiufang Ming selected a young maiden and inquired, the maiden, of similar age to Yin Qitong. Jiufang Ming smiled faintly, offering no further words. Healing and saving lives through alchemy is my true aspiration, another maiden stated, her eyes clear, devoid of deceit. The crowd shared their reasons, most citing the desire for status. A response that did not surprise Jiufang Ming. To become a top-tier alchemist, one must not cling too tightly to their original intent, Jiufang Ming remarked, leaving the audience in stunned silence. What insights does the South Netherlord have? We are eager to hear more. The middle-aged man respectfully inquired. I in the world of rivers and lakes, one is often bound by circumstances. Alchemy is no different. Initially, I practiced for my own benefit, yet now it is for the beloved in my heart. Jiufang Ming elucidated. South Netherlord, I still do not comprehend, a young man expressed, looking towards Jiufang Ming with confusion. Yin Qitong, slightly bashful, leaned closer to Jiufang Ming. Though she was the princess of ghost merchants in the Min dynasty, her reliance lay solely upon him. To excel in alchemy, one must understand adaptability, Jiufang Ming observed, noting the crowd's lack of understanding, and thus he elaborated, if you still do not grasp it, I shall demonstrate what is meant by adaptability. Wanhua, Yinjin grass, tervine leaves, and phoenix condensing water. Jiufang Ming announced the names of the required medicinal herbs, and the efficiency of Qin Shinka's merchant association was remarkable. It wasn't long before 2 portions of each herb were procured. Please observe closely. Jiufang Ming displayed the herbs for all to see. This is phoenix condensing water. First, we shall add it to the cauldron to boil, followed by the various herbs, Jiufang Ming explained. Although Qin Shinka was not an alchemist, he watched with keen interest, for he had expended great effort to invite such a distinguished guest. Now, what should we add next? Jiufang Ming inquired, indicating that these herbs were all essential for refining the cultivation-enhancing pill. Yinjin grass, a young boy answered, and indeed it was correct. And then, it should be tervine leaves, the previously mentioned girl responded, and the crowd nodded in agreement. Subsequently, others articulated the following steps. The cultivation-enhancing pill was a concoction that nearly every alchemist encountered upon their entry into the craft. Thus, stating the order of the herbs was not a challenge for them. Cultivation-enhancing pill, grade 9. With a proclamation from Jiufang Ming, several pills began to roll within the cauldron. The grade of the pills was not determined by the herbs alone, but rather by the skillful technique of the refining and the illusory flames, as well as the cauldron itself. Jiufang Ming extracted the pills and handed them to Qin Shinka to distribute for inspection. Truly grade 9. Although the other alchemists were not of high rank, they could sense the extraordinary nature of the pills through their brief contact. The crowd gazed intently at Jiufang Ming's movements. Which of you would be willing to assist me in alchemy? Jiufang Ming looked at the crowd, yet this time, No one responded. Qin Shinka gave Jiufang Ming a glance, and it was then that Jiufang Ming noticed Yin Qitong tugging at his sleeve. Observing Yin Qitong's cautious actions, is this acceptable? Although Yin Qitong harbored a yearning for alchemy, there were too few elders in Huizong proficient in the craft. Standing beside Jiufang Ming, Yin Qitong haphazardly placed the herbs into the cauldron. Had it not been for Jiufang Ming's prior instructions, anyone would have deemed such a method of alchemy to be chaotic. As the herbs were added to the cauldron, Jiufang Ming sealed it with his elemental power and began the alchemical process with a nonchalant demeanor. The cauldron remained still under the scorching of the eternal life flame, while inside, the contents churned wildly. Jiufang Ming manipulated the floating pill cauldron with ease, infusing it with various attributes of illusory elemental power. And as the pills took shape, they inherently contained different attributes of this power. Pills are complete. Jiufang Ming calmly lifted the elemental seal from the cauldron, and the fragrance unique to the pills wafted forth. Qin Shinka received 5 of the pills, while one was playfully twirled in Yin Qitong's hand. Grade 9 pills. Yet this aroma is entirely unlike that of the cultivation-enhancing pill. An elder with extensive alchemical experience shook his head, astonished by Jiufang Ming's mastery while savoring the scent of the pills. The same medicinal herbs can yield different elixirs, and varying methods of refinement can produce potions of distinct grades. All of this relies upon your own accumulation of knowledge and gradual understanding. With that final remark, Jiufang Ming took his leave, arm in arm with Yin Qitong. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into deep contemplation, while a meticulous alchemist mimicked Jiufang Ming's every move in the art of alchemy. After witnessing Jiufang Ming's demonstration, several alchemists affiliated with the Dream City Chamber of Commerce elevated their ranks by 1 tier. It seems my choice was indeed prudent. Qin Shinka watched the pair depart, and at the moment he turned, he suddenly sensed an unusual object within his sleeve. Shaking out his garment, he discovered a storage ring. Upon infusing it with his spiritual energy, he found it contained an abundance of elixirs, amounting to several 100,000. Accompanying the ring was a note, the timing of which Jiufang Ming had left behind unknown to him. This friend of yours is worth befriending. Qin Shinka discreetly burned the note, revealing a look of satisfaction. Volume 1, Chapter 78. An immersive experience among all the provinces in the Ming Dynasty. Mingzhou is relatively expansive, thus its economic strength surpasses that of the other provinces considerably, though 2 provinces are notably smaller. Their combined economic prowess positions them as the foremost in the Ming Dynasty, even rivaling the capital itself. That a critical factor in gauging a province's economic might is the quantity and rank of alchemists it possesses. Historically, Shaozhou, where Jiufang Ming resided, harbored only over 100 alchemical masters, with Yichang as the sole 5th-rank alchemist, while the rest fell below that standard. Despite this, Shaozhou ranked within the top 10 among the provinces of the Ming Dynasty. Not to mention the abundance of 2nd and 3rd-rank practitioners. In a secluded spot by the lake in Ming City, a man and a woman leisurely rowed a boat, indulging in fishing, thoroughly at ease. Suddenly, a stone disrupted the tranquility. Jiufang Ming looked towards the source of the sound, which was none other than the stone thrown by Yin Qitong. After quite some time, still no fish had taken the bait. Yin Qitong gazed at the water's surface and tossed another stone. This moment, with his conical hat and the white hair that peeked out, Jiufang Ming resembled an elderly fisherman, but he smiled in silence. Savoring the warmth of the young girl's presence, the gentle breeze caressing his face, yet he could no longer sense the vivacious aura emanating from Yin Qitong. You have changed, Jiufang Ming remarked, fiddling with the fishing rod. The small boat drifted across the vast lake, while the sole butterfly flowers along the shore danced with the wind, fluttering down like butterflies. Yin Qitong, momentarily distracted, stood up and then embraced Jiufang Ming from behind. They parted, and Jiufang Ming contentedly set aside his fishing rod, having caught nothing. The South Ming lord rowed the boat not for the sake of fish, but to relish the exquisite beauty of Dream Lake, a rarity in the human realm. Jiufang Ming gazed at the countless soul butterfly flowers cascading down at that moment, feeling a profound sense of loss, while simultaneously being utterly astonished. The soul butterfly flowers bloom once a day, flourishing and withering on the same day, thus presenting this enchanting spectacle almost daily. In the future, such beauty would be a rare sight in my presence. Jiufang Ming caught a single soul butterfly flower. Yin Qitong smiled radiantly, declaring that wherever the sovereign stands, beauty follows. Jiufang Ming watched the soul butterfly flower wither rapidly. He turned his palm over, allowing it to drift into the water that I in this life. I shall not fail you. Jiufang Ming rose, maneuvering the small boat to the shore before slowly departing. After many days of arduous travel, Jiufang Ming and Yin Qitong found a tavern to temporarily rest. Sensing the chaotic, illusory, elemental force, Jiufang Ming promptly deduced his surroundings. Exiting the grand formation, he halted in a clearing before the main hall, the ground beneath him distinctly extraordinary, being an entire block of naturally formed supreme elemental stone. The entire clearing emitted a subtle radiance of various hues, corresponding to the 5 elements. The density of the illusory elemental force here far surpassed that found in any other location on the Cloudton continent. A truly miraculous creation that defied the laws of nature. This area, although merely a clearing, was part of the residence where disciples of the primordial sacred hall cultivated, situated 100 meters from the main hall, with an astonishingly high concentration of elemental force. While cultivating here was perilously dangerous, given that the primordial sacred hall was nestled within the most treacherous mountain ranges of the Cloudton continent, and the duration was contingent on their level of attainment. Each year, they might cultivate for a period ranging from 1 hour to 3 days, while the remaining time in the year was dedicated to consolidating the benefits gained here. This was not due to the stinginess of the primordial sacred hall, but rather because the vitality within Lingyan Pavilion was exceedingly dense. Without adequate cultivation, even a minute spent here could lead to unbearable consequences, resulting in explosive demise, shattering their dantians. Newly admitted disciples, although residing beside Lingyan Pavilion, could enter for a maximum of half a day each year. Naturally, living adjacent to Lingyan Pavilion already conferred upon them a certain privilege. Within Lingyan Pavilion, others were present. All 12 generations of disciples from the primordial sacred hall, along with the sovereign Ko Tian, a total of 11 individuals, sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in concentration, hands forming various seals, resembling a state of grave urgency. The shock surging within Jiufang Ming was truly beyond verbal description. He instantly recognized that the positions and seals held by these masters of the primordial sacred hall were forming the most elite formation. The illusory heaven arrayed in this tumultuous period of elemental disorder. Only within the sacred grounds of Lingyan Pavilion, a place that defied the natural order, could such a formation be utilized normally. Just as Jiufang Ming intended to step into the sacred hall, a dazzling light enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself amidst a transformed landscape. On the periphery of the illusory Beast Mountain range, roar, at an indeterminate moment, a layer of mist descended silently within a radius of 1 kilometer centered around Jiufang Ming. The closer one drew to Jiufang Ming, the denser the mist became, presumably enhancing its lethal nature. Before long, certain beasts inadvertently discovered that after sustaining injuries, their wounds would miraculously cease to bleed upon contact with this enigmatic mist. Consequently, they rushed eagerly towards the thickening fog. Gradually, more and more beasts and phantom creatures arrived, voraciously consuming the rare mist. Initially, in their haste to absorb the mist, the beasts coexisted peacefully, with even the python and forest mouse. Despite being lower-tier phantoms, their individual offensive and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of the evil eye. They were not only swift in movement, but also possessed an innate ability to wield wind blade magic. As the multitude of beasts obstructed their path, the lead wolf let out a piercing howl, guiding over 500 wind Xian leopards as they prowled, jogging and howling incessantly. The seasoned beasts recognized this as the precursor to an impending attack from the wolf pack, a typical tactic employed by wolves to intimidate their adversaries. After a moment of hesitation, witnessing the proximity of the wolves, some solitary earth mice and antelopes reluctantly retreated, although the mist offered substantial benefits to their bodies. Unleashed a long howl, and, leading over 500 wind Xian leopards, swiftly lunged at a group of 3-pronged sword wolves, seeking the path of least resistance. While the 3-pronged sword wolves were not high-tier phantoms, their teeth were exceedingly sharp, leaving human cultivators with virtually no chance of survival upon being bitten. In dire circumstances, the 3-pronged sword wolves could even launch their hardened fur like arrows, and their vast numbers rendered them a formidable force. Had it not been for the fact that the 3-pronged sword wolves were the weakest among the gathered beasts, the lead wolf would have preferred to avoid a direct confrontation as expected. Upon witnessing the fierce charge of the wolf pack, the 3-pronged sword wolves would not yield easily. They quickly formed a tight circular defensive formation, and at the command of their leader, unleashed their long fur as projectiles. With jaws filled with fangs, they expelled sharp wind blades that decimated the ranks of the three-pronged sword wolves. Realizing that ranged attacks were ineffective, the leader of the three-pronged sword wolves, as large as a calf, let out a mighty roar, leading a charge of robust three-pronged sword wolves in an attempt to disrupt the formation of the wolf pack, but their efforts proved futile before they could close the distance. They were mercilessly cut to shreds by the relentless wind blades. Following this, the lead wolf, accompanied by a pack of fierce wind Xian leopards, surged forward, swiftly tearing the charging three-pronged sword wolves into pieces. The remaining three-pronged sword wolves, witnessing this spectacle, retreated several paces. The three-pronged sword wolves realized they were no match. They had no choice but to flee in disarray, while the wind Xian leopard refrained from pursuing them relentlessly as it would during its usual haunts. Instead, it commenced an assault on a cluster of golden-striped pythons, seeking to occupy areas where the mist was denser, not far from the ninefold dark. The emperor python, as robust as a water barrel and nearly 20 meters long, bore alternating black and white scales adorned with a golden stripe along its back. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it also possessed a lethal venom. Its prey, upon being poisoned, would often succumb to a darkened state. Gasping for breath, in the face of nearly 300 golden-striped pythons retaliating fiercely, despite their numbers being nearly halved, the wind Xian leopard found it challenging to gain an advantage, while it skillfully evaded the venomous fangs of its adversaries. It was frequently sent sprawling by the forceful strikes of their powerful tails, resulting in a balanced and fierce confrontation. Simultaneously, other fantastical beasts began to take advantage of the chaos, employing every conceivable tactic to push forward. Unlike in normal circumstances, under the shroud of mist, unless a wound was fatal, it would gradually stop bleeding on its own, allowing for swift recovery of vitality. Consequently, some formidable fantastical beasts, emboldened by this phenomenon, launched assaults against those obstructing their path. Gradually, the scene descended into further disorder. Observing the throng of fantastical beasts outside the misty formation and the frenzied slaughter unfolding, Ninefold Dark felt a chill run down his spine. After watching coldly for some time, he noticed numerous weaker beasts lurking in the distance, voraciously consuming the mist, leading him to comprehend the motivation behind the rampant carnage. Ninefold Dark sat back to witness the unfolding spectacle. Preparing to profit from the ensuing chaos, a sudden dark cloud appeared on the horizon, hurtling toward the mist with astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the ominous cloud was a swarm of pitch-black thunderbirds. According to the memories of his tamed fantastical beasts, although thunderbirds were merely sixth-tier creatures, their formidable attack power, capable of unleashing devastating purple lightning, rendered them a force to be reckoned with. Even for high-level illusionists and illusion emperors, who would think twice before confronting such a multitude. After circling the dense mist, the thunderbirds dove toward the wind Xian leopard and the golden-striped pythons below like a bolt of lightning, prompting Ninefold Dark to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing he had not yet revealed his position. With a piercing cry, the thunderbirds unleashed thick bolts of lightning, incapacitating many wind Xian leopards and golden-striped pythons, leaving them charred and motionless. Following this, like bombers, they descended, their half-foot-long claws ripping out the innards of their prey. In a frenzy, some thunderbirds even carried off their struggling victims into the air, tearing them asunder with a forceful split of their claws, raining down entrails and blood like a torrential downpour, resulting in a scene of utter carnage. The thunderbirds did not limit their wrath to the wind Xian leopards and golden-striped pythons. Even the dwarf horses and Komodo cloud leopards hiding nearby were not as the thunderbird and the myriad of phantom beasts engaged in a fierce battle, their primal instincts ignited, eyes ablaze with fervor. Seemingly oblivious to their original intent of consuming the mist, the thunderbirds struck with precision, while the coalition of phantom beasts boasted sheer numbers that in their frenzy, both sides matched each other blow for blow, rendering the outcome almost indecisive. Despite the thunderbird's formidable physique, it found itself at a disadvantage against the wind blades of the wind Xian leopard, the venom of the golden line python, and the explosive fireballs of the Lagos cloud leopard. Volume 2, Chapter 78. Dream into butterfly flowers. Among all the provinces in the Min dynasty, Mengzhou is considered relatively expansive, and its economic strength surpasses that of the others, although there are two provinces with smaller areas. Their combined economic prowess rivals that of the Ming dynasty's capital. That a crucial determinant of a province's economic might is the number and rank of alchemists it possesses. Historically, Shaozhou, where Jiufang Ming resides, had merely over 100 alchemy masters, with only Yichang being a fifth-tier alchemist, while the rest fell below that tier. Despite this, Shaozhou managed to secure a place among the top 10 provinces in the Ming dynasty. Presently, even with Jiufang Ming as the sole alchemist in Shaozhou, it would still rank first, for a single 9th-tier alchemist is worth countless 8th-tier alchemists, not to mention the abundance of 2nd and 3rd-tier practitioners. With his conical hat and the white hair peeking out, Jiufang Ming appeared to be an elderly man engaged in fishing. He smiled silently, savoring the warmth of the girl's presence, the gentle breeze brushing against him. Yet he could no longer ignore the lively aura emanating from Yan Qitong. "You have changed," Jiufang Ming remarked, fiddling with the fishing rod. The small boat drifted across the vast lake, while the sole butterfly flowers by the shore danced in the wind. Fluttering down like butterflies, Yan Qitong, lost in thought, rose and embraced Jiufang Ming from behind. A rush of emotions surged within Jiufang Ming, akin to the myriad of sole butterfly flowers cascading onto the lake's surface. "But I still cherish you," Jiufang Ming replied, removing his hat and turning to kiss Yan Qitong. After an eternity, their lips parted, and Jiufang Ming, content, withdrew his fishing rod, realizing he had caught no fish for the South Ming prince. Fishing was not the goal. The beauty of Dream Lake was a rare sight to behold. Jiufang Ming watched as countless sole butterfly flowers fell at that moment, feeling a mix of regret and profound awe. The sole butterfly flowers bloom once a day, blooming and wilting on the same day, thus creating this enchanting spectacle almost daily. From now on, such beauty will be a rare sight beside me. Jiufang Ming mused, catching a sole butterfly flower. Yan Qitong smiled brightly. "Where you are, there is beauty." Jiufang Ming observed the rapid wilting of the sole butterfly flower, then flipped his palm, allowing it to drift into the water. "In this life, I shall not disappoint you." Jiufang Ming rose, maneuvering the small boat towards the shore before departing slowly. After a prolonged journey, Jiufang Ming and Yan Qitong sought refuge in an inn to rest, the surface of which was extraordinary, a massive, naturally occurring premium elemental stone. The entire area emitted a subtle radiance of various hues, corresponding to the 5 elements. The density of the illusionary elemental energy here far surpassed that of any other place on the Cloud-Tin continent. A miraculous phenomenon that defied the laws of nature. This location, though 100 meters from the Grand Hall, was part of the residence and cultivation grounds for certain disciples of the primordial sacred hall. The benefits of training here were 100-fold superior to those found elsewhere. Despite this area being merely an open space, ordinary disciples were not qualified to tread upon it. Only those with sufficient cultivation could practice here. This was not a matter of stinginess on the part of the primordial sacred hall, but rather a necessity, as the elemental energy in Lingyan Pavilion was overwhelmingly dense. Without adequate cultivation, even a minute spent here would be unbearable. Inside Lingyan Pavilion, a gathering of individuals was present, comprising all 12 generations of disciples from the primordial sacred hall, including the formidable leader, Ko Tian, totaling 11 individuals, who were seated in meditation, eyes closed, hands forming various intricate hand seals. Exuding an air of solemn vigilance, the astonishment that coursed through Jiufang Ming at this moment was beyond description. He immediately recognized that the positions occupied by these experts, along with the hand seals they were forming, that such formations could be employed effectively. Just as Jiufang Ming was about to undertake his next action, he found himself utterly immobilized, and with each attempt to struggle, the agony intensified. Even though he was aware that this was a dream, Jiufang Ming remained entranced. Suddenly, Jiufang Ming awoke with a start, only to find Yan Qitong sitting by his bedside, her expression etched with concern and helplessness. Upon touching his forehead, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Feeling utterly unwell, rising from the bed, Jiufang Ming first attended to the grime on his person, then donned a fresh set of garments before cautiously stepping outside. "Are you all right?" Yan Qitong inquired with genuine concern. Uncertain of what to say, Jiufang Ming's struggles in the dream had manifested in the physical realm as a pallor that betrayed his distress, and despite Yan Qitong's calls, he remained unresponsive. It is no wonder that this lakeside is named Dream Lake. Whether it manifests as a nightmare or a sweet dream is beyond human control. Jiufang Ming opened the window, revealing that it was already noon. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, This was the first time he had slept for such an extended period without engaging in practice. Typically, the cultivation of an illusionist is akin to the rest of an ordinary human. Unless their illusionary energy is entirely depleted, an illusionist would opt for sleep as a natural means of replenishing their energy. Yin Shitong smiled charmingly, her curiosity about Min Zhao evident. After settling the accommodation fees, Jiufang Ming donned a black robe, while Yin Shitong changed into a rather plain attire, selecting a common style in white to avoid drawing attention. Jiufang Ming had another purpose in mind, to inspect Suing City. Although he could not privately amass military forces, winning the hearts of the people was imperative for him. After a leisurely stroll, he recalled the previous encounter with Shang Guanyun, feeling a pang of regret. Min Zhoga had already become his wife, yet within her lay the remnants of Min Jingwei, a descendant of his enemy Min Ning. He could at most grant her a single path to survival. Having you by my side is sufficient, Yin Shitong replied playfully, taking Jiufang Ming's hand as they meandered through the bustling market. He purchased all manner of exquisite trinkets for her, showing no hesitation for even the briefest glance at what pleased her. Oh, you miss home? Jiufang Ming suddenly inquired. Yin Shitong looked at him earnestly and replied, not really. Yet, Jiufang Ming noticed the flicker of sorrow in her eyes despite her shake of the head. He casually bought 2 sky lanterns from a vendor, handing one to Yin Shitong. How could a person not have reasons to long for home? He mused. Gazing at the lantern, he remembered that all his kin in his past life had been slain by the emperor of the Min dynasty, and the Fong family had vanished forever from this realm. Min Ning had not only usurped his fate, but had tarnished his reputation. Even his most beloved had been taken from him. The thought of her brought him pain, yet upon seeing Yin Shitong beside him, he felt a sense of relief. It has been a year. How did you ascend from an illusionist to a master illusionist, and even become a 9th-tier alchemist? Yin Shitong voiced her confusion, astonished by Jiufang Ming's remarkable breakthrough. It was merely a stroke of fortune, he replied, recounting all that had transpired, including his betrothal to Min Zhoga, though he refrained from mentioning his previous identity as the evil Emperor Fong Yin. A secret that could prove detrimental if revealed. Oh, you already have a wife. Yin Shitong remarked with a calm demeanor, showing no sign of distress. Jiufang Ming's expression hardened. While the Min dynasty permitted multiple wives. If I truly marry into Mengzhou, what would you do? Then I shall extinguish Mengzhou. Yin Shitong planted a gentle kiss on Jiufang Ming's cheek, then grasped the lantern and darted ahead of him. Volume 2. Chapter 79. Chasing the lanterns. Although Su Yingqing occupies a far smaller area than other cities in Shaozhou, its compactness is exquisite, offering experiences unattainable elsewhere than on a moonlit night by the Lantern Lake in Su Yingqing. Jiufang Ming ignited a lantern with his illusionary energy, and Yin Shitong soon followed suit. They exchanged a smile, the luminous glow of the lantern reflecting upon their faces, shimmering brilliantly. The lakeside was bustling with numerous passers-by. Ordinary folk lit their lanterns with fire, while most of the visitors here were couples seeking to make wishes. Young masters and mistresses, you must inscribe your wishes on the lanterns before releasing them. A vendor approached, holding paper and pen, along with several lanterns. Jiufang Ming noticed the paper and pen, glanced at the lantern, and promptly purchased one with a piece of elemental stone. The vendor, overjoyed, uttered a few flattering words before turning to leave. Wait, the vendor was about to depart in search of other customers. He was called back by Yin Shitong. What significance does releasing lanterns hold? She inquired, feeling the warmth of the lantern. Jiufang Ming was momentarily taken aback. It was understandable for Yin Shitong to question, as he had spent considerable time in Huaizong without encountering such lanterns, which were quite commonplace in Minqiao. The lantern symbolizes love and fortune in the mortal realm. Releasing it serves the purpose of making wishes, the vendor explained, handing another lantern to Yin Shitong. Countless lanterns illuminated the sky, eventually coalescing into twinkling lights before fading away. Jiufang Ming inscribed his wish and allowed his lantern to ascend. The lantern gracefully floated into the air, swaying gently as it drifted into the distance, igniting the darkened sky in an instant, while the lake mirrored its brilliance, as if the lantern had plunged into the depths below. My wish is to grow old together with you, Jiufang Ming mused, glancing at his hair, still a mix of black and white, not yet fully restored. Yin Shitong turned her back, quietly writing something. Jiufang Ming did not pry. Presuming her wish to be akin to his own, the lantern, already ignited by illusionary energy, was merely awaiting release. Once Yin Shitong completed her inscription, she set her lantern free. Jiufang Ming, and Yin Qitong watched as their lanterns swayed and floated into the distance, both their eyes sparkling with light. Jiufang Ming's lantern soon vanished from sight, while Yin Qitong's lantern continued to sway, reluctant to depart. The lantern wobbled, as if observing the two, before it finally succumbed to gravity and fell into the water, extinguishing quietly. This, Yin Qitong gasped, witnessing her lantern submerged, a tremor in her heart. Jiufang Ming retrieved another lantern and handed it to her, perhaps due to her inexperience in releasing lanterns. Yin Qitong gazed at the lantern that had lost its way in the water. Feeling a deep sense of loss, she reignited the lantern and directed it skyward once more. Jiufang Ming watched as the lantern threatened to fall again, noticing the hopeful glimmer in Yin Qitong's eyes. Stirring something within him, the lantern floated gracefully, seemingly on the verge of descending, yet it suddenly steadied itself and soared into the distance. Yin Qitong cast a satisfied glance at Jiufang Ming, only to discover that he appeared even more entranced than she. Jiufang Ming withdrew his elemental energy, and remarkably, the lantern continued its ascent towards the depths of the sky. The sacred vision scroll could indeed still be utilized here. Jiufang Ming's eyes showed no signs of discomfort. The illusory elemental energy he conjured through his gaze was nearly indistinguishable from that which he gathered in his palm. The two embraced joyfully before seeking another in. However, it seemed only Jiufang Ming noticed that the second lantern bore no written wish. On the following morning, the two vacated their respective rooms. After a night of cultivation, they both appeared refreshed and invigorated. Yin Qitong had reached the 6th stage of an illusionist. Although she had made progress over the past year, it was nowhere near the speed of her earlier advancements. Jiufang Ming understood that this was likely due to her longing for home. They decided to visit the Alchemist Guild. Jiufang Ming encircled Yin Qitong's waist as they exited the inn. Relying on the map they had procured, Jiufang Ming quickly located the Alchemist Guild, which, when viewed from above, would rival the size of the Dayan Academy. Upon entering the guild, Jiufang Ming noticed an elderly man staring intently at him. "Young friend, do you also practice alchemy?" An astonished old man with a white beard exclaimed upon seeing Jiufang Ming. Typically, those who could attain a rank at the Alchemist Guild were middle-aged individuals. Even if there were young practitioners, their ranks were seldom high, and the badges they received were merely ordinary iron ones. Jiufang Ming chuckled silently, thinking that if he were not adept at alchemy, who else in the world would be? Yin Qitong laughed at the old man's question, saying, "Is it not perfectly normal for a young person to practice alchemy?" Jiufang Ming smiled faintly, realizing that Suing City was a small town, and chose not to elaborate further. With a frown, the old man remarked, "With such a disposition, how could you possibly produce quality elixirs?" Jiufang Ming merely smiled calmly, opting not to retort, as he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. A youth beside the old man, observing Jiufang Ming and Yin Qitong, stirred slightly, and, after glancing at the old man and Jiufang Ming, excitedly proposed, "Brother, since we are both practitioners of the alchemical arts, and his rank would probably not be impressive, who told you that alchemy is meant for competition?" Jiufang Ming replied, disregarding Su Hongya and making his way towards the guild's interior as an alchemist. Su Hongya said maliciously, eager to see if Jiufang Ming would take the bait. Noticing Su Hongya's gaze fixed on Yin Qitong, Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow. Jiufang Ming came to a halt. "Very well. Am I to fear you, my dear? If you believe you can triumph, feel free to set any conditions you desire." Su Hongya basked in the attention of the crowd, casting a triumphant glance at Jiufang Ming. This young man, Su Hongya, was a third-tier alchemist and the president of the Alchemist Association in Suing City, while Jiufang Ming was merely a fourth-tier that a young boy of mere illusionist rank cautioned. Hoping Jiufang Ming would not act impulsively and risk his entire fortune, in his view, the most Jiufang Ming could offer was a single profound-grade illusionary martial technique. "Thank you for your reminder." Jiufang Ming nodded, appreciating the goodwill of others. Yet Su Hongya's aggressive demeanor left no room for courtesy. What irked Jiufang Ming most was the look Su Hongya cast towards Yin Qitong, which bore a hint of ulterior motives. "I fear you may find yourself unable to deliver." Su Hongya scrutinized Jiufang Ming's rather ordinary black robe, indistinguishable from that of an average passerby. Jiufang Ming smiled nonchalantly, claiming, "Not only do I possess profound grade, but also heavenly grade techniques. The real concern is whether you possess the life to claim them." Su Hongya's expression darkened as he grasped the implication of Jiufang Ming's words that "I am a third-tier alchemist." "What are you?" Su Hongya brandished his badge before Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming chuckled softly, remarking, "Even the president of the Min Dynasty Alchemist Association would have to show me respect." The elder nearby shook his head. Assuming the young man was merely boasting and chose not to dwell on it, Su Hongya, feeling perplexed, entered the association ahead of Jiufang Ming. "Miss Su Yao." Upon seeing the young lady at the front desk of the Alchemist Association, Su Hongya instantly became more subdued. Su Yao cast a dispassionate glance at Su Hongya, her eyes brightening as she noticed Jiufang Ming and Yin Qidong. It had been quite some time since Suing City had seen a new alchemist. "I have come to upgrade my alchemist rank." Su Hongya slowly extended his badge to Su Yao. She accepted the badge and led Su Hongya into the assessment area. Numerous young talents and novice alchemists were present, most possessing illusionist ranks of 7 or 8. Yet their understanding of alchemy was woefully lacking. They were merely here to witness the spectacle. Jiufang Ming casually filled out a form and returned it to Su Yao. "Does this young lady wish to participate as well?" Su Yao inquired, glancing at Yin Qitong, who felt a twinge of inadequacy. Although she was referred to as the fairy of Ing City, she paled in comparison to the girl before her, both in cultivation and demeanor. The only aspect in which they might be comparable was their rank as alchemists. No, I cannot concoct elixirs." Yin Qitong waved her hand, stating that her primary purpose was to accompany Jiufang Ming. Evoking a sense of familiarity, Jiufang Ming, leading Yin Qitong by the hand, entered the examination venue. "I really don't know anything about alchemy," Yin Qitong murmured softly. Jiufang Ming smiled mysteriously. "If I say I can, then you shall too." Yin Qitong chuckled helplessly. Her interest peaked as she gazed deeper into the realm of the alchemists. In the 8th chapter of the 2nd volume, titled The 9-Rank Waste Token. As Jiufang Ming and Yin Qitong ventured further inside, they were greeted by an extraordinary aroma of elixirs wafting from the examination area. Jiufang Ming, inhaling the subtle fragrance, instantly discerned the quality of the concocted pills. Upon recognizing Su Hongya as the alchemist, Jiufang Ming felt a surge of disdain. "Even if you were a 4th-rank alchemist, what grounds did you have to be arrogant in my presence?" Even an 8th-rank alchemist would have to show some humility before Jiufang Ming. He was confident that he could easily suppress even a 9th-rank alchemist. Su Hongya, successfully promoted, announced the middle-aged man in charge of the assessment, holding alchemical pills and subsequently passing them to several other assessors for inspection. The crowd nodded in satisfaction and then produced a new waste token, engraved with a circular elixir and 4 stars above it, denoting the alchemist's rank. Su Hongya had ascended from a 3rd to a 4th rank, and correspondingly, his star rating had increased by 1. The previously ordinary black iron waste token had transformed into a bronze 1, now hanging conspicuously from his waist, with his new waste token in hand. Su Hongya swaggered out, frequently flaunting his newly acquired status as a 4th-rank alchemist to Jiufang Ming. It is worth noting that in the entire Suing City, the highest-ranking alchemist was merely 4th rank. This was the foundation of Su Hongya's confidence. In his view, Suing City was a vast domain, and 4th-rank alchemists were the elite within that realm. His cultivation level was at the 9th stage of the illusionist realm, making him quite remarkable among his peers in Suing City. As for Jiufang Ming, he regarded Su Hongya with contempt, thinking of him as a country bumpkin from an unknown place with little alchemical prowess. Noticing the lack of any fluctuations in elemental energy from Jiufang Ming's cultivation, Su Hongya felt a sense of superiority. The onlookers who had gathered to witness Su Hongya's promotion rushed to congratulate him. Noting that even the president of the Alchemist Guild was merely a 4th-rank alchemist, "Young Master Su, feel free to use the herbs from our Commerce Association in Suing City," a man said. But he couldn't help but feel irked that Jiufang Ming had never acknowledged him. "Humph," Su Hongya scoffed as he passed by Jiufang Ming, casting a pointed glance at Yin Qitong. That a surge of murderous intent flickered in Jiufang Ming's heart. It seemed Su Hongya was the first to court death in this manner, and he silently pondered the stakes of their impending rivalry. Next, Jiufang Ming called the middle-aged man in charge of the assessment. It appeared that only 3 young individuals had come to undergo the evaluation today, making the process relatively easy. The middle-aged man was already quite satisfied with Su Hongya's performance, but he held little hope for Jiufang Ming, as he had never encountered this youth before. "May I use my own alchemical furnace?" Jiufang Ming inquired. "Surely the Alchemist Guild's assessment is bound by stringent regulations. How can one feign authority when they are oblivious to such matters?" Su Hongya scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Jiufang Ming, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Jiufang Ming shook his head. These individuals had become alchemists purely in pursuit of fame and wealth. How could they possibly concoct truly exceptional elixirs? Oh, this lad even dares to shake his head, Su Hongyam mockingly retorted, emboldened by the badge of a fourth-tier alchemist, now fearless, confident that even if he encountered trouble, the Alchemist Guild would intervene on his behalf. Unperturbed, Jiufang Ming noted that the examiner's silence indicated tacit approval for the use of his own alchemical furnace. As the furnace was unveiled, Jiufang Ming instantly became the center of attention, the reason being that this furnace was exquisitely crafted, effortlessly absorbing the ethereal energy of the world. This young man possesses such an exquisite furnace. Su Hongyek gritted his teeth, suspecting that Jiufang Ming lacked the skills to refine elixirs, yet possessed such a remarkable furnace. The crowd instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by the tremendous fluctuation of energy. Yan Qitong stood rooted, observing as Jiufang Ming conjured flames within his palm, condensed the fire. Jiufang Ming did not glance at the furnace. Instead, he turned to focus on Yan Qitong. Yan Qitong, taken aback, wondered if he was not in the midst of alchemical refinement. Attempting to draw energy from the ethereal dust was akin to utilizing ethereal techniques. Jiufang Ming communicated silently, smiling at Yan Qitong, entirely disregarding the furnace in his hands. Yan Qitong grasped his intent. Jiufang Ming was imparting alchemical knowledge, yet with her aptitude, would she truly master it in such a brief span? Simply refine the corresponding elixirs. The middle-aged examiner gestured towards the wooden table behind Jiufang Ming, but on the table lay 3 identical sets of herbs, presumably providing 3 opportunities. Jiufang Ming felt a surge of inspiration and subsequently transmitted a message to Yan Qitong. "How are you faring?" Jiufang Ming inquired, his actions aimed at granting Yan Qitong additional time for practice. Initially, Yan Qitong sensed that the ethereal dust within her dantian had lost its familiar essence. Yet compared to before, the condensation of ethereal energy felt far more effortless, prompting her to pay little heed to it. And then, Yan Qitong conjured a faint flame within her palm, its flicker barely noticeable. "Has transformed from the ethereal dust within you due to the elixir," Jiufang Ming elucidated, recalling that Yan Qitong had previously mentioned her ethereal flame could shift into elemental dust under special conditions. The Yufeng Mingdun is one of the 5 ancient dusts, and those possessing such elemental dust among ethereal practitioners correspond to the Yufeng Ming body, the longevity Yuan body, the Canglong Tian body, the power of which is beyond imagination. Jiufang Ming nodded with satisfaction, sequentially placing the first medicinal ingredient into the alchemical furnace, commencing the refining process. Yan Qitong fixed her gaze intently on Jiufang Ming's every movement. Missing not a single moment as the ingredients were introduced into the furnace, they swiftly transformed into dross. Jiufang Ming sealed the furnace with his primordial force, guiding it to levitate in the air, providing the Alchemist Guild with just cause to deny passage. The minimum requirement for an alchemist is to successfully refine a batch of elixirs in a seamless, uninterrupted manner while ensuring the furnace remains intact. Upon completion of the first batch, Jiufang Ming nonchalantly retrieved the still warm elixirs and presented them to the middle-aged examiner. Without exception, the elixirs were all of the 9th grade, which was an unfortunate predicament for Jiufang Ming. With the memories of his former life, producing lower-grade elixirs proved more challenging than creating supreme-grade ones. The quality was commendable, yet this grade the middle-aged examiner gazed at the elixirs, seemingly bewildered, as he counted the intricate patterns, each one undeniably 9th grade. 9 intricate patterns? Another examiner took the elixir, his expression a mixture of astonishment and doubt. The foremost alchemist of Shaozhou, Yi Chong, was reputed to only reach the 6th grade. Thus, a 9th grade alchemist was indeed astonishing. "May I inquire the name of this young friend?" The middle-aged examiner suddenly recalled the news that had recently spread throughout Shaozhou regarding the son of the Shaozhou king, Nanming Gong, who was indeed a 9th grade alchemist and the foremost figure of the Min dynasty. "Jiufang Ming," he replied with calm composure. The middle-aged examiner broke into a sweat, hastily bowing in reverence. "I extend my greetings to Nanming Gong, and I beg your forgiveness for my earlier rudeness." The middle-aged examiner bent low. "We greet Nanming Gong." They all bowed in deference, except for Su Hongya, who stood rooted in place, bewildered. Yan Qitong remained motionless, still concentrating on gathering the flames. The identity of Jiufang Ming as a 9th grade alchemist was enough to instill awe and trepidation. What instilled even greater fear was his status as Nanming Gong. the exorcist of evil spirits, that a mere displeasure could lead to the imprisonment of those deemed unsatisfactory, and the exorcists of evil spirits seemingly required no justification for their actions. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, regretting that he had not chosen a different name. Can this grade be confirmed now? Jiufang Ming inquired of the middle-aged examiner. The examiners suddenly felt an intangible pressure. Upon receiving a telepathic message from the chief examiner, they realized that the individual before them was none other than Jiufang Ming, the one who had decisively slain the former kings of Shaozhou and Mengzhou. Capable as he was, however, the chief examiner felt a pang of embarrassment. The Alchemist Guild's highest recorded grade was only 6th grade, and thus they had only crafted a 6th grade badge, leaving them unaware of what the 7th to 9th grades looked like. But rather that we have never even laid eyes upon it, the middle-aged man remarked with a bitter smile, feeling both respect and helplessness towards the arrival of the Southern Ming Duke. Her eyes narrowed. She had hoped to escape a calamity, but in her predicament, she had no choice but to face it head-on. Just as everyone looked up, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the venue. It was Su Yao, who was responsible for dealing with various alchemists at the front desk. "What is the matter?" the middle-aged examiner inquired, surprised as he looked at Su Yao. Su Yao produced a piece of letter paper, and from it extracted a waste token, which she handed to Jiufang Ming. After confirming Jiufang Ming's appearance and cultivation level multiple times, realizing his identity was significant, she reported to her superiors through a sound transmission talisman. To her astonishment, her report startled the Minqiao Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Guild of Shaozhou Xiaoqing had a waste token that had been idle for many years, inscribed for unforeseen circumstances, upon receiving news of the Southern Ming Duke in Suing City. It was crafted entirely from exquisite origin stones, appearing transparent and flawless, with 9 engraved stars made from different hues of premium origin stones. After inquiring further, he learned that it was Su Yao who had conveyed his whereabouts to her superiors. In the 8th chapter of the 2nd volume, titled Lotus Cauldron, Jiufang Ming toyed with the waste token in his hand before passing it to Yin Qitong, eliciting envy from the onlookers, as the value of a waste token made entirely of exquisite origin stones was beyond their imagination. "What about Su Hongye just now?" Jiufang Ming turned around, noticing Su Hongye's pale countenance as Southern Ming Duke. "I was previously disrespectful," Su Hongye stammered, unable to meet Jiufang Ming's gaze. "What are you afraid of?" Jiufang Ming replied with a calm smile. Yet to Su Hongye, that smile resonated like the Grim Reaper's laughter, piercing his very soul. Jiufang Ming patted Su Hongye on the shoulder. "Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Do you understand?" Su Hongye recalled his earlier provocation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "That I understand." Su Hongye finally managed to utter a word after a lengthy pause, having just advanced to a 4th grade alchemist. Su Hongye's status in Suing City was bound to rise, as merchant associations and academies sought to recruit him, a testament to the esteem of an alchemist. With their alchemical skills, alchemists could compel various powerful individuals to willingly serve them. The cost of nurturing an alchemist should not be underestimated. From the moment an illusionary cultivator begins their training, substantial amounts of spirit stones must be expended to forge an alchemist. That in simpler terms, alchemists advance through the continuous concoction of elixirs, thus necessitating a formidable backing of influence to support their endeavors. This explains why the powerful refrain from provoking alchemists lightly, for they are wary of the formidable forces that accompany them. Fearing the ire of this collective you recall the words spoken previously? Jiufang Ming raised an eyebrow, gazing at Su Hongye with keen interest. Su Hongye stiffly nodded, his heart heavy with despair, having offended a 9th grade alchemist. He feared he would no longer have the opportunity to remain within the Alchemist Guild. Not only had he provoked Jiufang Ming, but he had also dared to offend Yin Qitong. How could Jiufang Ming possibly let him off easily? With a swift kick, sent Su Hongye flying. "Thank you, Lord Nanming." Su Hongye stifled his agony and fled, enduring the pain for the sake of his family, understanding that self-inflicted misfortune leads to one's own demise. He could hardly blame anyone else. "Begone." The onlookers were taken aback, their hearts racing as they reflected on their own actions, secretly regretting the possibility of having unwittingly offended Jiufang Ming, fearing they might suffer a fate akin to Su Hongye's. Moreover, having offended Jiufang Ming, no guild or academy would dare accept him. Any who did would be openly defying Lord Nanming. This was tantamount to his complete eradication from existence. For an illusionary cultivator, severing the path of cultivation equated to death. However, Su Hongya's suffering was likely a consequence of his own actions, and Jiufang Ming had shown him mercy, at least leaving him a path to survival, leaving him with no option but to resort to begging or to become a pill servant, a term referring to those employed by alchemists to assist in the refinement of medicines. Typically, few would choose to become a pill servant, as those who do are often destitute beggars with no other recourse. The middle-aged examiner, upon observing another waist badge, dared not breathe a word, astonished to find the rumors held true. Lord Nanming was indeed the exorcist saint. The tales surrounding Lord Nanming spoke of his escape from an arranged marriage at the tender age of 15, embarking on a journey that ultimately led to his current prowess. This is the advantage that being a ninth-grade alchemist conferred upon Jiufang Ming. Even if past transgressions existed, should one's status be sufficiently elevated, society would conveniently choose to forget. Next, Yin Qitong. The middle-aged examiner noted Jiufang Ming's voluntary withdrawal from the proceedings and proceeded to prepare 3 new batches of medicinal materials. According to Jiufang Ming's assessment, it could potentially be utilized for alchemical purposes, though the likelihood of success remained uncertain. The notion of mastering the art of alchemy instantaneously seemed fantastical. However, given Jiufang Ming's understanding of Yin Qitong, it was remarkably heavy. The instant she grasped the furnace, an overwhelming gravitational force assailed her senses. Controlling it to levitate using illusory yuan force would pose a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, swayed by its aesthetic appeal, Yin Qitong reluctantly acquiesced. The furnace gradually floated, and the illusory flame in Yin Qitong's palm swelled increasingly larger. She added the 3 herbs in the sequence instructed by Jiufang Ming, silently communicating, as this should not be deemed cheating. As the herbs were placed within the Dan furnace, it opened automatically, and once fully loaded for refinement, it closed and constricted into a bud-like shape. Jiufang Ming felt a stirring in his heart. Such a marvelous furnace existed. Lin Yin had indeed amassed a remarkable collection, though it was highly probable that this furnace had been a gift from Ning Qi. Contemplating Ning Qi, Jiufang Ming's expression dimmed slightly. He had not anticipated that Ning Xiaodai was a descendant of Ning Qi. That a twinge of regret washed over him for not arriving in time, which led to the untimely demise of the rightful emperor of Ning country. The fraternal bond that had once existed was severed due to his actions, and though he felt a pang of guilt, he also recognized the futility of it all. This turmoil was all orchestrated by Min Ning. Yin Qitong emulated Jiufang Ming's previous actions, diligently engaging in the alchemical process. As the elixir took form, the tension within her heart finally began to ease. Her inaugural attempt at alchemy had proceeded relatively smoothly. Receiving Jiufang Ming's approving gaze, Yin Qitong then commanded the bud to unfurl. As it blossomed, the lotus pod emerged, revealing the embedded lotus seeds, the successful product of her alchemical endeavor. The sight was nothing short of astonishing. Overhearing the somewhat presumptuous discussions among the crowd, Jiufang Ming dismissed them from his mind and turned his attention earnestly to the elixir in Yin Qitong's grasp. That a 4th-grade elixir, the middle-aged examiner confirmed its classification without a doubt. Yin Qitong stood in disbelief, staring at Jiufang Ming. Had she truly become an alchemist? Congratulations! A different middle-aged man snatched the waist token from Su Yao's hand and presented it to Yin Qitong. Yin Qitong glanced at Su Yao, who appeared somewhat aggrieved, clearly discomforted by the sudden tug that had caused her pain. Jiufang Ming stepped forward, reclaiming Yin Qitong's waist token and forcefully slapping it against the face of the middle-aged deputy examiner. The crowd gasped in shock, then looked on with schadenfreude at the deputy examiner's expense. The vice examiner, in agony yet hesitant to speak, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Should he utter a word? It seemed likely he would lose all his teeth. In pain, Jiufang Ming prodded the vice examiner's face with his waist token. The vice examiner, unable to endure the torment, let out a pained cry, and soon an uncountable number of teeth fell from his mouth. The onlookers wished to laugh, but dared not, instead choosing to observe the vice examiner in silence. "Sister, are you all right?" Yin Qitong turned her gaze towards Su Yao. Jiufang Ming thought to himself, who could endure remaining in such a dismal place? Su Yao shook her head, aware that Jiufang Ming meant well, but how could she abandon her parents, realizing Su Yao's disinterest? Jiufang Ming acquiesced. With a new waist token in hand, Jiufang Ming and Yin Qitong departed with a sense of relief. This Suing city was not as splendid as anticipated. Today's experiences left Jiufang Ming with a rather unfavorable impression. Carefree and unaware of each other's thoughts. "The cauldron you gifted me is truly exquisite, though a tad heavy," Yin Qitong recalled the alchemical furnace, utterly awed by its craftsmanship, reminiscent of the fluttering she felt upon first encountering Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming found himself at a loss for words. Explaining the origins of the furnace seemed pointless. Suddenly, Xiangji appeared in Jiufang Ming's mind, yawning and listlessly surveying the surrounding void. Xiangji, have you truly been asleep for over 1,000 years? How can you still be so weary? Jiufang Ming observed Xiangji's usual lethargy with a hint of perplexity. Tell me, where did that lotus-shaped cauldron come from? After a moment of reflection, Xiangji replied. It was collected by Lin Yan. Could you be more specific? Jiufang Ming was taken aback. He had not expected such a finely crafted cauldron to be a gift from Ningqiu. By the way, aren't you adept at crafting? Creating such an item should be a trivial task for you. No? Xiangji sensed Jiufang Ming's thoughts. Crafting? Jiufang Ming mused, recalling that in his past life, he indeed possessed some skill in that area. Suddenly, a flurry of weapon shapes and their forging methods flashed through Jiufang Ming's mind, these memories racing as if lived firsthand. Oh, that's how it is. Jiufang Ming sighed resignedly, realizing that his memories from a previous life had not fully resurfaced. As he was but a fragment of his former soul within the Yuan Chun, it appeared that certain memories required special means to be awakened and integrated into his current consciousness. The mention of crafting stirred some recollections of his past life, and the thought of the lotus-shaped furnace caused Jiufang Ming to chuckle in silent amusement. This exquisite cauldron, is it not a product of one's own alchemical endeavors? Initially, Ningqi implored me to assist him in crafting such an effeminate furnace, to which Jiufang Ming did not acquiesce. Little did I realize that Ningqi's intentions were to present it as a gift. And beyond Lin City, one can reach Jiufang City directly. Lin City bears another moniker, that of the Ghost City. Despite its astonishing size, it is nearly devoid of inhabitants. The reason for this desolation is its proximity to the Qingwu Mountain range, which has been plagued by phantom beasts in recent years, forcing the local populace to evacuate. Only recently has Xiaozhou implemented measures, appointing the giant python as the guardian, both to prevent outsiders from intruding into the Qingwu Mountain range, and because the giant python is the most formidable creature within, capable of subduing a significant number of phantom beasts. What a pity for such a splendid locale, Jiufang Ming thought as he navigated his flying sword above Lin City, gazing down at the ruins that lay beneath. A sense of lament swelling within him. Could it possibly be an illusion array? Yin Qitong queried, her gaze fixed on the desolate remains below. Jiufang Ming shook his head, although his memories regarding illusion arrays had yet to merge. An illusion array is formed by arranging elemental stones and connecting them with phantom elemental energy, resulting in a formation of considerable complexity that demands a significant expenditure of elemental stones. Jiufang Ming opted against consuming the pills meant for ascension. This line of thought led him to regret having earlier bestowed pills upon Min Jiugong and Jiufang Hong, as he had not yet awakened to his past memories and was unaware that excessive consumption of such pills could result in greater detriment than benefit. Welcome, Lord Nanming, the station soldiers declared as they sheathed their swords and bowed respectfully. Regardless of Jiufang Ming's various identities, be it the exorcist sacred envoy, Lord Nanming, or a ninth-rank alchemist, each warranted their utmost respect. No need for such formalities, Jiufang Ming replied with a symbolic nod, then took Yin Qitong's hand as they entered the city. Is this truly Jiufang City? Yin Qitong marveled at the seemingly endless expanse of Jiufang City. Without the flying sword, the pair wandered for quite some time before they finally laid eyes upon the city's iconic structure, the Jiufang Tower. The height of the Jiufang Tower does not classify it among the tallest of buildings. Thus, to behold its iconic spire, one may need to take a considerable detour. The expansive Jiufang City is adorned with an innumerable array of towering edifices, and the pavilions of various noble families are countless as well. Jiufang Wuxin had long awaited the return of Jiufang Ming before the residence. Hand in hand, Jiufang Ming and Yin Qitong strolled slowly toward the estate. Father, Jiufang Ming greeted Jiufang Wuxin with a bow. Despite having been the evil Emperor Feng Yin in a past life, in this incarnation, he was still Jiufang Ming's son. There are certain customs that must be upheld. Yin Qitong, unsure of what to say, glanced at Jiufang Ming. Subsequently, she took Jiufang Ming's hand and turned to leave. Jiufang Ming, understanding his father's temperament, sensed that avoiding confrontation at this moment would likely lead to a reprimand. Alas, Jiufang Wuxin was about to speak, but discovered that Jiufang Ming and Yin Qitong had already vanished from sight. That rascal, Jiufang Wuxin shook his head, laughingly scolding. Now that he has achieved success, he seems to have forgotten his old man. With a sense of pride, Jiufang Wuxin turned, knowing that his second son had not only survived these past 5 years, but had also attained such remarkable cultivation. Not only had he sacrificed his own eyes to save his father, but he had also secured titles for 4 members of the Jiufang family. In Jiufang Wuxin's view, his own status as the king of Shaozhou was also thanks to Jiufang Ming's efforts. Yet, alas, Jiufang Wuxin paused, murmuring to himself, lost in thought, before stepping into the residence. "Oh, where shall we go now?" Yin Qitong inquired, surveying the blurred surroundings. Jiufang Ming yawned. "I don't know. Wherever you wish to go. I shall follow." Uncertain if Yin Qitong would take him seriously, Jiufang Ming then regarded her earnestly. Reflecting on the absence of roasted game for over a year, a smile threatened to break through. "How did you arrive in the Min dynasty? When I saw you arrive, you were all alone?" Jiufang Ming asked, recalling that Yin Qitong had come by herself. Jiufang Ming's expression darkened, suspecting it was undoubtedly the work of Qizhong. For only he could commit such a grievous act it called Qizhong. Jiufang Ming confirmed, remembering that before awakening his past memories, this formidable creature, possessing the strength of a phantom king, had seemed immensely powerful. A lingering anger resided within him. Was the forgetting elixir you consumed of your own volition? Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow, for even a tiger does not eat its cubs. It seemed implausible that Yin Su would act so cruelly. Yin Qitong shook her head, fully aware of the effects of the forgetting elixir, which is among the cheapest yet most toxic of pills. Unsure of Yin Su's involvement, Jiufang Ming hesitated to draw conclusions. Yet he was perplexed as to why Yin Su, a phantom king with near-phantom emperor strength, would yield to an army of the Min dynasty, even going so far as to send his daughter for a political marriage. "My father is eager to expand our territory, yet he overlooks the sentiments of the people. Moreover, had I not come to this marriage alliance, more innocent lives would likely be caught in the crossfire." Yin Qitong explained. Jiufang Ming immediately realized that he had misjudged Yin Su. Yin Qitong, filled with compassion, had come to this union out of necessity, all contrary to her own wishes. Regarding the forgetting love pill, it may well be that Yin Su's final act of affection for his daughter was to choose such a method to spare her from the anguish of love. It appears that Yin Su is not as heartless as one might presume. After all, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. As the ruler of a nation, he must often consider both the present and the future. Jiufang Ming embraced Yin Qitong tightly, the two of them oblivious to the clamor of the world around them. The Xianming Chamber of Commerce was, as usual, teeming with patrons for the auction. Upon seeing Yi Chong, Jiufang Ming offered his respects, with Yin Qitong following suit. Yi Chong, upon noticing Yin Qitong, was initially taken aback, only to then come to a sudden realization. "Next time you come here, do let me know in advance. I shall make the necessary preparations," he said with a smile. "This is my wife, Yin Qitong," Jiufang Ming stated, his teeth gritting slightly at the somewhat awkward title. Yin Qitong accepted the designation with poise. "Youth certainly has its charms," Yi Chong remarked, surveying Jiufang Ming with a knowing expression that only men might understand. By the time Jiufang Ming has children, Yi Yun will still be without any signs of settling down. Brother Yi possesses a carefree spirit, and without encountering someone he truly cherishes, let him be. And subsequently led Jiufang Ming and Yin Qitong into the Xianming Chamber of Commerce. Jiufang Ming's purpose for this visit was to procure some medicinal herbs for alchemy, as well as materials for crafting. Forging weapons should be a simple task. In his previous existence, his rank as an alchemist far exceeded the 9th tier, and while his achievements in crafting did not reach the same heights, producing divine weapons of heaven tier was not out of the question, provided he had sufficient materials. Jiufang Ming was confident he could accomplish this. The auction continued until it was abruptly announced that it would be halted. The reason was straightforward. All items had been purchased by Jiufang Ming, necessitating the cessation of proceedings. "It is the South Ming Duke," a young girl exclaimed, recognizing Jiufang Ming, prompting the crowd to turn in his direction. Indeed, it was the South Ming Duke, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young woman. Just as the rumors had depicted, he had ruthlessly slain the king of Mengzhou, not only abducting a bride, but also leaving high-ranking officials of the Min dynasty speechless. Jiufang Ming casually took his seat and discreetly slipped a storage ring containing 2,000 yuan stones to Yi Chong. It was the compensation given by Qin Shinka for his 9th tier elixirs. The herbs were quite affordable, thus Jiufang Ming purchased them in bulk, meaning he acquired a portion of each type. The Xianming Chamber of Commerce had an astonishing inventory, having prepared over 1,000 varieties of herbs for Jiufang Ming. It was likely that they had barely consumed 1/10,000th of their stock. Although herbs could potentially spoil, the Xianming Chamber excelled in their preservation, which was why they had become the largest commercial entity in both Jiufang City and Shaozhou. Numerous alchemists have taken the initiative to entrust their elixirs or medicinal herbs for safekeeping at this location. The Xianming Chamber of Commerce does not impose any fees for such minor matters. And with this tacit knowledge, none dared to leave prematurely. Yi Chong then entered the venue, producing a scroll of blueprints, which Jiufang Ming also approached with grace. My sincere apologies for the auction items today. For if the auction were to be delayed any longer, esteemed individuals might depart. The crowd silently nodded in agreement, as it was common knowledge that Jiufang Ming of Jiufang City was a 9th-grade alchemist. The mere promise of a 9th-grade elixir from him was enough to compel most attendees to pay a considerable price. Upon receiving Jiufang Ming's assurance of the elixir, none among the assembly showed any inclination to leave prematurely. They all quietly seated themselves at a distance, awaiting Jiufang Ming's address. May I inquire if you are aware of a place called Lin City, located in the southern part of Jiufang City? Jiufang Ming asked, presenting the blueprint to the assembly. Lin City? The attendees exhibited a semblance of recognition, yet they were uncertain of Jiufang Ming's intentions regarding this desolate city. Jiufang Ming continued, this Lin City has fallen into desolation due to the ravages of phantom beasts, rendering it uninhabited. That I propose an endeavor, the reconstruction of Lin City. With a smile, Jiufang Ming articulated his vision, a notion that had already taken shape during his passage through Lin City. After all, establishing one's own influence was inevitable, and Lin City, with its vast expanse and current state of abandonment, presented a prime opportunity. For ownership. The city had long been ungoverned, thus its fate rested in the hands of the king of Shaozhou. The blueprints and governing rights of Lin City were to be negotiated and transferred to Jiufang Ming through Yi Chang's persuasion. However, the vicinity of Lin City is fraught with perilous terrains of the Qingwu Mountain range. As the ordinary populace they sent to reside there was ultimately slaughtered by phantom beasts, resulting in their punishment. Jiufang Ming's proposal was deemed nothing short of fantastical. Jiufang Ming nodded in acknowledgement of the concerns raised. Indeed, this was a valid issue, yet his intention for the reconstruction of Lin City was never to accommodate ordinary citizens. This dilemma could be resolved through the use of illusionary formations. Furthermore, once Lin City was rebuilt, Jiufang Ming elaborated. A murmur of agreement rippled through the audience as they nodded in affirmation of his latter proposition to exclusively invite illusionary cultivators into the city. Who, pray tell, is the illusion array master from Jiufang City? Who, gritting his teeth in frustration, thought, cursed old beggar. Meanwhile, Jiufang Ming found himself intrigued, realizing that Jiufang City possessed an illusion array master, a rarity even surpassing that of alchemists. Yet, it was evident that the elderly man, despite his skills, was likely nearing the end of his lifespan. That he had come to this auction, most likely, in search of a means to extend his life, delighted to know what the elders sought. Jiufang Ming felt a surge of joy. He could effortlessly concoct elixirs that prolong life. Esteemed master, might you be inclined to join the endeavor of reconstructing Lin City? A generous reward shall await you upon its successful completion. Jiufang Ming casually tossed a few elixirs toward the elder's private box. Such a title is too grand for me. That I am but an old fool, Chen Shi remarked, accurately catching the elixirs thrown by Jiufang Ming. Given your intentions, how could I, Chen the beggar, possibly refuse? Chen Shi, catching the aroma of the elixirs, recognized them as precisely what he required for prolonging his life. Jiufang Ming's offerings were undoubtedly of superior quality, likely of the 5th or 6th grade. In his youth, Chen Shi had been brimming with ambition, but after provoking the direct descendants of his clan, he was expelled and marginalized until middle age, during which he finally uncovered some secrets of illusion arrays. Thanks to a chance encounter with this illusion master, To outsiders, Chen Shi appeared to be a madman, often found arranging stones on the ground, leading a nomadic existence. The only place one could reliably find him was near the Jiufang Tower. Having secured the elixirs, Chen Shi awaited Jiufang Ming's subsequent decisions. Chen the beggar, what cultivation level do you possess that grants you the audacity to linger here? The middle-aged man coldly remarked, unable to restrain himself any longer. Jiufang Ming scrutinized Chen Shi's aura and realized he only possessed the level of an illusionist. Could he have truly misjudged? Foolish ignoramus. The elder thought, unwilling to engage further with the middle-aged man. "Do you truly believe I am merely an illusionist?" He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a tattoo resembling an array, showcasing it to the crowd. Jiufang Ming noted the middle-aged man appeared somewhat cornered, prompting a thought. Might this gentleman be seeking to recommend himself? Jiufang Ming inquired, clearly causing the man to feel trapped. "I am Fu Jingqing, a fourth-tier illusionist and a third-tier alchemist." Fu Jingqing produced his alchemist's badge to showcase to the assembled crowd. Jiufang Ming nodded slightly, acknowledging that indeed, there was exceptional talent among them. However, it was crucial to devise a method to separate the two individuals, as their continued proximity would inevitably lead to conflict. Let us proceed thus. Those present who wish to join the reconstruction of Xinlin City may remain, while those who do not can depart at their leisure. Of course, do not forget to collect your elixirs. Jiufang Ming had conceived a relatively efficient selection method. Yet, the assembly showed no inclination to leave, which momentarily astonished Jiufang Ming. So many were willing to embrace such risks. Xinlin City, nestled against the Qingwu Mountain range, was bound to face disturbances during its reconstruction. How to ensure personal safety was a matter for each individual to ponder, since all of you are inclined to assist in the revival of Xinlin City. Let us now proceed together to plan our endeavors. Jiufang Ming, holding a blueprint, spoke with conviction. Nanming Gong, the name Xinlin City feels rather antiquated. Since we are establishing a new city, why not bestow it with a new name? Who mounted their flying swords and soared toward the still desolate ruins of Xinlin City. Upon arrival, they dismounted and entered the city. Jiufang Ming, consulting the previous blueprints, confirmed the city center. The immediate priority was to locate this central point and delineate the boundaries of Nanming City. Establishing a city with only their numbers was far from sufficient, and Jiufang Ming had already calculated the need to personally invite the influential elites from prominent families, subsequently winning them over. It was evident that Jiufang Ming's status as a ninth-tier alchemist would entice many to seek his favor. All of you possess considerable strength. Might you lend me your support? Chen Shi addressed the assembly with a solemn expression. What insights do you have, Master Chen? Jiufang Ming's initial plan was to obliterate the ruins with illusory martial techniques. Yet this approach was evidently impractical, as it would disturb the magical beasts residing in the Qingwu Mountain range. Here, and here, as well as here. Chen Shi meticulously marked the specific locations before taking flight on his sword toward the designated points. Observing Chen Shi's confidence, Jiufang Ming followed suit, and the others quickly mirrored their leader's actions. Before long, the formation was established, revealing a circular pattern from above, with a single array vein extending from the break point. Yen Shitong watched with keen interest. She possessed a basic understanding of formation arrangements. Everyone, shortly you will need to infuse the array eyes with your illusory flames. Chen Shi confirmed without error, then addressed the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement, including Fu Jingqing. Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and took the lead in coalescing the illusory flame, with the alchemists present also summoning their own versions of the illusory flame. The illusory flame is rare, specifically in reference to the more exotic types. The flames used by alchemists can typically be easily procured from certain illusory beast mountain ranges, and most of those present had obtained their flames from their respective sections. Over 100 types of illusory flames converged, wildly surging into the formation's core. Chen Shi closed his eyes, attuning himself to the intensity of the flames within the array. Suddenly, Chen Shi opened his eyes, and a commotion resonated at the center of the formation, causing the ruins within the array's boundary to be leveled to the ground, with vegetation reduced to ashes. The power was quite impressive. Chen Shi gazed with satisfaction at the newly flattened terrain before swiftly advancing. With the others closely following, they stepped onto the ground where the ruins once lay. They felt a wave of searing heat. The combined might of the 100 illusory flames had obliterated a temporary city the size of Jiufang City. Jiufang Ming squinted, suspecting it was some form of killing array. Volume 2, Chapter 84. Ascending to Illusory King. The reconstruction of Nanming City was rendered remarkably easy once entrusted to the various prominent families behind those who joined. After Chen Shi utilized the killing array to flatten the old city, news of the reconstruction of Nanming City quickly reached the ears of the Min Dynasty court, garnering unanimous praise. There were even claims that shortly after its establishment, Nanming City would surpass other cities in Xiaozhou. Of course, this was merely fanciful speculation. In a tea house within Nanming City, Jiufang Ming adjusted the flow of his illusory yuan power, understanding that to break through to the illusory king level, he must entirely transform his illusory yuan power into illusory spirit power, which differs from yuan power. Illusory yuan power is born of the heavens and earth, while illusory spirit power is refined from yuan power through illusory dust, existing independently of the natural world. With the benefit of prior cultivation experience from a past life, Jiufang Ming's insights into this breakthrough were profoundly deep. Here it comes. Jiufang Ming sealed the illusory yuan power he had accumulated over half a month within his dantian, allowing the yuan dust to absorb it. Once the yuan dust reached a certain threshold, it would convert the excess into illusory spirit power. Over time, when the spirit power exceeded the yuan power, the original illusory yuan power in his dantian would completely transform into illusory spirit power. The yuan dust spun rapidly, and Jiufang Ming employed the devouring yuan technique to ascend to the first tier of illusory king, with denser spirit power being more advantageous. When his dantian was entirely saturated with illusory spirit power, Jiufang Ming directed the yuan power previously stored in his meridians through the devouring yuan technique into his dantian. Upon the contact of the illusory primordial force with the illusory spirit force, a transformation ensued, whereby the former metamorphosed into the latter. The essence of illusory spirit force and illusory primordial force is strikingly distinct, a difference that can only be truly appreciated by an illusory practitioner upon their initial ascension to illusory monarch. The automatic conversion of illusory primordial force into illusory spirit force signifies the emergence of an illusory monarch, an unparalleled euphoria that he recognized that he was one step closer to vengeance. After gently massaging his legs, which had grown numb from continuous meditation over the past fortnight, Jiufang Ming rose and exited his chamber. The tea house, being the first structure erected, was established to facilitate Jiufang Ming's oversight of the construction progress. Standing atop the tea house and gazing outward, Jiufang Ming was astounded by the sight before him. He caressed the smooth wooden railing, unable to suppress his disbelief. Despite knowing the efficiency of the prominent families, he had not anticipated such exquisite craftsmanship. The Ynqting, hearing the commotion from above. Wait, bitter Luo Wenjin, where did this come from? Although Jiufang Ming did not dislike the bitterness, the flavor was peculiarly distinctive to him. It is a specialty of the ghost merchant, bitter Luo 1. Ynqting remarked, adding that she possessed plenty within her ring. To think there were places that had bitter Luo 1 roots. Jiufang Ming took another sip of the bitter tea. He leisurely strolled outside, only to be astonished by how, in the blink of an eye, Nanming City had transformed from flat land into towering edifices. Yi Chong had also established a branch of the Xianming Chamber of Commerce within Nanming City, a move that attracted nearby illusory practitioners to settle there. Prominent families offered accommodations, allowing anyone with adequate cultivation to reside permanently in Nanming City. Illusory practitioners from various cities across Xiaozhou flocked to Nanming City, a trend that even spread to other states. Upon hearing of Jiufang Ming's reconstruction of a city, Qin Shinka hurried to lend his full support, and the Dream City Chamber of Commerce also established a branch there. As for the exorcism guards, Jiufang Ming selected a contingent from Jiufang City, genuinely reluctant to employ those associated with Wang He. Hearing that his cousin had become the city lord, Jiufang Hong eagerly slipped away from the Jiufang military camp. In the realm of alchemy, where the alchemist guild thrives, it is only natural that a smith's guild should also exist. Within the city of Nanming, there are but two practitioners, Jiufang Hong and another skilled smith. They are indeed the focus of the guild's nurturing efforts. Thus, Nanming City has become a veritable hub of talent. Upon receiving the news of Jiufang Ming's emergence from seclusion, Yi Chong and Chun Shi hurried to a tea house. Truly, Jiufang Ming is a dragon among men. Chun Shi found himself utterly unable to discern Jiufang Ming's cultivation level, despite the presence of the yuan measurement array, which typically reveals any fluctuations in yuan power. It was as if it had suddenly ceased to function. Could it be Yi Chong, who had previously recognized Chun Shi's keen insight into cultivation levels, now found himself equally baffled, realizing that the inability to gauge yuan power indicated something remarkable. Indeed, Jiufang Ming subtly released a portion of his spiritual energy to avoid causing destruction to the tea house. The patrons, who had been sipping their tea, were startled by the sudden display of power. Mistaking it for an impending threat, realizing he may have disturbed the guests, Jiufang Ming felt a tinge of apology. Are you now an illusion sovereign? Yi Chong exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Jiufang Ming. At merely 20 years of age, to have attained such a title is truly a testament to extraordinary talent. No wonder my yuan measurement array has proven ineffective. Qin Shi scratched his head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, upon ascending to the rank of illusion sovereign, Jiufang Ming's first thought turned to the illusion arrays. With Qin Shi's reminder, he was elated to discover that a portion of his memories related to the illusion array master could now be accessed. These memories seemed to encompass experiences from his previous life, the massacre of his family, the loss of his beloved, and the devastation endured by Fang Ying, all of which converged with Jiufang Ming's current existence. A myriad of memories flashed through Jiufang Ming's mind, both painful and joyous, all of which he accepted with equanimity. These recollections were meant to awaken gradually upon reaching the rank of Illusion Emperor. Yet they had been hastily fused with his soul through treachery. With a calm smile, Jiufang Ming set aside these memories, which bore no relevance to his present self, and seized those pertaining to alchemy. To Jiufang Ming, Qin Shi's arrays seemed child's play. While practitioners of illusion may follow different paths, they all share a common goal: to enhance their cultivation and foster personal growth through varied means. Qin Shi, take this jade slip and study it. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me, Jiufang Ming said as he handed Qin Shi a jade slip inscribed with various array techniques. Within his storage ring, Jiufang Ming could quickly etch desired content onto a blank jade slip using merely his thoughts. Qin Shi received the jade slip, and although he was aware that it was merely a replica, and any additional ones would indeed be overwhelming, one must bear the weight of the crown if they wish to wear it. Qin Shi noticed the glimmer in Jiufang Ming's eyes, and then shared a knowing smile. Qin Shi took his leave. The tea house fell into a profound silence. As the patrons had gleaned some insights from the earlier conversation among the three, Jiufang Ming's identity required no further elaboration. As everyone was well aware of it, upon seeing Qin Shi depart, Yichang led Jiufang Ming to the upper floor of the tea house. Uncle Yi, Jiufang Ming acknowledged, aware that Yichang had something to discuss. Yichang rubbed his hands together. My female disciple wishes to enter Lihen Palace, yet she struggles to find a way in. Jiufang Ming raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Yichang was referring to Shuangxiang Shui. I shall personally dismantle his lair. Jiufang Ming asserted he was determined to assist Yichang in this endeavor. If Li Wantang were to disrespect him, Jiufang Ming's stature would easily allow him to confront even a mere Lihen Palace. It possesses a certain depth. Aside from Jiufang Ming's recent wedding disruption, Lihen Palace seldom encounters trouble. In Volume 2, Chapter 85. Re-entering Qingwu, Yichang took the recommendation letter and exited the tea house alongside Jiufang Ming. Qin Shi had also set protective arrays around the perimeter of Nanming State. With a daily expenditure of merely 10,000 low-grade yuan stones, Yichang and Jiufang Ming bid farewell. Acknowledging that while a branch of the Xianming Trading Association was present, the true foundation lay within Jiufang City. Uncle Yi, take care, Jiufang Ming called after Yichang, before his gaze shifted to a nearby alley. Thanks to Jiufang Ming's influence, the reputation of the Mengchang Trading Association had soared. It had originally only encompassed a majority of transactions within Ming State, but had now expanded to other states. Hearing Jiufang Ming's address, Qin Xing was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of delight. He walked alongside Jiufang Ming, side by side. The purpose of this visit is to address a matter of considerable significance. Qin Xing lowered his gaze to the pristine ground, untouched by any speck of dust. Jiufang Ming inhaled softly, eager to learn more. The secret realm. Jiufang Ming felt a stir within his heart. The emergence of a secret realm is indeed a rare occurrence. And to recklessly enter the secret realm in pursuit of competition would likely be more detrimental than beneficial. It is said that the Empress of Ning Kingdom has come personally. Jiufang Ming recognized that the Empress Qin Xing referred to was Ning Xiaodai. The situation will become quite troublesome. The fewer individuals competing for the treasures within the secret realm, the greater the chances of acquisition. Qin Xing nodded in agreement, although Jiufang Ming was significantly younger than himself. His thoughts were elusive. The opening is set for 3 months from now. It is best to make ample preparations, Qin Xing advised. Jiufang Ming nodded appreciatively. Thank you. My elder brother. 3 months should suffice for Jiufang Ming to recruit numerous strong allies. And during this time, his own cultivation could also see advancement. Qin Xing hurriedly departed with a contingent of men, presumably to prepare for the upcoming secret realm. Jiufang Ming's gaze flickered. This secret realm was something he must possess. On the outskirts of the Qingwu mountain range, a man wandered freely through the dense forest, utterly disregarding the potential disturbance to the illusory beasts. Suddenly, A violent gust of wind surged forth, prompting Jiufang Ming to halt and sense the rapidly approaching commotion behind him. Where the wind swept through, be it grass or stubborn stones, everything was rendered into powder, unable to impede his passage. "You again, little creature." The voice of the giant python resonated, its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Jiufang Ming. And with a resounding blast, his illusory spiritual energy enveloped him. Only in this manner could he instill fear in the giant python, compelling it to retreat of its own accord, following the thunderous sound. Silence enveloped the scene, with only the remnants of the shattered forest and a few fleeing illusory beasts remaining. Some of the quicker ones had long since vanished without a trace. The giant python had sensed Jiufang Ming's arrival. The instant the death aura made contact with his protective barrier, it recoiled in terror and scattered away, though the inner circle was also home to numerous illusionary beasts approaching the strength of illusionary kings. The objective of his expedition into the Qingwu Mountains was to instill as much terror as possible into the illusionary beasts, ensuring the safety of Nanming City. A mere formation could only serve as a warning. The most fundamental method to secure Nanming City lay in annihilating its threats entirely, yet the sheer numbers seemed insurmountable. The Qingwu Mountains were even larger than a Xiaozhou, and eradicating all the illusionary beasts within was indeed a fanciful dream. Yet the king of the illusionary beasts here was an entity that no one had ever laid eyes upon. As time passed, after several days of relentless travel, sustained by elixirs that replenished his energy, Jiufang Ming finally reached the terminus of the deathly fog. Without the potions at hand, he likely would not have made it this far. Quite the distance, he thought, glancing back at the blood mist. Jiufang Ming focused, remaining vigilant in every direction. With a crack, he waved his hand lightly, countering the oncoming waves of searing flames with his own. "Merely trifling," the man scoffed. Then, with an uncanny grace, floated behind Jiufang Ming. Unflinching. "What is this?" he remarked, unfazed. The strike had merely grazed his attire, the physique comparable to a profound-grade illusionary artifact. The man's brow furrowed, a chill creeping into his heart. It seemed this human was not merely boasting, but was indeed a formidable opponent. Jiufang Ming sneered coldly, swiftly maneuvering to the man's side, conjuring several flying swords in an instant to strike at him, while his flame energy entwined with the swords, poised for action, with a single stroke of the sword. A gaping wound appeared on the man's flesh. Although he felt no pain, his fury surged. "This time, I shall surely crush you," he bellowed, the pent-up frustration within him transforming into murderous intent. Once more, he conjured a terrifying blaze, sweeping it towards Jiufang Ming. Unfazed, Jiufang Ming strode boldly forward, directly entering the inferno, where the terrifying heat instantly enveloped him. However, the moment the flames touched Yuan Yin, they vanished without a trace. Before long, Yuan Yin had completely devoured the flames. Observing Jiufang Ming emerge unscathed from the fire, the man's heart sank. His attack had failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Jiufang Ming let out a cold chuckle, then swiftly flickered, unbeknownst to the man, setting up a formation with Yuan Shi. "The formation is complete." Jiufang Ming infused the formation beneath his feet with illusionary spiritual power, then delicately manipulated the array's pulse, revealing a colossal pattern surrounding the man, staring at the formation beneath him in astonishment. The man wondered when it had been set up. His expression darkened. Due to the formation, he found himself unable to wield his elemental power, his movements severely restricted. "Are you convinced?" Jiufang Ming inquired, gazing at the man with calm assurance. Although he harbored no intention to kill, Jiufang Ming aimed to ensure the man held a sense of reverence towards him. Rendered speechless, the man's arrogance dissipated. The human cultivator before him needed no effort to threaten his existence. Jiufang Ming looked up to see a colossal creature flapping its wings. The man suddenly raised his head, exclaiming, "Brother." Chapter 86. "Is this the tea you drink, brother?" The man gazed at the sky, filled with joy and hope. Igniting his wrath, "Damn humans." Qizhang transformed into human form, landing gracefully on the ground, then coldly scrutinized Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming, upon recognizing the human man, Qizhang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the lad had advanced to the rank of illusion master. However, recalling Jiufang Ming's extraordinary talent, he regained his composure. "Brother, do you know him?" Huazhuan inquired. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Jiufang Ming dispelled the illusionary array, granting Huazhuan his freedom. As the pressure upon him lifted, Huazhuan regained his composure. Qizhang nodded. Qizhang, puzzled, sensed that Jiufang Ming had a clear purpose for being here. Jiufang Ming subsequently recounted to Qizhang and Huazhua the process of his reconstruction of a city near the Qingwu mountain range. and then disclosed the purpose of his arrival here. That it turned out to be the acquaintance of his elder brother. Huazhua was at a loss for words, feeling as though he had endured an unnecessary beating. One could hardly classify it as friendship, Jiufang Ming gently countered. It is more of a relationship that is both adversarial and amicable. That I will ensure the mythical beasts of the Qingwu Mountain range are well regulated. Qizhang promised, acknowledging that Jiufang Ming's future achievements would likely be beyond his own reach. As for Qizhang bringing Yin Qitong to Minzhao, Jiufang Ming chose not to pursue the matter further. The request to bring Yin Qitong along had come from Yin Su, who had some connections with Lin Yin. Thus, Lin Yin entrusted Yin Qitong to Qizhang for her journey to Minzhao. Their expressions filled with confusion. Even if mythical beasts could cultivate into humanoid forms, they could not practice human cultivation techniques. Mythical beasts absorbed the ethereal essence of the world through their beast cores, while human cultivators were akin to the beast cores of mythical beasts. However, the essence of mythical beasts was indeed their cores, which precluded them from practicing the cultivation techniques of human cultivators. The third level of the ring indeed contained a plethora of elixirs for advancement, as well as the mythical beast cultivation techniques that were of no use to Jiufang Ming. As for the mythical martial skills, hastily scanning through its entirety, elder brother, earth-grade mythical beast cultivation techniques. Huazhua glanced at Qizhang, and the expression in his eyes towards Jiufang Ming underwent a marked transformation, shifting from disdain and resentment to awe. Indeed, Qizhang nodded, affirming the earth-grade status of the techniques. Having cultivated with yellow-grade techniques thus far, he had barely managed to reach the rank of mythical king, if he were to practice the earth-grade techniques. However, contrary to his expectations, the guild was not the desolate place he had envisioned. Instead, a throng of individuals lined up outside the guild. During the construction of Nanjing City, the areas allocated to various guilds were prioritized. The smithing guild should have ample space, so how could it possibly be unable to accommodate such a crowd? Jiufang Ming approached, intending to bypass the queue and enter the smithing guild directly. What do you think you're doing, trying to cut in line? Imo Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Let go. Jiufang Ming cast a cold glance at the boy, asserting that he had never intended to cut in line. Besides, the entire Nanjing City was under his jurisdiction, making his access to the Alchemist Guild a matter of course. Sensing the chill in Jiufang Ming's gaze, Imo Chin's confidence waned, and he timidly released his grip. Why can't you just wait your turn? Imo Chin muttered under his breath that I am the city lord. Why should I wait? Jiufang Ming replied with a light laugh, realizing that most people were still unaware of his identity. Observing the long queue behind him, Jiufang Ming contemplated simply scaling the wall to gain entry. Upon hearing Jiufang Ming's words, a girl behind Imo Chun could no longer tolerate the situation. This person is so full of himself. Not only does he refuse to wait, but he also boasts excessively. Just because he has a slightly higher cultivation level, the girl shot a look of disdain at Jiufang Ming. Yet as she felt the frosty aura emanating from him, her resolve began to falter. Unfazed, Jiufang Ming, to the astonishment of the crowd, leaped onto the wall, preparing to jump into the Alchemist Guild. After casting a dismissive glance at Imo Chin, Jiufang Ming soared down. However, upon seeing another long queue inside the wall, he was utterly speechless. It seemed that meeting the president of the Alchemist Guild today would be quite challenging. The long line not only obstructed the guild's entrance, but also filled every corner of the guild's interior. He then took a pot for himself and settled into a position designated for guests to savor his drink. Excellent tea. Jiufang Ming had grown accustomed to its bitterness. The first floor of the tea house was spacious enough to accommodate 100 patrons simultaneously. While the establishment boasted 5 floors in total, the second floor required a slightly higher fee for entry, and the top floor served as a secret meeting place for Jiufang Ming and various noble families and merchants. Imo Chin finally caught up with the girl and began to glance around. Nanjing City was a realm of pure prosperity. Even the tea house was exquisitely designed. Tea house? Imo Chin's mind sparked with an idea as he approached Zhong Liwan's side. Junior sister, why don't we take a moment to relax at the tea house up ahead and quench our thirst? Imo Chin suggested, having stood outside the guild all day and feeling quite parched. Zhong Liwan had already noticed the tea house and nodded in agreement. Imo Chun and Zhong Liwan entered the tea house in succession. Approaching the counter, Imo Chun ordered a pot of phoenix tail tea, while Zhong Liwan requested a pot of floral tea. Just as they were about to find a place to sit, Imo Chun spotted a familiar figure. It was that fellow from earlier. He then grasped his teacup and approached the table where Jiufang Ming was seated. Jiufang Ming had already sensed Imo Chin's arrival, but considering they were in a tea house, he assumed Imo Chin would not act out of line. Not only was Luo Wenjin useless for alchemy, but although it could brew a sweet, albeit overly saccharine tea, it was undeniably of the lowest quality to Mo Chen's mind. Jiufang Ming's choice of such a cheap tea indicated a dire lack of funds. Mo Chen felt a sense of satisfaction, though he still sensed a hint of discomfort in the air. This is the way tea should be enjoyed, he proclaimed, pulling Jiufang Ming's teapot closer and, with a dramatic flourish, spitting a large glob of saliva into it. Unperturbed, Jiufang Ming remained composed. The tea house was a sanctuary for tranquility, and he knew that should he retaliate, the majority of patrons would likely be frightened away. Go ahead, drink, Mo Chen taunted, relishing the sight of Jiufang Ming's inaction. Jiufang Ming glanced at the teapot and then back at Mo Chen, recognizing that this man was undeniably seeking trouble. But the Bixia Guard would not easily overlook such a transgression. In Nanming City, where illusionists congregated, the prohibition against violence was a well-established rule. The illusionists who frequented this place coexisted harmoniously, deterred by the authority of the Bixia Guard and the formidable reputation of Jiufang Ming. Madam Owner, does this tea house have any Luo Wenjin tea left? I shall take it all, Mo Chen declared after sipping his tea, then restlessly approached the counter, addressing Yin Qitong. She was somewhat taken aback. You could not afford it. Yin Qitong replied with a hint of disdain, aware that Mo Chen desired the sweet Luo Wenjin from Minzhao, while the bitter variety was exclusively Jiufang Ming's. This wretched tea house. Is there truly tea that I cannot purchase? Mo Chen frowned, feeling a surge of displeasure. The other patrons within the tea house were equally drawn by the commotion, their gazes fixated upon the counter. Though he felt a sense of injustice, he refrained from voicing it, considering the decorum of the tea house and the fact that Jiufang Ming had not shown any anger. Now, however, Mo Chen, in his shamelessness. Mo Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, and upon noticing Jiufang Ming's mocking gaze, he could not help but erupt in fury. How dare this insolent fellow exhibit such arrogance? What gave him the audacity? Mo Chen turned, fixing a serious look upon Yin Qitong, that I will take all the Luo when general with that. He cast a dismissive glance at Jiufang Ming. No, Yin Qitong began to refuse, only to hear Jiufang Ming's calm interjection. Sell it. Unbeknownst to them, Jiufang Ming had approached the counter and nonchalantly retrieved another pot of tea. Mo Chen's expression turned peculiar. You can only afford this kind of tea, he scoffed. You dare compare wealth with me? Could it be the Mo Chen they had heard of? His identity was well known. The eldest son of the Mo family from the city of Shao, an inner disciple of the Dayan sect. However, showed no change in demeanor, still regarding Mo Chen with disdain. Let us settle the bill. Unable to endure Mo Chen's incessant disturbances, the middle-aged man prepared to pay and leave. Hold on. Jiufang Ming intercepted the man's hand before he could present his payment. What is your intention, young friend? The middle-aged man looked at Jiufang Ming. Puzzled, if you find the noise bothersome, why not move to the top floor for tea? The view is splendid there, and there are no barking dogs. Jiufang Ming suggested, casting a knowing glance at Yin Qitong. She nodded, instructing several young ladies she had just summoned to escort the middle-aged man to the upper level. Upon hearing upper floor, the middle-aged man realized the costs would be quite steep. Beyond his means. This one on me, Jiufang Ming asserted to the middle-aged man, determined. This guest is leaving largely due to my presence. I must find a way to retain him. The middle-aged man. Finding accommodation in Nanming City would not pose a significant challenge. On the first floor of the tea house, Mo Chen prepared to settle the bill for the purchased Luo Wenjin along with his own pot of tea. Yin Qitong replied calmly, 2,000, so expensive. This tea house is truly extortionate. Upon hearing the sum of 2,000 yuan stones, Mo Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart, yet for the sake of his pride. He handed the yuan stones to Yin Qitong. Yin Qitong glanced at the insufficient amount of yuan stones, puzzled. Esteemed guest, this is far from enough, she remarked, calculating in her mind. Did you not say 2,000? Mo Chen then looked towards the wall displaying the prices. Indeed, it was 5 yuan stones for a pot of Luo Wenjin tea. No matter how unscrupulous the tea house was, 2,000 yuan stones seemed excessive. Check the units, Jiufang Ming kindly reminded. Hearing this, Mo Chen and the others turned their gaze to the price of the Luo when General Sweet Luo one was 5 low-grade yuan stones per pot, while bitter Luo one was 50,000 low-grade yuan stones per pot. Mo Chen's expression turned to one of shock as he looked at the already packaged Luo Wenjin, taking a taste. Many mocked Mo Chen's narrow-mindedness. While Luo Wenjin might not be available in Minzhao, it certainly existed elsewhere. A previous burly man remarked. Mo Chen looked to Zhong Liwan for help. but she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Damn that wretched woman. Mo Chun glowered at Zhong Li Wan and Jiufang Ming. Noticing Zhou He, Jiufang Ming approached to inquire about the tea experience. Jiufang Ming smiled slightly, then turned to the still bewildered Mo Chun. Esteemed guest, the total is 2,000 yuan stones. Please settle the payment, Jiufang Ming said with an amused expression. Mo Chun quickly realized Jiufang Ming's identity. The city lord of Nanming City, a terrifying status, not only a ninth-grade alchemist recognized by the Min Zhao court, but also the son of the Prince of Shaozhou, someone he could not afford to offend. I have no money. Mo Chun glanced at the storage ring, noting that it contained merely over 50,000 low-grade yuan stones, and he pondered where such a sum could possibly originate, reflecting on his previous arrogance. This matter was far more complex than mere finances. You dare to assert that? Jiufang Ming coldly regarded Mo Chun, who audaciously attempted to use his family as a shield, which amounted to a threat against him. I am Jiufang Ming. He respectfully introduced himself, recognizing that the middle-aged man before him was likely of considerable stature. The city lord truly overwhelmed Zhou, replied Zhou He. I am Zhou He, a resident of Tongjin City. A fifth-tier spiritual pharmacist and a fifth-tier illusionist. Zhou He was taken aback when the South Ming City lord referred to him as an esteemed elder. A spiritual pharmacist. Jiufang Ming's eyes brightened at this profession. Having had no prior encounters with it in either his past or present life, what is the rank of your alchemy skills? He inquired, equally intrigued by the spiritual pharmacist level of alchemy. Jiufang Ming nodded. The identity of a spiritual pharmacist was already exceedingly rare, with only a handful remaining in the entire Min dynasty. Jiufang Ming produced a communication talisman, which had been prepared in advance by Jiufang Hong for the purpose of contact. Jiufang Ming inquired. Jiufang Hong nodded foolishly, suddenly realizing that the communication talisman was solely for voice transmission. If he could create a projection talisman, it would allow for simultaneous transmission of both image and voice. And 5 have been officially inducted. Jiufang Hong casually replied from the position of guild master. You haven't actually become the guild master of the blacksmith's guild, have you? Jiufang Ming fell momentarily silent, contemplating the level of Jiufang Hong's refining skills, which appeared to be merely at the first or second rank. As for me, I am currently a 6th rank refiner. Is it not acceptable for me to hold the position of president? What is your rank? Jiufang Ming directed his gaze toward Mo Chun and asked. Mo Chun hesitated before responding. 3rd rank. This was troubling. Not only would he be barred from entering the Refiners Guild, as his cousin essentially held sway over Nanming City, Mo Chun stood flabbergasted, puzzled by the implication. Jiufang Ming, with an air of nonchalance, turned to arrange accommodations for Zhou He. You may take your time forging. To repay this 20 million, he remarked, casually tossing the Luo Wenjin to Mo Chun. In the 8th chapter of the 2nd volume, Breaking the City Gate, Mo Chun's expression shifted dramatically. Accumulating 20 million would require a significant investment of time. Mo Chun's resolve began to crystallize. Hold on, he mustered his courage, speaking candidly. What further nonsense do you wish to utter? The burly man retorted impatiently. Finding Mo Chun's incessant chatter grading point 20 million is not beyond the Mo family's means. Merely a wastrel reliant on his family, audaciously challenging him. The Mo family, is it? Jiufang Ming scoffed, having afforded Mo Chun ample leeway. Yet, he had chosen to reject civility, brazenly leveraging his family's influence. I shall not be paying this sum today. What can you do to me? Mo Chun boasted, emboldened, fully aware that even if Jiufang Ming was the city lord, indiscriminate slaughter would not escape the retribution of the Baixiet Guard. Zhou He smiled faintly, recognizing that while Mo Chun and Jiufang Ming were of similar age, their mental fortitude differed greatly, with Mo Chun displaying an especially thick skin. Senior Zhou He, I shall have the president of the Illusory Array Guild. Chen sure, arrange suitable accommodations for you. As for the Apothecaries Guild, further discussions are required. Jiufang Ming stated, as long as I have a place to stay, I desire nothing more, Zhou He replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. Yet he gazed gratefully at Jiufang Ming as a practitioner of alchemy. Zhou He had long lived in peril, and now, having arrived in Nanming City, he found solace in a relatively safe haven. Mo Chun felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the Lord of the South Ming truly dared not take action, and indeed, his status as the young master of the Mo family proved to be quite advantageous. This place is serene. Just as he was about to settle the bill, the man suddenly recalled that Jiufang Ming had mentioned that today's tea expenses were entirely waived, causing him to awkwardly scratch his head. His plan for the morrow was to leverage his identity to recruit some formidable individuals in preparation for the secret realm 3 months hence. It was rumored that this time, not only would there be the presence of formidable illusory monarchs, securing even one such treasure would present a monumental opportunity. After a night of cultivation, Jiufang Ming opened his eyes, feeling the chill of the early morning. Yin Qitong resided in a villa adjacent to the tea house. As the two had yet to consummate their union, the first level of Illusory King, he was far from a match for an Illusory Emperor. Jiufang Ming pondered. Over the course of these 3 months, rapid ascension in his cultivation seemed implausible. Should he find himself outmatched, he would have no choice but to resort to medicinal pills. He retrieved his alchemical furnace, intending to concoct a substantial quantity of ascension pills. Yet, as he took out the furnace, he hesitated momentarily. While pills may offer immediate gratification, they could lead to insurmountable repercussions. He stowed the furnace away, recalling how in his past life he rarely relied on such pills. Even the formidable refining ability of eternal life Yuan Qin would eventually succumb to the corrosive effects of the pills. Indeed, pills are 3 parts poison, and those devoid of toxicity are exceedingly rare. Without further ado, Jiufang Ming rose and took to the skies on his sword, vanishing into the horizon. Once he descended, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at the city gates of Shao City. Before enlisting the aid of strong warriors, he resolved to settle accounts with Mo Chen first. The soldiers stationed at the gates rubbed their weary eyes, noticing a youth standing with an imposing demeanor outside. Initially intending to enter the city by conventional means, he refrained from flying directly in, as Shao City prohibited such actions. How absurd! With a low growl, Jiufang Ming advanced, unleashing a powerful strike upon the city gate, which resounded with a deep thud. The 2 guards on duty heard a tremendous noise and felt the very walls of the citadel tremble, as if the earth itself were shaking. Startled from their slumber, they exchanged alarmed glances before hastily descending the battlements, sensing the ominous signs of an impending collapse. Upon discerning the scene outside the gate, one of them quickened his pace towards the general's residence. The general's abode, responsible for the defense of Xiaocheng, was strategically positioned near the gate for prompt responses to enemy threats, with 2 soldiers typically rotating their watch. Upon reaching the courtyard, the guard gasped. "General, the city gate is on the verge of collapsing." Qin Biao, who was savoring a steamed bun, dismissed the claim with a scoff. "What nonsense are you spouting so early in the day?" "No, General, the gate truly is about to fall." He summoned a few soldiers to accompany him and hurried towards the gate. Upon his arrival, however, Qin Biao beheld a scene of devastation. The once uniform city walls were crumbling with a thunderous roar. "Lord Nanming," he promptly knelt in reverence. The soldiers behind him, not remaining idle, swiftly followed suit. Lord Nanming, the previously stationed guard, taken aback, instinctively dropped to his knees. Qin Biao's countenance was shadowed with frost as he regarded the guard who had reported to him. Jiufang Ming, with an air of indifference, treaded upon the ruins, fixing his gaze upon the soldier. "Why did you not open the city gate?" Qin Biao's expression darkened, and he lifted the trembling guard, offering a slight apology to Jiufang Ming. "Lord Nanming, this fellow is blind to his betters. I implore you." He nudged the guard, noting his quaking form. "Who compelled you to provoke an unyielding foe?" Qin Biao lamented inwardly. This soldier had served under him for many years. "I do not recognize you, which is why I failed to open the gate. Had I known it was Lord Nanming." The guard stammered. Jiufang Ming arched an eyebrow, his gaze frosty. "If I were an invading enemy, would Xiaocheng not have already met its demise?" The guard was rendered speechless, yearning for Qin Biao's assistance, yet too terrified to move. "Military law dictates your punishment." Qin Biao's heart sank. "Should superiors learn of this? But I shall grant you an opportunity to atone for your sins." Jiufang Ming squinted slightly, realizing that venturing alone to the Mo family might pose some challenges, holding the Mo family's secrets in his grasp. He was not particularly concerned about the court's potential ire. The Mo family was his target, and he was determined to proceed. The guards remained silent, awaiting the unfolding of fate, harboring a quiet resentment towards their colleague. Had he not been swayed by his deceitful words and opened the city gates, they would not be ensnared in such a predicament. "You ought to express your gratitude to Lord Nanming." Displaying it to the onlookers. "Exorcism envoy." Qin Biao gasped, realizing that although he knew Lord Nanming Jiufang Ming was a 9th-grade alchemist, he had not anticipated that he also held the title of Exorcism envoy. "My lord," Qin Biao thought, fully aware that their status as gatekeepers paled in comparison to that of the Exorcism Guard. Volume 2. Leave of absence notice due to other commitments that have delayed my writing today. I request a day off. Thank you for your understanding and support. Volume 2. Leave of absence notice currently being typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Volume 2, Chapter 89. Swift and resolute Jiufang Ming gazed at the soldier in charge of the guard, recognizing that this opportunity was not to be taken lightly. Failure to complete the task would also result in death. He nodded in acquiescence. As you command, Lord Naming, the soldier replied, kneeling respectfully. Initially condemned to death for his laxity in guarding the city gate, he now cherished this chance for redemption offered by Jiufang Ming. As for the specifics, he chose not to concern himself. Fundamentally, living was undoubtedly preferable to lying in a coffin. Reflecting on his previous blunders, he felt a pang of guilt, especially as Su Yao had shown him leniency. Did you all comprehend Lord Naming's words? The other kneeling soldiers hesitated. It was the small guard who had erred, and they believed themselves blameless, yet they all replied in unison, understood. The soldiers responded in unison. The Mo family. Qin Biao was somewhat perplexed. The Mo family was a prominent clan in Staoqing, so why had they attracted the attention of Naming Gong? Furthermore, Naming Gong was the saint envoy of Bixia. Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes. This time, he intended not only to settle accounts with Mo Qin but also to leverage the power of the Bixia guard to eliminate forces that were detrimental to him. Mo Qin had already opposed him, and it was likely that the Mo family would align themselves with Mo Qin when the time came for him to consolidate control over the entire Shaozhou and overthrow the Min dynasty. The Mo family would undoubtedly become a troublesome fly in his broth, an unwelcome presence. Moreover, this operation to eradicate the Mo family was conducted under the guise of the Bixia guard, providing Jiufang Ming with a perfectly legitimate reason. The Bixia guard in Xiaoqing had refrained from action out of fear of being retaliated against by the Mo family if they ventured to search without cause. As for the Bixia guards in other cities, they lacked the authority to manage matters beyond their own territories. Jiufang Ming, however, held a position just below the head of the Bixia guard, no matter which state he entered, regardless of the strength of any formidable opponent. They would have to bow to him. A youth named Peng Hong nodded, then found a place to change into a burlap garment, proceeding to act according to Jiufang Ming's instructions. Throughout his journey, Peng Hong maintained an air of mystery, but upon being told by Jiufang Ming to proceed with confidence, he began to walk with increasing ease. He must not entertain thoughts of leaking information. Regardless of the Mo family's guilt, he was determined to eradicate them today. The threat in Jiufang Ming's tone was unmistakable. Should Peng Hong betray any hint of their plan, Jiufang Ming had his own means of dealing with it. A shiver ran down Peng Hong's spine as he grasped the implications of Jiufang Ming's words. If he were to divulge any information to the Mo family, the repercussions would not only fall upon him, but could also endanger his family and distant relatives. Resolutely, he approached the plaque of the Mo family estate and knocked on the door with a steady rhythm. My Lord Nanming Gong. What should we do now? Su Yao cautiously glanced at Jiufang Ming's profile. Simply guard the Mo estate. We must not let a single person escape, Jiufang Ming remarked, having sensed that Peng Hong had arrived at the Mo family residence. Understood, my lord, with a quick count. Jiufang Ming noted that there were over 100 men present. Primarily to instill fear, the act of killing would have to be carried out by himself. As Peng Hong knocked on the door of the Mo estate, no one paid him any heed. Who is it? A servant. Noticing the ragged appearance of Peng Hong, rolled his eyes and disdainfully inquired, I come to beg for some food, Peng Hong replied, holding out a tattered bowl in a plea. I've come to ask for alms at noon. The servant squinted his eyes, preparing to close the door. Peng Hong cleared his throat, recalling Jiufang Ming's words, your meals are not fresh. He looked directly at the servant. The servant furrowed his brow, then took Peng Hong's flimsy bowl. Peering inside the door, Peng Hong saw the servant sneakily vanish from view. Your food. After a moment, the servant emerged from the depths of the seemingly endless estate. Begone, the servant retorted, frowning, for it was clear that this was indeed a genuine beggar, and he hastily closed the door. Is it permissible to beg for food at noon? The beggar called out afterward. The beggar's smile widened, knowing he would procure more medicinal herbs today. It's over, the servant thought, recalling the earlier beggar, suddenly realizing he had fallen into a trap, just as he intended to shut the door. He felt a chill breeze behind him. What is in that bowl? Jiufang Ming grasped the servant by the collar, inquiring. What bowl? How would I know? The servant stammered, bewildered. Meanwhile, the beggar, sensing danger, turned to flee but collided with Qin Biao and his men. Jiufang Ming's expression darkened as he pressed his blade to the servant's throat, contemplating suicide with poison. Not on my watch. Qin Biao, you may proceed to apprehend them, he commanded, and the soldiers surrounding the estate sprang into action. While others remained nearby to prevent any escapees from the Mo family residence, the servant, struggling to speak, found the medicinal pill lodged in his throat. With a gentle tap on the servant's throat, Jiufang Ming dislodged the pill, causing it to fly from the servant's mouth. Act now. Qin Biao shouted as he kicked open the grand door, and dozens of soldiers rushed inside. The occupants of the Mo family estate, alerted by the commotion, emerged to find Qin Biao and his men storming in. Some were thrown into a panic, while others wore expressions of disdain that a mere city guard dares to stir trouble at the Mo family. A young man scoffed, stepping forward. Before this young master, do you not kneel? Mo Zhengqing sneered, relishing in bullying someone like Qin Biao, a simpleton of considerable stature. However, as Mo Zhengqing took a step forward, his head tumbled to the ground before the gathered crowd. 1. Jiufang Ming coldly declared, "Where is the head of the Mo family?" He bellowed with fury. You wretched! Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow, for the flaw was exceedingly conspicuous. Without the slightest hesitation, he wielded his longsword. Suffused with the ethereal energy of illusions, emanating a luminous white glow, with a gentle sweep of the phantom blade, it vanished from Jiufang's grasp, only to rematerialize behind Mo Jingsheng, with a mere glance. With the eye-saint diagram, wherever one's gaze could traverse, flying swords could be materialized to strike down foes from 1,000 or even 10,000 miles away. In its advanced stages, the eye-saint diagram could directly harness ethereal energy through one's consciousness, allowing even adversaries from alternate dimensions to be effortlessly slain, leaving no traces behind. Jiufang Ming's eye shifted once more. As long as he could discern Mo Jingsheng's form and whereabouts, he could conjure a flying sword to attack at any moment. Mo Jingsheng smirked disdainfully, then abruptly transformed his stance point. 2 forms of movement? Jiufang Ming discerned the clue. He had not anticipated that Mo Jingsheng had mastered 2 distinct techniques. Mo Jingsheng swiftly maneuvered behind Jiufang Ming and thrust his sword forward. Not yet dead? Realizing his folly, Mo Jingsheng pivoted to glance behind him, only to find another Jiufang Ming standing there. The target of his strike was merely Jiufang Ming's afterimage, while what he beheld was another illusionary manifestation of Jiufang Ming. Upon realizing the deception, Mo Jingsheng's breath caught in his throat. By the time he comprehended the illusion, Jiufang Ming had already pointed a finger at his forehead. Mo Jingsheng was sent flying backward, like a kite severed from its string. Volume 2, Chapter 90. The Annihilation of the Mo Clan. Patriarch. The Mo family members, witnessing Mo Jingsheng's defeat at the hands of Jiufang Ming, rushed forward in concern to assist him. Stay back. Mo Jingsheng realized that evasion from Jiufang Ming's assault was futile, and he spoke with urgency. Jiufang Ming's sword was poised perilously close to Mo Jingsheng's throat as he lay on the ground. Crimson blood seeped from his mouth, clearly indicating severe injury. Mo Jingsheng. Jiufang Ming's sword hovered a mere fraction from Mo Jingsheng's throat. Should it move even slightly closer, Mo Jingsheng would meet his demise. Struggling, Mo Jingsheng gazed at Jiufang Ming with contempt, declaring, "Dare you meddle with the Mo clan? The Dian sect shall not let you go easily." Jiufang Ming dismissed the threat with an indifferent reply. "The palace of departed hatred has been unable to touch me, let alone a mere Dian sect." Mo Jingsheng scoffed. Indeed, he was outmatched, but to be defeated by such a youthful adversary was somewhat humiliating. Allowing Mo Jingsheng to exhale in relief, the Mo clan has been caught smuggling forbidden substances. Today, their entire family shall face annihilation, Jiufang Ming stated coldly, leaving Mo Jingsheng with a silhouette. Suddenly rising, Mo Jingsheng exclaimed, "What are you to interfere in the affairs of the Mo clan?" Sensing Mo Jingsheng's resurgence, Jiufang Ming's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed he had yet to learn his lesson. Once more, he summoned ethereal energy, and subsequently severed Mo Jingsheng's right leg. Mo Jingsheng's countenance turned ashen, and the surrounding members of the Mo clan were equally pallid, though the Mo family boasts vast wealth and a grand estate. Jiufang Ming, noticing that Mo Jingsheng still clung to hope, withdrew a medallion and forcefully placed it before him. The exorcism guards. Mo Jingsheng's pupils dilated in terror, his complexion draining of color. The exorcism guards? The other members of the Mo family, upon hearing this, some fainted outright. Much of what Jiufang Ming had said was indeed true. Rather than suffer a painful demise like Mo Jingsheng, they would prefer to grasp their fate themselves. Make your move. As Jiufang Ming's words echoed in the air, some members of the Mo family chose to end their own lives, while others recklessly dashed toward the high walls, only to find themselves thwarted by the formidable height of the barriers they had erected to conceal their secrets from prying eyes. Ironically, their cleverness had backfired. The walls were too high, and those without cultivation could find no escape. Mo Jingsheng. Do you wish for us to take action, or shall we choose self-termination? Qin Biao brandished his blade, unfolding in the blink of an eye. But what evidence do you possess? Mo Jingsheng retorted, attempting to defend himself, claiming that without evidence, The exorcism guards had no right to apprehend anyone unjustly. Ha! Jiufang Ming chuckled mockingly in response. Evidence. The exorcism guards have long been in possession of it. Peng Hongi, observing Mo Jingxing's continued defiance, Qin Biao summoned Peng Hongi. Now clad in military attire. At this moment, Peng Hongi's face glowed with vitality. The servant turned his head, unwilling to acknowledge. Do you not recognize it? Peng Hongi furrowed his brow, and then slapped the servant, determined to reclaim everything he had endured while masquerading as a beggar. I do not recognize it. The servant's face turned ashen, still denying the truth. Another soldier entered from the estate's entrance, dragging along a figure resembling a beggar. He has confessed everything. Zhang Weiran directed his gaze toward Jiufang Ming, then spoke. Jiufang Ming turned around to find a beggar, his features utterly unrecognizable, slumped helplessly on the ground. I ask you, what does this Mo family do? Qin Biao stepped on the beggar's head, declaring that he owed no respect to such criminals. In the realm of martial arts, grievances and vengeance are swift, and among practitioners, a mere glance askance could ignite conflict. In this Ming dynasty, those who commit crimes are regarded as the lowest of the low, scorned wherever they go. The exorcism guards employ a multitude of torturous methods, all manner of cruel punishments, but they are exclusively directed at male offenders. Female criminals are entirely handed over to the Piaxue Palace for handling. Situated in the capital of the Ming dynasty, by the time female prisoners journey from various cities, they are often drained of their life force, rendering such punishments particularly horrific for them. I sell medicine. The beggar, disheveled and filthy, appeared to be a genuine beggar. What kind of medicine do you sell? Qin Biao pressed further, noting that the beggar seemed on the brink of death. He ordered for the beggar to be removed, then began to interrogate the other two. Did you hear? Blood-melting goo. Qin Biao presented the bowl of porridge before Mo Jingxing and the housekeeper, retorting, surely these two have nothing to say now. The housekeeper glanced at Mo Jingxing, then revealed a resolute expression. Unhindered by any constraints, he seized the bowl and swallowed the blood-melting worm contained within. Gulp. The housekeeper devoured the entire bowl of porridge along with its incriminating evidence. Qin Biao intended to intervene but discovered that the housekeeper was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he had completely consumed the contents. What blood-melting worm? Where is it? The housekeeper sneered, deliberately tossing the now empty bowl onto the ground. Witnessing the housekeeper swallow the blood-melting worm, a hint of sorrow flickered in Mo Jingxing's eyes. The reason it was forbidden was precisely due to its immense toxicity when refined into a pill, making it nearly insurmountable for anyone lacking the power of a Mirage King. Your Excellency, the evidence has been consumed. Qin Biao exclaimed anxiously, with the sole piece of evidence gone. What were they to do? Right here. Jiufang Ming then lifted the tip of his sword, revealing the blood-melting worm that had been ingested by the housekeeper. When did this happen? The housekeeper, startled by the sight of the pill at the tip of Jiufang Ming's sword, suddenly felt a jolt of excruciating pain. A gaping wound had opened up on his chest and abdomen. A horrifying sight indeed. Mo Jingxing, upon seeing Jiufang Ming brandishing the evidence, immediately lost his anger and collapsed to the ground. The speed at which the phantom flame spread was far beyond what the Mo family had anticipated. Many had unknowingly become souls lost to the void, leaving not a trace behind. From that moment forth, the Mo family ceased to exist. Following their successful capture, Qin Biao and his companions were promoted to official exorcist guards, while the original exorcist guards of Xiaoqing were all demoted due to their incompetence. The costs for repairing the city walls were personally covered by Jiufang Ming, as he felt compelled to compensate for the wall he himself had kicked. Meanwhile, outside Xiaoqing, Mo Qin witnessed the inferno consuming the Mo family's residence and promptly turned back. Racing away in haste, Jiufang Ming, tears welled in Mo Qin's eyes as he spurred his horse onward, vanishing into the endless darkness. In Naming City, Zhou He self-financed the establishment of the Alchemist Guild, which was perhaps the only one of its kind in the Ming dynasty. Due to the constant threat of persecution, few dared to take the risk of becoming an alchemist, and the Alchemist Guild that once existed a millennium ago had long since vanished. Senior Zhou He. Upon encountering Zhou He, Jiufang Ming offered a respectful greeting. The Alchemist Guild, with Zhou He as its sole member, appeared particularly desolate. With no business to attend to, Jiufang Ming elucidated his purpose to Zhou He. Zhou He hesitated, disinclined to participate in the upcoming contest for the secret realm. A Mirage Emperor has indeed fallen to such a state, Xiangji remarked at this moment, her voice only audible to Jiufang Ming. He has likely ascended to the level of a Mirage Emperor before, Xiangji clarified. Mirage Emperor, a surge of joy surged within Jiufang Ming, only for him to quickly grasp the underlying issue. Zhou He's previous cultivation had indeed reached the level of a Mirage Emperor, and his current status as a Mirage Master was not without reason. Senior, let us speak elsewhere. Jiufang Ming's demeanor grew serious as he turned to Zhou He. Over the years, he had been relentlessly pursued due to his identity as a spirit alchemist, and after enduring successive injuries, he had plummeted 2 great realms. Jiufang Ming pondered for a moment before reaching a decision. With your cultivation, you can fully recover in less than half a month, Jiufang Ming proclaimed with confidence. Zhou He shook his head, acknowledging the good intentions of Nam Minggong. I appreciate your kindness. But my soul has suffered severe damage that cannot be healed by mere elixirs. Jiufang Ming perceived Zhou He's helplessness, realizing that the restoration of his soul required specific nourishing substances. However, such spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare. Throughout the years, Zhou He had not encountered any materials capable of nurturing the soul. In short, he believed such herbs were non-existent. Do not worry about this, Jiufang Ming assured. Lin Yan's ring contains a plethora of medicinal materials, and those that nourish the soul are certainly abundant. Zhou He's soul damage and Yin Qidong's affliction from the heartless pill were distinct. Although both could be repaired through forbidden techniques, Jiufang Ming could not guarantee success due to the influence of the eternal life dust. Yin Qidong had inadvertently benefited from a pill crafted from Jiufang Ming's blood. To err on the side of caution, Jiufang Ming opted for the most conservative method of soul nurturing. Jiufang Ming resonated deeply with this personal anguish. He too had experienced the familiar sensation when half of his soul was split away by the soul-rending pill. He gazed at Zhou He's profile, smiling knowingly. Once a formidable force in the realm, he had spent a millennium barely reconnecting with fragments of his past memories. Zhou He noticed the expression in Jiufang Ming's eyes. Reminiscent of a seasoned veteran, filled with a profound weariness yet imbued with unwavering resolve. This was hardly the demeanor one would expect from youth, and Zhou He recognized the similarities between them. How much sorrow can one endure? It is akin to a river of spring water flowing eastward. Zhou He managed a bitter smile. His name, which once signified mountains and rivers, now felt nearly entirely desiccated. The once fearless river reduced to a mere trickle. As he surveyed the endless scenery outside the tea house, the orderly streets evoked a sudden convergence of Jiufang Ming's past and present memories. Who? Jiufang Ming turned to find an anxious Yin Qidong. What has happened? Zhou He inquired, turning to her as well, sensing the urgency in her demeanor. Yin Qidong then produced a letter left at the tea house and handed it to Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming, your mother is now in the hands of Mo Chen. If you wish for her to live, hurry to the back mountain of the Dian sect. As Jiufang Ming unfolded the letter, he was met with a shocking revelation. Damn Mo Chen. Jiufang Ming regretted not having eradicated this threat entirely. With a swift motion, he allowed the letter to fall like a feather. Zhou He picked up the letter, which seemed utterly implausible. Yet, Mo Chen was exceedingly cunning, and his point of leverage was none other than Jiufang Ming's mother. Among the entire clan, only Lady Jiufang had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. The Diyin sect stands alone as a premier sect. Meanwhile, Mingzhou is dominated by the Li Hen Palace, with the remainder consisting of second-rate sects and even some inferior ones, although numerous disciples abound. True talent is scarce amongst them. Mother, Jiufang Ming gazed at the swirling mist racing past him, beneath which lay an unfathomable expanse of lake and sea. Beyond Shaoai lay the Diyin sect. Although the sect's location was somewhat remote, it was chosen with careful consideration of geographical position and the richness of elemental energy. Before the grand entrance of the Diyin sect, 2 towering pillars rose. Exuding an aura of celestial grandeur, Jiufang Ming effortlessly removed the 3 golden characters inscribed on the sect's plaque, leaving only the dark wooden surface. Should anything befall his mother today, not only would Mo Chen face annihilation, but he would also obliterate the Diyin sect, even if it required consuming all available elixirs. A sect that nurtured wastrels like Xiang Tianhua and Mo Chen could hardly be deemed virtuous. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a warped roof, and the elders of the sect were likely no better. The outer disciples of the Diyin sect were diligently sweeping the fallen leaves at the entrance when they heard 3 resounding crashes, followed by the sect's plaque crashing down before one of the outer disciples. Zhang Sunyonga felt a chill run down his spine. Had there been even a slight miscalculation, his head might have burst. Who goes there? Zhang Sunyonga looked up to see a shadow darting rapidly into the sect. Without hesitation, he discarded his broom and rang the iron bell used for alarms. Although Zhang Sunyonga possessed only the cultivation level of an illusionist, every movement threatening to sever his head from his body. Where is your sect's rear mountain? Jiufang Ming inquired, his brow furrowed. Time was of the essence, and he was unfamiliar with the layout of the Diyin sect. Allowing the disciple to struggle, he tightened his grip. The outer disciple pointed towards the direction of the rear mountain. There, Jiufang Ming coldly discarded the outer disciple into a nearby pond and seized another fleeing disciple. Is that where the rear mountain lies? Jiufang Ming's murderous intent intensified, indicating the direction provided by the previous disciple. Yes, The bound outer disciple felt his soul leave his body, momentarily rendered dazed by fear. Despite having heard the alarm bells and being prepared for defense, he had not anticipated the terrifying prowess of the intrude. The disciple, still haunted by fear, collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He touched his neck, furrowed his brow in annoyance. He hastily donned his garments, irritated that he had yet to finish his own tasks, and found no inclination to attend to trivial matters. Let them intrude. It is of no concern to me, Hu Gao remarked, closing the door and returning to his work. Zhang Sun Yonga muttered a few complaints but soon lost interest, knowing that when blame was assigned, it would first fall upon this elder. Jiufang Ming traversed countless buildings with remarkable speed, drawing the attention of several individuals. Although he appeared as but a fleeting shadow, it nonetheless caught the eye of those with higher cultivation levels. Did something just fly by? A plump disciple inquired, confirming the existence of a dark figure. Connecting it to the bell that had just rung, some realized it was a trace of an intruder. Elder, someone has entered the forbidden area of the back mountain, reported an inner sect disciple. Elder Jiufang Hong opened his eyes and scanned the direction of the back mountain, indeed sensing some commotion. You may leave. I shall handle this personally, he instructed the inner disciple before swiftly rising and heading towards the back mountain. Yes, Elder. Jiufang Ming entered the back mountain, which bore no restrictions, and was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of primal energy. This place was undoubtedly a rare treasure for cultivation, though he regretted that he had no time to linger. Dare to approach the back mountain again, and do not blame me for being merciless, Jiufang Hong declared, standing atop his flying sword as he spotted the youthful figure not far from the entrance of the forbidden area. Narrowing his eyes, he added, Then you are one who chooses punishment over reward. The back mountain's forbidden area was a taboo for the Dayan sect, barred to both inner disciples and even the most esteemed elders. Mo Chen. Jiufang Ming easily pinpointed the faint aura of primal energy in the back mountain and sprinted deeper into its confines. However, after scouring the area, he realized that he had been lured away. Subsequently, he discovered the source of the faint energy, a stone of moderate size. Mo Chen's ploy to draw him away was evidently aimed not at his mother, but rather at Southming City. It was clear that Mo Chen's target was indeed Southming City. Upon arriving at Southming City, he found the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, heralding a formidable threat. Jiufang Ming landed and entered a tea house, only to find it utterly deserted. The silence within was palpable, interrupted only by the overturned teapot and cups scattered across the floor. Is this the woman you spoke of? Mo Chen's cold voice pierced the stillness as he placed a hand on Jiufang Ming's right shoulder. Jiufang Ming swiftly turned, his heart racing, realizing he had sensed nothing. Where? He inquired, closing his eyes yet failing to perceive the lone presence within the tea house. Upon the next discovery, Eugene was already nestled in Min Ning's embrace. Suddenly, Min Ning's visage transformed into that of Mo Chen, causing Jiufang Ming's heart to tremble, prompting him to shut his eyes once more. This is an illusion, Jiufang Ming reminded himself, reopening his eyes only to find himself still ensconced within the tea house. In a fit of rage, Jiufang Ming overturned the table beside him, sinking deeper into the confines of the tea house. Curse be it, Jiufang Ming steadied his mind, striving to attain a state of clarity. In the throes of an illusion, emotional fluctuations were the gravest transgression. Upon opening his eyes again, Jiufang Ming found himself once more beside the boundary stone from a millennium ago, yet his body lay paralyzed. Henceforth, I shall be the sole emperor of the Min realm, Mo Chen taunted, trampling Jiufang Ming beneath his feet. A cascade of sensations surged through Jiufang Ming's mind. In his indifferent gaze, Mo Chen ruthlessly slaughtered his dearest kin. A faint smile graced Jiufang Ming's lips. All of this was but a fabrication of the illusion, ephemeral and insubstantial, though the feelings it evoked were strikingly vivid. Ultimately, falsehood is but falsehood. Jiufang Ming closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Upon reopening them, he finally extricated himself from the illusion. Truly, Mo Chen harbored malicious intent. The illusions of the back mountain were indeed terrifying. Having escaped the illusion, Jiufang Ming remained haunted by its remnants. Hastily departing, just as you wish to leave, you think it's so simple. A chilling voice echoed behind Jiufang Ming. It was Jiufang Hong. Begone. Jiufang Ming turned, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Jiufang Hong scoffed dismissively, then waved his hand lightly, summoning visible lightning from the heavens. Heavenly thunder, at Jiufang Hong's command, a myriad of lightning bolts surged toward Jiufang Ming. Thunder elemental force. Jiufang Ming's gaze remained impassive as he looked skyward. He turned to depart. Is that all you can muster? Jiufang Ming's lips curled into a smirk. In the final moment before the lightning would ensnare him, its trajectory was altered, swirling around him like a great serpent. Sensing the shift behind him, Jiufang Hong turned in alarm, yet there was no time to evade. He had underestimated his opponent. Jiufang Hong silently regretted his hubris. How could one who emerged from an illusion be an ordinary foe? Struck by the lightning, he plummeted from his flying sword. Relying on the eye of the holy image, Jiufang Ming transformed the illusionary elemental force of others for his own use, embarking on a counterattack that entailed considerable risk. Were Jiufang Hong's cultivation vastly superior to Jiufang Ming's and he exerted his full strength, Jiufang Ming's level of mastery over the eye of the holy image would render him incapable of appropriating another's elemental force. Furthermore, Jiufang Hong's assessment of Jiufang Ming's strength was flawed. While Jiufang Ming's outward cultivation appeared to be that of a mere illusionist, his true prowess lay at the level of an illusion king. Irritation evident in his voice. Ignoring the astonished gazes of onlookers, Jiufang Ming strode directly out of Dian's sect. Departing already, this is exceedingly domineering. Volume 2, Chapter 92. The illusory monarch Zunlin, the rear mountains of the Dian sect are deemed a forbidden zone. He remains merely an inner disciple. How could he possibly trespass into such a sanctum? Yet, should he desire mutual destruction, such a possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. Mother, Jiufang Ming rushed towards his mother's abode, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Why are you crying? Madame Jiufang gazed at him in confusion. Tears welled in Jiufang Ming's eyes. A manifestation of joy turned sorrow. The fact that his mother was safe and sound was the greatest blessing. However, reflecting upon his path as an illusion cultivator, while his mother remained untrained and thus limited in lifespan, he realized he could not accompany her for long. His father, nearing the prowess of an illusion master, likely harbored similar concerns for Jiufang Ming's peace of mind. Consequently, Jiufang Ming resolved to assist his mother, Madame Jiufang, in embarking upon the path of cultivation. Mother, would you be willing to tread the path of cultivation? The manifestation of Yuanli into spirit clearly indicated a level beyond that of an illusion king. Jiufang Ming's lips quivered. How long had his mother concealed this from him? Not only had she kept this secret from him, but it seemed even his father remained unaware of his wife's formidable strength. Mother, what level of cultivation do you possess? Jiufang Ming inquired, genuinely unable to discern her abilities. Madame Jiufang slowly rose, declaring, I am at the 3rd stage of the illusory monarch. Jiufang Ming was momentarily taken aback, soon filled with elation. Why did you not inform your child? Jiufang Ming stood, bitterness lacing his voice as he questioned why he had been left in the dark regarding her capabilities, which would have alleviated his worries. Yet, upon uttering these words, he recognized the crux of the matter. If his mother truly possessed the strength of an illusory monarch, how could she have failed to prevent Minjing from seizing his father's soul? Recalling his mother's pallid complexion, Jiufang Ming's gaze towards the woman before him shifted dramatically. Where is my mother? Jiufang Ming's aura surged as he realized that this woman was clearly not his mother. Unfazed, Madame Jiufang sat leisurely, a playful smile gracing her lips. Am I not right here? Silly child. The woman discarded her disguise, unleashing a murderous intent while simultaneously emanating the formidable pressure characteristic of an illusory monarch, which bore down upon Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming coldly declared, I shall ask you one final time. The woman unveiled her extraordinarily alluring visage, having previously feigned maternal affection, now mocking him as an unfilial son for daring to strike at his own mother. Humph! Jiufang Ming scoffed, his figure flickering with movement. The woman remained unfazed, seemingly able to see through all of Jiufang Ming's motives, her eyes sparkling as she awaited his next move. What prowess could a mere 1st-stage illusion king possibly possess? Jiufang Ming swiftly conjured several longswords, which then assailed the woman from various directions, encircling her in an impenetrable formation. The woman extended her hands and effortlessly deflected Jiufang Ming's attacks. For a 1st-tier illusion lord, even the full-force strike of a 9th-tier illusion king could be effortlessly dispersed. Jiufang Ming furrowed his brow, astonished that all his assaults had proven futile. Once more, with a low exclamation, Jiufang Ming quickened his pace, clearly perceiving that the woman was toying with him. Upper clear flow shadow. In a fit of rage, Jiufang Ming wildly swung his illusionary swords, resulting in chaos within the room. Boundless flowing radiance. Another strike passed. Yet the woman continued to effortlessly dispel it, achieving no effect whatsoever. Again, however, no matter how Jiufang Ming moved, he could not inflict even a scratch upon the woman. Even approaching her was exceedingly arduous. Why have you ceased your attacks? The woman chuckled, gazing at the somewhat fatigued Jiufang Ming with a look of disdain. Jiufang Ming gathered illusion flame and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The woman. Jiufang Ming mused inwardly, acknowledging the vast gulf in cultivation, realizing that his own strength was insufficient to harm him in the slightest. Will you continue to fight? In the woman's eyes, Jiufang Ming was but an insignificant insect, unworthy of her effort. What terms did Imochen offer you? Jiufang Ming, suppressing his fury, regained his composure. The woman's arrival was undoubtedly tied to Imochen, likely a hired assassin. Jiufang Ming discreetly scrutinized the woman, and true to his suspicions, he discerned a clue. In any case, your life appears to be quite valuable, the woman remarked, not denying Imochen as her employer. I offered double. Jiufang Ming raised 2 fingers, declaring his proposition. The woman remained unmoved, regarding Jiufang Ming with keen interest. He possesses blood fusion goo. Do you have it? The woman slightly furrowed her brow, considering that if he did, a meaningful discussion could ensue. I do not possess blood fusion goo, but I can remedy your hidden ailment. Jiufang Ming shook his head and replied. He recognized the woman bore a concealed affliction, likely seeking blood fusion goo from Imochen to concoct a remedy. Employing poison to counter poison. This vulnerability was precisely what Jiufang Ming sought. Quite intriguing. The woman retracted her pressure and gazed coldly at Jiufang Ming. Should you dare deceive me, you know the consequences. The threat from Zunlin was unmistakable. Jiufang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Where is my mother? Jiufang Ming nodded and then produced a cauldron. As long as his mother was unharmed, he could find solace. After carefully contemplating, Jiufang Ming grasped Imochen's insidious nature, realizing that he had set a trap for him to emerge from the illusion. Do not attempt any tricks, Zunlin stated icily. How could I dare? Jiufang Ming pondered otherwise. The moment the cauldron was revealed, Zunlin reinforced the restrictions within the room. In truth, from the moment Jiufang Ming entered, he had already stepped into the constraints laid by Zunlin, subsequently retrieving an assortment of medicinal herbs. Your hidden ailment stems from the accumulation of toxins in these herbs, a consequence of excessive consumption of elixirs, Jiufang Ming remarked, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the alchemical furnace. You are well aware of this. At that moment, Zunlin's perception of Jiufang Ming underwent a significant transformation. However, the elixirs I forge cannot yield immediate effects. Jiufang Ming's hands remained deftly in motion as he added more herbs to the furnace. Furthermore, the blood-melting goo, once transformed into an elixir, is undoubtedly lethal. Even the king of illusions would suffer tremendously upon its consumption. One can only imagine the torment when it is refined into an elixir. Yet, how could a mere alchemist like you discern my hidden afflictions? Zunlin remained somewhat skeptical. Would you care to grant me an opportunity to eliminate you? Jiufang Ming replied with remarkable composure. For only alchemists of the 7th rank or above possess the capability to concoct an antidote for Zunlin's toxin. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you? Zunlin's brow furrowed, as she realized this young man was, in fact, threatening her. Jiufang Ming's techniques were exquisite, far surpassing her expectations. What rank of alchemist are you? Zunlin inquired, for she too was an alchemist, albeit of only 4th rank. After observing Jiufang Ming's skillful methods, she felt her own abilities were woefully inadequate. 9th rank, Jiufang Ming replied nonchalantly. 9th rank? You are indeed the South Ming prince? Zunlin soon realized she had been outmaneuvered by Imochen. Jiufang Ming's identity transcended that of merely the 2nd young master of the Jiufang family. He was also the fabled South Ming prince. Not only would her organization face repercussions, but her standing in the realm of illusion cultivation would also be jeopardized. In the realm of illusion cultivation, who would dare to lay hands on an alchemist? For it would be akin to declaring war upon oneself. Should she inadvertently slay a top-tier alchemist, she would find herself pursued relentlessly by formidable experts, regardless of distance. If Jiufang Ming were to perish because of her, the Illusion Emperor of the Min dynasty and even the Illusion sect would likely mobilize to hunt her down. The potential consequences caused Zunlin to privately rejoice in her restraint against impulsive actions. That wretched Imochen, Zunlin cursed internally, realizing that even if she obtained the blood-melting goo, it would ultimately lead to her own downfall. Jiufang Ming, aware of Zunlin's trepidation towards his status as a 9th-rank alchemist, teased, "You are truly foolish. Who was it that just a moment ago was calling me mother?" Zunlin retorted, for Jiufang Ming himself dared not act recklessly. Jiufang Ming paused his movements, feigning an intention to cease alchemical operations. Wait, I was mistaken, Zunlin quickly conceded, her shift in attitude remarkably swift. By the way, how many centuries have you lived? Your skin is remarkably well preserved, Zunlin inquired, gently pinching Jiufang Ming's right cheek. Zunlin's lips quivered slightly. 20 years. Jiufang Ming discerned Zunlin's implications, knowing that ordinary individuals could not cultivate to the rank of illusion monarch without centuries of effort. How many centuries have you lived? Jiufang Ming inquired in response. Then I shall not refine the elixir, he declared, feigning a halt in his actions. Very well, I shall say this. Zunlin secretly gritted her teeth. Having lived for over 2 centuries, she had never before been threatened by such a child. 140 years, 240 years. Quite aged indeed. Jiufang Ming smiled faintly, fully aware of Zunlin's thoughts. To download the latest TXT ebook of this book, please click here. Mobile reading of this book. Publish your review. For ease in future reading, you may click the bookmark below to record this current reading, Volume 1, Chapter 92, Illusory Monarch Zunlin, and you shall find it readily available upon your next visit to the bookshelf. Kindly recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blogs, WeChat, etc., and thank you for your support. In Volume 2, Chapter 93, Breaking into Dying Again, what conditions did Imochen offer you? Jiufang Ming quelled his fury and then calmed himself. The arrival of this woman was undoubtedly linked to Imochen, and most likely, she was a hired assassin. Jiufang Ming covertly observed the woman, and as expected, he discerned a faint clue. In any case, your life is quite valuable, the woman stated, not denying the employer was Imochen. I offer double, Jiufang Ming proclaimed, extending 2 fingers. The woman remained unfazed, gazing at him with keen interest. He possesses the blood fusion goo. Do you? She inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. If he did, they might engage in a serious discussion. I do not possess the blood fusion goo, but I can resolve your hidden ailment. Jiufang Ming shook his head and then spoke. He perceived the woman harbored a secret affliction, likely seeking the blood fusion goo from Imochen to counteract the poison. This was the breakthrough Jiufang Ming sought. How intriguing, the woman remarked, withdrawing her oppressive aura and coldly regarding Jiufang Ming. He could rest easy. After carefully piecing it together, Jiufang Ming understood Imochen's treachery. Realizing he had been ensnared in a trap within the illusion, "Do not attempt any tricks," Zunlin stated icily. "How could I dare?" Jiufang Ming pondered silently. The moment the alchemical furnace was produced, Zunlin reinforced the room's restrictions. In fact, from the moment Jiufang Ming entered, he had already stepped into the confines laid by Zunlin, ensuring that any actions within the room would go unnoticed by the outside world. Furthermore, few dared to approach the residence of Madame Jiufang. Jiufang Ming swiftly conjured illusory flames and then retrieved some medicinal herbs. Your hidden ailment stems from the accumulation of toxins from excessive consumption of elixirs. Jiufang Ming intently regarded the cauldron and subsequently declared, "You are well aware of this." Zunlin's perception of Jiufang Ming shifted immediately. However, the elixirs I concoct will not yield immediate effects. Jiufang Ming continued his work without pause. What, then, can be said of it when transformed into a pill? Jiufang Ming remarked that Imochen's heart is indeed cruel. Not only does he expend great effort to exact revenge upon himself, but he also schemes against the powerful illusion monarch. Zunlan's expression turned cold and foreboding as he pondered Jiufang Ming's words, which were undeniably accurate. However, as a mere alchemist, how could you possibly discern my hidden affliction? Zunlan remained somewhat skeptical. Shall I grant you an opportunity to take my life? Jiufang Ming replied with calm assurance. Knowing that only alchemists of the 7th rank or higher could concoct a remedy potent enough to counteract Zunlan's accumulated pill poison. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Zunlan's brow furrowed. This audacious young man was indeed threatening him. Jiufang Ming's skills were deft, far exceeding Zunlan's expectations. What rank of alchemist are you? Zunlan suddenly realized he had been outmaneuvered by Imochen. The identity of Jiufang Ming was not merely that of the 2nd young master of the Jiufang family. He was also the fabled South Ming prince, the only 9th rank alchemist in the Ming dynasty. Had he been aware that Jiufang Ming was indeed the South Ming prince, Zunlan would never have dared to accept this assignment. If the world were to discover that he harbored murderous intent towards a 9th rank alchemist, not only would his own organization face peril, but he would also find it exceedingly difficult to establish himself in the realm of illusion cultivation. In that world, anyone who dared to lay hands on an alchemist would be courting their own demise. Should one accidentally kill a top-tier alchemist, they would be hunted relentlessly by powerful figures, no matter the distance. Should Jiufang Ming perish because of them, it was likely that the Illusion Emperor and even the Illusion sect of the Ming dynasty would mobilize to hunt him down. Jiufang Ming, aware of Zunlan's fear of his 9th rank alchemist status, teased, "You are quite foolish, my dear. Who was it that so eagerly called for their mother just moments ago?" Zunlan retorted. Realizing that Jiufang Ming would not dare to act against him, Jiufang Ming momentarily halted his actions, feigning an intention to cease the alchemical process. "Stop. I was wrong," Zunlan quickly conceded, his tone shifting dramatically. By the way, how have you maintained such fine skin after living for centuries? Zunlan inquired, pinching Jiufang Ming's right cheek. The corners of Zunlan's mouth twitched. 20 years? Jiufang Ming discerned Zunlan's implication, knowing that ordinary individuals could not cultivate to become an illusion king without centuries of effort. "And how many years have you lived?" Jiufang Ming countered. Then I shall not continue with the pill, he feigned once more, preparing to halt his work. Very well, I shall speak. Zunlan clenched his teeth inwardly. Having lived for over 200 years, he had never been threatened by such a young brat. 140 years. 240 years, quite advanced in age. Jiufang Ming smiled slightly, remarking that she should visit him once a month, lest her efforts be in vain. Just as Zunlan was about to retort, Jiufang Ming pressed a pill into her hands. The moment the pill slid down her throat. Exhilarated by the evident results. It truly works, she exclaimed with delight, acknowledging that her excessive consumption of pills had led to the accumulation of pill poison, trapping her in the realm of the illusory monarch for years, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Clearly, her current cultivation was far from her aspirations. Next month, come find me at the tea house in Naming City. Jiufang Ming handed her a pass for the city before contemplating the upcoming expedition to the secret realm. Zunlan nodded, realizing that Jiufang Ming was cautious of her, choosing to distribute the pills in installments. Will you be going to the secret realm 3 months from now? Jiufang Ming sought to entice Zunlan. If the pill poison were to be purged and her strength enhanced, it would certainly be feasible. However, wasn't it tantamount to courting death for a mere illusory king to venture forth alone? Zunlan voiced her apprehensions, for regardless of Jiufang Ming's current status within the secret realm, amidst the fierce competition, who would care for the lives of others? You need not worry about that, Jiufang Ming replied with a mysterious smile. If both Shohe and Zunlan can recover, our expedition to the secret realm should be relatively secure. Zunlan nodded in agreement, declaring, as for Mo Qin, I shall go and eliminate him at once. Zunlan dispelled the restrictions of the room, preparing to head to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Mo Qin. The location we agreed upon is on the outskirts of Jiufang City, Zunlan added, summoning her flying sword and swiftly making her way to the outskirts. If Mo Qin sensed something amiss and fled in advance, capturing him would prove troublesome. Jiufang Ming followed closely, resolute that Mo Qin must be personally witnessed and vanquished. Whether for personal motives or in the name of the Bishe Guard, Mo Qin's demise was imperative. Ignoring the prohibition against flying within Jiufang City, both Jiufang Ming and Zunlan were enveloped in an overwhelming intent to kill Mo Qin. They soon arrived at the outskirts, yet there was no trace of Mo Qin to be found. Indeed, he has been toying with me, Zunlan remarked darkly, as the enchanting demons of the past had vanished. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. With the Mo family gone, he has nowhere else to retreat, Jiufang Ming deduced. The Dayan sect, Zunlan replied, recalling Mo Qin's words about Jiufang Ming returning from the back mountain of the Dayan sect. Realizing why Mo Qin had instructed her to disguise herself first rather than striking directly. If Jiufang Ming truly harbored intentions of escape, it seems unlikely that Zunlan would be able to pursue him effectively. The two hurriedly made their way to the entrance of the Dayan sect, boldly breaching its gates. A disciple, engrossed in affixing the sect's signboard, merely heard a swift whoosh beside him and dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Resuming his laborious task, where is Mo Qin of the Dayan sect? Zunlan unleashed a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire sect. Who dares to disturb the peace here? In Hung O. With an ethereal grace, emerged, gazing up at the 2 figures in the sky. Zunlan looked at Jiufang Ming in astonishment. Were the members of the Dayan sect truly so timorous? He has been struck by my lightning, Jiufang Ming explained, though it was likely beyond Zunlan's comprehension. Although Zunlan did not fully grasp the situation, he gleaned the essence of Jiufang Ming's words, recognizing that the elder had likely been reprimanded by Jiufang Ming before. Hence his evident fear of the latter's arrival. Still not emerging, Jiufang Ming murmured, his brow furrowing. Today, he intended to overturn the Dayan sect and locate Mo Qin. Forget it, let's annihilate them all, Zunlan declared impatiently, conjuring a blaze and hurling it towards the structures of the Dayan sect below. Observing this, Jiufang Ming invoked his illusory flames, unyielding in his belief that Mo Qin would not remain hidden while fire raged at his heels. Senior, please hold, a middle-aged man's voice interjected, causing Jiufang Ming to pause momentarily. Speak swiftly, Zunlan said dismissively, casting another fireball towards the various edifices of the sect. Do not set fire, please, the middle-aged man implored, anxious as he watched the disciples fleeing in all directions and the buildings erupting in flames. If you utter another word, you shall find yourself engulfed in flames as well, Zunlan threatened, conjuring yet another fireball, feigning intent to hurl it at the middle-aged man. The latter, sensing the peril, fled in an instant. The people of the Dayan sect are truly pitiable, Zunlan remarked disdainfully. Since Mo Qin refuses to show himself, we shall resort to these measures. Just as Zunlan reveled in his fiery assault, a sudden downpour descended from the heavens, extinguishing the flames he wielded. Damn it, Who is this? Zunlin exclaimed, disregarding his own dignity. Is it truly so easy to bully the members of the Dian sect? A young man approached on a flying sword, waving his hand as the rain intensified, ultimately dousing all the flames within the sect. The young man exchanged glances with Zunlin before smiling. Surely, there has been some misunderstanding, he said, then turned to Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming assessed the young man, sensing he was not a person of unreasonable disposition. Is Mo Chin within the Dian sect? The young man smiled slightly. What business do you have with him? Zunlin replied candidly, hand him over. I intend to dismember him. That is out of the question. The young man shook his head resolutely. Inside a chamber of the inner sect, a disciple anxiously addressed Mo Chin. Senior brother, there are 2 individuals outside seeking you. Mo Chin's complexion paled. What should we do? He had not anticipated that Jiufang Ming was still alive, and had even convinced Zunlin, plunging him into despair. The inner disciple approached, patting Mo Chin on the shoulder, reassuring him. Senior brother, the sect leader has already intervened. Surely those 2 cannot harm you. Mo Chin peered anxiously out of the window, hoping for the best. Both igniting their fighting spirit. In the second volume, Chapter 94, Refining Pills in the Fiery Crucible, Lang Wenbin was momentarily lost in thought, and when he attempted to condense his illusory elemental power once more, he realized that Zun Lan had already seized control of his vital points. Despite Lang Wenbin's formidable agility, he had inadvertently allowed Zun Lan to grasp his weakness, primarily due to his own carelessness. Zun Lan's sword was pressed against Lang Wenbin's throat, and with a slight exertion, it could easily pierce through. Lang Wenbin's countenance darkened. He never anticipated being defeated by a mere illusion king. Had Zun Lan been superior to him, he would have accepted his fate. Hand over Mo Chin. Zun Lan reiterated his objective, warning that should this Lang Wenbin continue to resist, he would be compelled to resort to lethal measures. Jiufang Ming then descended to the ground. It proved exceedingly difficult for Jiufang Ming to rely on illusory perception to locate Mo Chin. Hearing the commotion as Jiufang Ming rummaged through every corner, nearly every structure in the outer sect was overturned. Wherever Jiufang Ming went, the sounds of fleeing disciples echoed. Observing the chaos below, Lang Wenbin sighed and called out to the disciples of the Yin sect on the ground, Mo Chin, you might as well come out on your own. At this moment, Zun Lan also withdrew the sword that had been poised at Lang Wenbin's neck, displaying a semblance of understanding. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiufang Ming swiftly approached, extending his hand to investigate. Feeling for Mo Chin's heart, which had indeed ceased to beat, with a large gaping wound on his chest, the inner sect disciple cast a furtive glance at Jiufang Ming, fearful of revealing any inconsistencies. Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived? Jiufang Ming sensed the peculiar expression on Mo Chin's face and halted his advance. Mo Chin's condition did not resemble that of one who had lost vitality. In a flash, Jiufang Ming thrust a dagger into Mo Chin's chest and did not forget to slap him several times. Mo Chin, in pain, opened his eyes. His plan to conceal his presence with the turtle breath pill had failed. Senior brother, the inner sect disciple exclaimed, rushing to support the gravely injured Mo Chin. After all, Mo Chin was a wanted criminal of the Bai Xie guards, Jiufang Ming coldly remarked, causing the inner sect disciple's movements to falter as he hesitated to glance at Mo Chin. The turtle breath pill was a potion used to mask the breath of illusion cultivators, typically employed by thieves or assassins. Zunlin gazed at Lang Wenbin, pondering how much pain could have been spared had they acted sooner. Lang Wenbin's expression remained grim and unyielding, devoid of words, as he cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Mo Chin. It is the exorcism guard that seeks to apprehend you. At this juncture, our sect is powerless to assist. With that, Lang Wenbin turned his back, unwilling to cast another glance at Mo Chin. Sect leader Mo Chin began to call out, only to have his life abruptly extinguished by Zunlin, who descended from the sky. Esteemed friends, Wenbin was unaware that Mo Chin was a wanted criminal of the exorcism guard, thus leading to some misunderstandings. Lang Wenbin clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Upon returning to the Jiufang family estate, Jiufang Ming hurried toward his mother's quarters, only to find a throng of people gathered there. Uncle Ding, what is the situation? Spotting his mother unharmed, Jiufang Ming sought to understand the reason behind the crowd. The residence has been burglarized, Ding De said gravely, leading Jiufang Ming inside. Ding De also informed him of his mother's earlier whereabouts, revealing that she had merely gone to Tianxian Pavilion to select jewelry. Primarily for Yin Qitong. It seems Zunlin can indeed discern right from wrong and adheres to the principles of an assassin, Jiufang Ming mused, finding the formidable figure of Huan Jun worthy of temporary collaboration. What transpired? Zhou He inquired, looking at Jiufang Ming. Jiufang Ming recounted the sequence of events, with Yin Qitong listening attentively. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Jiufang Ming had been genuinely concerned for his mother. Zhou He continued, genuinely impressed. You flatter me, Jiufang Ming replied modestly. Yin Qidong arranged a private room for Zhou He and Jiufang Ming on the top floor, subsequently presenting the tea house's new dishes. Senior Zhou, how have you contemplated the matter we discussed? Jiufang Ming raised his teacup and inquired. Zhou He lifted his wine cup in response, stating, If Lord Naming holds me in such esteem, I desire nothing more. Zhou He's eyes sparkled upon seeing the herbs. This is the Howren Heavenly Blood Soul herb, Jiufang Ming proclaimed, presenting the blood-colored herb to Zhou He. Zhou He accepted the herb, displaying delight. The rest is in your hands. Zhou He concentrated his illusionary essence and infused it into the herb. The maturity of herbs is determined by the amount of ethereal essence absorbed. Should this be insufficient, the efficacy of the medicinal materials will be significantly diminished, while an excess may cause the herbs to rupture, rendering them nothing more than worthless dry grass. Yet, despite the formidable abilities of the ethereal alchemists, they do not garner the same respect as the alchemists. Both Jiufang Ming and Zhou He harbored expectations. Upon the successful concoction of the elixir, Jiufang Ming found himself accompanied by a potential ethereal monarch. The originally vibrant Howren blood soul herb, after refinement, exhibited an even richer hue, and when cast into the alchemical furnace, it resembled blood boiling with fervor. The challenge of refining an elixir from a single herb is immense, if the temperature is not meticulously controlled. All efforts may be rendered futile. This is quite difficult. Jiufang Ming gazed at the bubbling crimson within the furnace, troubled, as it appeared there was no means to infuse ethereal essence into this liquid to give it form. Observing this, Zhou He drew forth his sword, preparing to stir the mixture. Jiufang Ming immediately interjected. Introducing the sword would succumb to the searing heat of the ethereal flames, and the resulting elixir would transform into a toxic concoction. Unacceptable. Zhou He sheathed his sword, witnessing for the first time an elixir that could not be shaped by ethereal essence. Jiufang Ming looked at Zhou He and conceived an idea. Since neither ethereal essence nor any other object could shape the liquid, then it must be done differently. Zhou He, assist me in supporting the left half, Jiufang Ming instructed. Zhou He promptly employed his ethereal essence, yet he was encountering a furnace of such weight for the first time. Jiufang Ming observed the stability of the furnace and then seized the moment, extending his hand into the liquid. Zhou He gasped in astonishment as Jiufang Ming plunged his hand directly into the mixture. Jiufang Ming's gaze was resolute. The instant his fingers made contact with the liquid, they began to be slowly scorched. The liquid had dwindled significantly, and thereafter, Jiufang Ming shaped the viscous substance into a round elixir using his left hand. The elixir was complete. Jiufang Ming retrieved the elixir, yet his left hand had been reduced to mere bone. Naming Gong. Zhou He, gazing at the blood-red elixir, understood the arduous effort that went into its creation and felt moisture welling in his eyes. A piercing pain surged through him, a consequence of the Chaoxing Yuanchun repairing the damage to his body. The process of rejuvenation is fraught with excruciating pain. Although Jiufang Ming could reshape his body, the agony endured was several times greater than that inflicted during the injury. Nevertheless, Jiufang Ming did not flinch, merely acknowledging the discomfort in his left hand that in this world, the greatest anguish is perhaps that of the heart. Volume 2, Chapter 95, A Timely Aid in Snow. After Zhou He consumed the elixir, he settled into a meditative posture, striving to fully assimilate its essence. The elixir was hard-won, and not a single morsel could be squandered. Outside the tea house, passers-by admired the picturesque lakeside scenery, with many ethereal cultivators lamenting that such beauty was not commonplace. Zhou He felt a surge of heat in his dantian, followed by a tremor of his spirit. Jiufang Ming stood vigilantly by, ever watchful of Zhou He's movements. As the medicinal essence gradually permeated his soul, a myriad of complex emotions surged within Zhou He's mind. Once a top-tier genius, Zhou He had ascended to the rank of illusion emperor at a tender age, yet his hubris and pride led him to obstinately choose the path of an alchemist. This decision precipitated a protracted period of fleeing for his life, during which his cultivation plummeted from illusion emperor to illusion king, ultimately resulting in his current status as an illusion master. In that moment, a chilling hand grasped his, guiding him from the abyss of darkness into a realm of blinding brilliance. As Zhou He slowly opened his eyes, he felt an overwhelming surge of power and spiritual energy coursing through his body. Jiufang Ming approached, exclaiming, "Congratulations, esteemed senior." Zhou He rose with an air of newfound confidence. His demeanor markedly altered. Yet, he regarded Jiufang Ming with a heightened respect. The fragmented aspects of his soul, nourished by the medicinal properties of the elixir, swiftly began to mend, restoring much of Zhou He's cultivation. His cultivation had returned to the 7th tier of Illusion King, and with further meditation, he would soon regain his illusion emperor status. Jiufang Ming nodded, the excruciating pain in his left hand having completely dissipated. Zhou was enlightened. As a ninth-tier alchemist, such matters of flesh and bone were trivial for Jiufang Ming. As for you, Senior Zhou, in 3 months Jiufang Ming then expressed his thoughts, albeit with uncertainty regarding Zhou's intentions. Rest assured, Lord Naming, should you require my services in the future, feel free to command me, Zhou responded, pursing his lips. Very well, keep these elixirs, along with this volume of illusion martial techniques. Jiufang Ming nodded. Retrieving a selection of elixirs and a tome of illusion martial techniques to present to Zhou, initially inclined to decline, Zhou reconsidered and accepted the offerings. I am most grateful, he said. Storing the items within his spatial ring before descending the tea house, Jiufang Ming followed suit, eager to share another cup of tea with Zhou. As they descended, Jiufang Ming heard a commotion from the 3rd floor and proceeded to investigate. With Zhou a step ahead, the 3rd floor was usually devoid of patrons. What could account for such liveliness today? Standing outside, Jiufang Ming could hear the raucous noise emanating from within, just as Zhou was about to speak. A man remarked as he opened the door, finding the corridor empty and displaying a hint of disappointment. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we can proceed with the task. A woman's voice resonated from within the room. The man acknowledged her and promptly closed the door. Upon hearing this, Jiufang Ming remarked, that voice sounds rather familiar. Zhou subsequently rose alongside Jiufang Ming, preparing to investigate the matter further. Upon noticing a group of illusion kings within the private room, Jiufang Ming was genuinely taken aback. Moreover, the cultivation levels of these illusion kings were not inferior to his own. However, as the newcomers were guests, Jiufang Ming harbored no ulterior motives, merely wishing to discern their intentions. Especially since he still held jurisdiction over Nanming City, he suppressed his aura and approached the entrance of the private room, intending to eavesdrop. What do you intend to do? At the sound of an unfamiliar voice, Jiufang Ming looked up to find a tall man staring intently at him. This man was exceptionally tall. To exit the private room, one would have to stoop slightly. Taken aback, Jiufang Ming realized that the man had long since detected his and Zhou's presence. I am the proprietor of this tea house. Is there anything you require from the private room? Noticing the guest's displeasure, Jiufang Ming forced a smile. There's nothing of concern here. The tall man then slammed the door shut. Jiufang Ming resumed his indifferent demeanor, concluding that the patrons on the 3rd floor were certainly not of amiable character. It was well known within Nanming City that open combat was strictly forbidden. Yin Qidong replied, still engrossed in reviewing the accounts. Remarkably, within less than a month, the tea house's revenue had reached an astonishing figure. Yin Qidong had also invested her focus on managing the establishment. It seemed that among his acquaintances, there were few females. Could it be her? Jiufang Ming's expression darkened. This Zunlin had come to swindle food and drink so early, and had brought along a considerable entourage. Just as Jiufang Ming was lost in thought, a commotion of footsteps echoed from above. Someone is coming down, he mused. As anticipated, the footsteps grew louder, and soon a number of individuals began to emerge from the upper floor. Time to settle the bill, the earlier tall man announced. The total is 1,532 low-grade essence stones, Yin Qidong stated, glancing at the menu for the 3rd floor. Here, the man produced the essence stones and handed them to Yin Qidong. She merely cast a fleeting glance and comprehended the quantity instantly. Jiufang Ming waited for quite some time, yet he did not see Zunlin emerge. If these were indeed Zunlin's subordinates, he had no reason to demand the essence stones. We are not here to dine for free. We will pay what is due, the tall man asserted. Where is your leader? Jiufang Ming frowned slightly, still not having spotted Zunlin. The man pondered for a moment, then replied, our leader has already departed. By the way, who is the city lord here? Jiufang Ming failed to grasp Zunlin's intentions, replying, I am. Is your leader named Zunlin? The man's eyes brightened. He had not expected the person they were seeking to be right before him. Perplexed by Zunlin's motives, she mentioned something about 3 months later. The man began, but he could only recall less than half of what Zunlin had said. Upon hearing this, Jiufang Ming quickly grasped the man's meaning. Very well, everyone follow me, and I shall arrange accommodations for you, spoke Jiufang Ming. Upon hearing this, the man hastily beckoned his companions to exit the tea house. Jiufang Ming subsequently instructed Qin Shi to allocate lodgings for each of them, and they all expressed their satisfaction. The cultivation levels of this group appeared to be profoundly enigmatic. Qin Shi, unable to discern the true nature of one among them, cast a puzzled glance at Jiufang Ming. These individuals are all subordinates of my friends, each possessing the cultivation of a phantom king, Jiufang Ming elucidated. Qin Shi was taken aback, but his expression soon returned to calmness. With the presence of these individuals, The upcoming expedition into the secret realm in 3 months should pose no issues. However, Jiufang Ming's ambitions extended beyond this. The more skilled experts he recruited, the greater the leverage he would possess when entering the secret realm. "Brother City Lord, is there any of that sort here?" inquired a tall man. Jiufang Ming cast a peculiar glance at the man, understanding his implication. Even upon arriving in South Ming City, he was still thinking about mingling in the pleasure districts. In the conference hall of Huaizong, several elders sat upright with solemn expressions. "Our Huaizong cannot afford to be absent from this secret realm of Min Zhao," Ming Zian declared, seeking the counsel of the elders present. "The secret realm is fraught with peril. Should promising talents venture there?" Ming Feizhou interjected, only to be interrupted by the other elders. Li Haozong smiled indifferently. "Has our Huaizong ever been so timid?" Ming Taishang. Ming Zian did not attempt to dissuade him, but continued to deliberate on the candidates for the upcoming secret realm. "Are there any potential candidates among the elders?" Ming Zian inquired. Li Haozong stood. And the secret realm imposed certain age restrictions. Those over 50 years old would not be permitted entry. Thus, the older generation would have no opportunity to participate this time around. "Then it is settled," Ming Zian declared, rising to announce the conclusion of the meeting. In the brief span of this gathering, the fates of many had been irrevocably altered. Volume 2, Chapter 96, Gathering at Tongjin. In South Ming City. Chambers of commerce are categorized into tiers, classified into 5 grades based on their geographical orientation: East, West, South, and North. The Xianming Chamber of Commerce is designated as Nan, while the Dream City Chamber of Commerce, despite its long-standing operations, remains classified as Bei. The guilds of the East and West are rather unique. They recognize the fan rather than the individual. Each president of these guilds possesses a fan, which symbolizes authority. Should this fan fall into another's hands, the guild will only acknowledge the fan, not the person. Consequently, few can maintain the position of president for an extended period. "Uncle Yi, how have arrangements progressed?" Jiufang Ming approached Yuchang and followed his gaze. Among the gathered individuals, 10 had already reached the level of illusionist, yet they were merely at the threshold of their potential. Upon hearing this, Jiufang Ming nodded in satisfaction, for the influx of young talents from prominent families had swiftly amassed a considerable number of geniuses in Nanning City. "What of the alchemist ranks?" Jiufang Ming's gaze slightly lifted. While one could ascertain an individual's cultivation level through observation, determining the rank of an alchemist was far more elusive. "There are 51 at the 3rd rank and over 700 at the 2nd rank," replied Yuchang. "That is sufficient." Jiufang Ming expressed mild surprise at Yuchang's words, astonished that these prodigies not only cultivated rapidly but also possessed exceptional talent in alchemy. "Then, Uncle Yi, let us not delay. Summon them at once," Jiufang Ming declared. Suddenly, he received notification from his father that the alchemy competition of the 20 cities in Shaozhou would take place in Tongjin City tomorrow. The announcement was rather abrupt, primarily because Jiufang Wu had initially overlooked Nanning City. It was only after receiving the court's counsel that he included Nanning City in the participants. Tongjin City. Jiufang Ming recalled Tang Hu and others from 5 years prior. And he Ping, who was from Tongjin City. The Qingwu Mountain range had been sealed off, and he pondered where they might be now. As for Tang Hu, he had never spoken of his origins. Belonging to a plump youth. "What is it?" Tang Hu furrowed his brow as a drop of sweat fell onto the heated sword, instantly evaporating. Xuezong entered, but nearly stumbled over the threshold. "Brother Hu, you ought to fix this door." Xuezong cautiously lowered his head while stepping into the shop, feeling a wave of heat wash over him. "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Tang Hu struck the anvil again. Noticing that Xuezong hesitated to get to the point, he feigned a readiness to strike him with the hammer. Xuezong felt a twinge of fear and awkwardly chuckled. "Well, I bear good news." Tang Hu continued his forging, channeling the illusionary energy from his dantian, with each strike sending sparks flying. This was the most primitive method of weapon forging, while illusionists typically employed a furnace. "The upcoming alchemist conference will be held right here in Tongjin City," Xuezong remarked when Tang Hu remained silent. "What does that have to do with me?" Tang Hu frowned slightly. Xuezong squinted, then replied, "It has significant implications." The more Tang Hu pondered, the more agitated he became. He set down the hammer and tossed the unfinished sword into the water with tongs. In the water tank, smoke billowed forth, emitting a hissing sound. "Brother Hu?" Xuezong inquired, perplexed. "Why has the sword not been wielded?" Subsequently, Tang Hu changed his attire and washed his face with clear water, the refreshing sensation invigorating him immensely. "The door is closed," Tang Hu remarked, casting a glance at Xuezong. Xuezong was taken aback, wondering why it was so early today. Tang Hu nudged Xuezong out the door and then turned to lock the weapon shop. Despite carrying a heavy iron hammer, he moved with surprising agility. Xuezong chuckled and said, I have witnessed brother Hu's prowess firsthand. Tang Hu paused. Did you spy on my alchemical practice? I happened upon it by chance. Xuezong quickly clarified, sensing Tang Hu's rising ire. With a detached gaze, Tang Hu dismissed Xuezong and departed. The Lord of Nanming City is also attending this alchemy convention, Xuezong called after him. But Tang Hu had already vanished from sight. After gathering a sufficient number of illusion cultivators, Jiufang Ming selected the most outstanding individuals based on their ranks and cultivation levels. These were the elite who could shine at the upcoming convention. The next day, in front of the Xianming Merchant Association, Yichang counted the numbers and then commanded, let us set forth immediately for this journey to the Alchemist Convention. They would be utilizing the Xianming vessel employed by the Merchant Association for transportation. The vast expanse of clouds swept by in an instant, and the sound of the wind howled in their ears. Many chose to meditate and cultivate during the journey, striving to make the most of their time. Undeterred by the occasional jolts that did not hinder their practice, we have arrived, Jiufang Ming announced with a resounding boom. The jolt upon landing startled many awake. Upon hearing Yichang's words, seated in meditation, was persistently shaken by those nearby. Do not disturb him, Jiufang Ming admonished, noticing that the Xianming vessel had nearly emptied. The two boys beside Yinling ceased their shaking at the command. After a considerable pause, Yinling gradually opened his eyes and rose. Lord, he exclaimed upon seeing Jiufang Ming, first startled, then bowing respectfully. Jiufang Ming scrutinized Yinling's cultivation level once more. Astonished, is this already the second level of Illusion Master? Jiufang Ming, with a peculiar expression, remarked, before boarding the Xianming boat. This young man was merely a first-tier illusionist. Yinling nodded, still unaware of his own advancement in cultivation. The two youths beside Yinling looked on with envious eyes. Astonished that he had achieved such a progression, Xiaolian lamented in frustration, truly, comparisons between people are infuriating. Yinling playfully pinched Xiaolian's cheek, teasing, you spend your days merely consuming elixirs. It's no wonder you see no improvement. After saying this, Xiaolian retrieved another elixir from his storage ring and casually tossed it into his mouth. Upon disembarking from the Xianming boat, Jiufang Ming noticed a throng of people awaiting his arrival. We're coming, Xiaolian replied, chewing on the elixir as he walked. The group arrived at the Alchemist Guild in Tongjin City, which, though smaller in size compared to Nanming City, could still accommodate thousands without difficulty. Please wait here. I need to confer briefly with the city lord, Yichang instructed. Among the crowd, aside from Jiufang Ming, he held the most authority. The others nodded in silent agreement and took their seats in the spectator area. As the participants had yet to be assigned to their respective spaces. Shu, are there any further issues? Jiufang Ming surveyed the surroundings, noting a considerable number of illusionists present, uncertain whether they were competitors or mere spectators. Yichang furrowed his brow, having just received word from the Tongjin City Chamber of Commerce regarding the arrival of individuals from the southern wilderness for this assembly. Jiufang Ming instinctively thought of Ning Xiaodai. However, it was expected that he would see her in 3 months' time. Scanning the area once more, Jiufang Ming indeed spotted several youths dressed in styles somewhat distinct from those of the Min dynasty, all possessing formidable cultivation, the least of whom was a first-tier illusionist. The southern wilderness was renowned for its rare medicinal herbs. Thus, the elixirs they concocted were not only potent, but also of remarkable quality. Yichang elaborated, stating that their purpose for attending was to vie for the top position in the competition. The reward for first place was an illusion flame, reputedly the 9th in the illusion flame spectrum and exceedingly rare. After he provided a brief explanation, they felt reassured. Despite the necessity to ensure that this alchemist conference is conducted with fairness and impartiality, the materials employed by the alchemists from the southern region inherently represent a form of inequity. Consequently, alchemists from other states have opted to utilize rarer ingredients. A significant portion of these individuals is hired, as certain powerful factions wish to obtain the elusive illusion flame, yet find their own alchemists lacking in rank. At that moment, a young female cultivator approached Yichang, leading a group to a prearranged preparation area. Although the venue was not particularly spacious, it was more than adequate to accommodate Jiufang Ming and his companions. However, did not join them, as she remained occupied with managing the tea house. Yichang regarded Jiufang Ming's change of attire with a mixture of confusion. Uncle Yi, please register me for this conference. Jiufang Ming requested. Yichang contemplated the matter. Indeed, the alchemical competition did not impose restrictions on the rank of participating alchemists. However, as a 9th rank alchemist, Jiufang Ming's participation in a contest beneath his level would be rather unfair. For the name submitted, he casually used his son's name, Yun. The man in charge of registration raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Is there a problem? Yi Chong, sensing something amiss, paused. Could it be that his son, Yun, had also come? Was it the Yun from Jiufang City? Yi Chong then inquired, astonished at the thought that this young man had learned the art of alchemy while keeping it from him. The realization that Yi Yun had come to register suggested he must indeed possess alchemical skills, filling Yi Chong with excitement at the prospect of passing on his legacy. Yi Chong pondered another name. Adding a contender from southern Ming City, Feng Ming, the man asked no further questions, aware that the influence of southern Ming City was formidable, having rapidly surpassed Tongjin City and Suing City within mere months, approaching the dominance of Xiaocheng and even Jiufang City. Thank you, Yi Chong replied nonchalantly, leaving behind a few low-grade spirit stones. Jiufang Ming nodded slightly. It was wise to remain observant, now seated in the back row. Jiufang Ming quietly watched as alchemists from other cities entered the arena. Yi Chong also settled down as the alchemist conference commenced. That Yin Shoujun hails from the southern region. Yu Chang shared the intelligence he had gathered with Jiufang Ming. Let us observe for now, Jiufang Ming responded, shifting his focus to Yin Shoujun. Since she came from the southern region, her methods of concocting elixirs would likely differ significantly from those of Min Xiaoping's alchemists. The rules of the Alchemist Conference are quite straightforward, divided into 20 batches, each consisting of 50 participants. The top 25 alchemists who successfully concoct a pill will advance to the next round. With the inclusion of Jiufang Ming, there are over 1,000 participants in total. The remaining odd number will engage in additional matches. From the 1,000, 500 will be selected, followed by 250. The venue is ample enough to accommodate dozens of alchemists without issue. By the 5th round, only 10 will remain, of which the last 5 will receive immediate rewards, while the top 5 will continue to compete. The process is fiercely competitive. 5 will vie for 3 spots, and 3 will contend for 1, resulting in the selection of a singular victor who will obtain the exceedingly rare Illusory Flame. Naturally, if Jiufang Ming abstains from participation, the likelihood of it falling into the hands of significant powers increases, rendering the competing alchemists mere pawns, with the true recipient of the Illusory Flame being someone else entirely. The Alchemist Conference, held every 3 years in Tongjin City, typically imposes no strict regulations on participants, allowing anyone skilled in alchemy to take part. However, this time is different. In the interest of fairness, age restrictions have been notably imposed. As several middle-aged men entered, the atmosphere of the conference gradually grew hushed. The newcomers were none other than the city lord of Tongjin and the presidents of various alchemist guilds from different cities. After exchanging pleasantries, they each took their respective seats. Yi Chang refrained from stepping onto the stage out of disdain for sharing the platform with those cunning old foxes, following an announcement by a lightly made-up young woman. The alchemists already on stage began to organize their materials and ignite their alchemical furnaces, brimming with anticipation. In the first round, the task is to concoct the solidifying pill with the materials provided. And no restrictions on the furnaces. Pu Jiwei stated deliberately. Jiufang Ming remained impassive, and Yi Chang merely nodded silently. The limitation to using only the materials supplied by the conference undoubtedly aims to ensure fairness, while simultaneously suppressing the alchemists from the southern wilderness. Upon hearing that they could not use their own materials, Yin Shoyun's expression initially hardened, followed by a wave of disdain. Though she hailed from a small nation in the southern wilderness, she was not one to be bullied by this group of rustic individuals. As she conjured the illusory flame, her furnace hovered effortlessly in the air. The flames blazed increasingly bright, and like most alchemists, Yin Shoyun tossed all the materials into the furnace in one go. Yet, Yi Chang shook his head at her method of alchemy, sensing that it was merely the beginning. Jiufang Ming observed closely, his focus unwavering on Yin Shoyun's hands. Yi Chang fell silent, realizing that despite his keen eye, he had still failed to discern the intricacies. Upon closer inspection, he finally recognized the nuances in Yin Shoyun's techniques compared to those of the other alchemists. It was no wonder that this conference had prepared over 1,000 slots. Yi Chang couldn't help but marvel at Yin Shoyun's exceptional prowess, noting that the other alchemists were equally formidable. Before the audience could fully react, Yin Shoyun's pill was already complete. The pill is ready. With a proud smile, Yin Shoyun extinguished the illusory flame and stored her furnace. So swift. This speed is likely indicative of a 5th-tier alchemist. Indeed, a true alchemist of the southern frontier. Yin Shoujuan stood beside the esteemed president of the Tongjin City Alchemist Association, Su Yao, listening intently to the discussions of those nearby, his excitement palpable. Undoubtedly, within a decade, your name will echo throughout the southern frontier. Su Yao, known for his keen insight, unexpectedly bestowed upon Yin Shoujuan a commendable evaluation. Many expressed heartfelt admiration, recognizing that the southern frontier is rich in medicinal resources, making the crafting of elixirs a matter of ease, without concern for wastage. Located to the south of the Ming dynasty and separated by a vast distance, the southern frontier, despite its relatively smaller size compared to the Ming dynasty, boasts a wealth that dwarfs it. Most of the rare medicinal herbs within the Ming dynasty are indeed tributes sourced from the southern frontier. The proximity of the two regions is notable. Yet the Ming dynasty refrains from encroaching upon the southern frontier, for beyond it lies an even more formidable presence. The Yunting continent stretches infinitely, rendering the Ming dynasty insignificant in comparison. Yin Shoujuan, having successfully refined a fourth-grade solidifying essence pill, gracefully descended from the stage, glancing disdainfully at the Ming dynasty's illusionary cultivator who was engrossed in their alchemical pursuits. Is this the extent of a country bumpkin's prowess? Yin Shoujuan thought dismissively, having anticipated greater strength from the Ming dynasty, only to be met with disappointment. Approaching Jiufang Ming, he instinctively exchanged glances, both perceiving a mutual animosity. The second-tier illusion king, such a pity, remains merely a provincial simpleton. Yin Shoujuan shook his head, initially expecting something remarkable from this youth, only to find him as commonplace as any other. Jiufang Ming remained silent, realizing that Yin Shoujuan possessed strength surpassing that of an illusion king. Appearing somewhat simple-minded, all eyes shifted away from Yin Shoujuan, granting him a sense of relief. Though both individuals from the southern frontier appeared merely 15 or 16 years old, they possessed the cultivation of illusion kings. Can this simpleton truly advance? Yin Shoujuan pondered. Though unfamiliar with fan typing, he felt a degree of interest as a fellow denizen of the southern frontier. The alchemist from the southern frontier fell silent upon Yin Shoujuan's return. Must one be so ostentatious? The middle-aged man's tone carried a hint of reproach. Yin Shoujuan slightly inclined his head, acknowledging this was all for the southern frontier. Very well, take your seat, and do not forget our purpose. The middle-aged man admonished. Yin Shoujuan sat down, feeling somewhat at a loss, and subsequently closed his eyes, the surrounding clamor making it impossible to cultivate in peace. Taiping, you performed admirably. The middle-aged man's smile deepened. The second volume, Chapter 98, Snowfall Approaches. Fan Taiping scratched his head, then took a seat, though he did not sit beside Yin Shoujuan. Fan Taiping is typically characterized by his honest and unassuming demeanor. A sudden exclamation startled Yin Shoujuan from his momentary slumber, leaving him somewhat displeased. Upon rising, he realized that he appeared to be the only one who had not expressed amazement. Using a hammer for alchemy? Fan Taiping was taken aback, clearly not the only one harboring such a notion. The emergence of the Black Wolf was akin to a colossal stone being cast into a tranquil lake, instantly unleashing a torrent of tumultuous waves, causing a throng of individuals to retreat in surprise, while an inadvertent remark seemed to still the very air around them. This notion indeed held some truth. However, it was likely fabricated by someone. Ming Xinya slowly began to speak, having just conversed with Dale, the renowned chef from the United States, who was utterly oblivious to the origins of the perplexing discussions and had not even signed any agreements with the Ma family. Did I not mention my intention to seek a kindred spirit today? She remarked that I intended to disguise myself as a monk and set up a stall for fortune-telling. Master Shuiyun gently set aside the scratching tool from Suiwa's hands and began recounting the events he had encountered. Yu Daong stated, nonetheless, regardless of the method of merger, it inevitably involves you. Your establishment will certainly need to amalgamate with the new packaging products company. This is an essential choice for asset optimization. Although I am reluctant, the broader reform must take precedence. What I wish to discuss with you now pertains to your own future. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? After waiting 3 days at the Luo household without news of Hosha, the flora of the imperial garden had nearly withered, and fallen leaves danced about, conveying a sense of melancholy. No, how could this be? Liu Linghua, ensnared within the purifying demon lotus, had already succumbed to despair. Yet in this life, he found himself questioning the resurrection of Jesus. Brother Hu, I sense that A's soul is awakening within you, Chang Jin remarked, exasperated that Mathilde's brain had not undergone special development, and her processing speed was merely average. Thus, after activating bullet time, she was even slower than the assassins of the Assassin Alliance, who had honed their skills through rigorous training. Previously, they had been waiting for a team from Zhongwu High, resulting in a near dissolution of their group. It was akin to a pair of wizards who understood each other without speaking, waiting to seize their opportunity only when others had turned their backs. The head of the guard likely harbored similar sentiments. Upon encountering this rare opportunity, she naturally would not let it slip away, joining in merely to partake in the spoils. Her attempts to delay were evident to all present, casting a serious atmosphere over the gathering. However, Sun Bai casually brought along a wandering swordsman he had stumbled upon, an act that transcended the mere label of being a good Samaritan. From the carriage emerged a young maiden adorned in a gown delicately patterned with camellias, her hair ornamented with a hairpin crafted from exquisite turquoise. Qian Ning, mind your manners, Fifth Sun Ling spoke softly, though the girl named Qian Ning felt displeased upon hearing the saintess's words. She refrained from glaring at Jiufang Ming as fiercely as before. Jiufang Ming had already exited the venue of the alchemist conference, brushing past Fifth Sun Ling. The women of the Snowfall Palace, though strikingly beautiful, were not to Jiufang Ming's taste. Their purpose seemed solely to form alliances with other formidable sects, destined to become mere pawns. On the surface, the Snowfall Palace appeared to belong to the Min dynasty. Not everyone in the world bears the name Huazin, nor are there many like Huang Fuqingcheng, the young heirs of such vast fortunes being exceedingly rare. My heart trembled as I absorbed the words of the immortal Guanxian. If the spirit beasts were indeed illusions, then the Shinong Ding must also be a fabrication. It was said that a martial emperor, after offending her, fled following a confrontation. The instigator of that incident was none other than Wang Engying, who had also presented the incriminating photograph. If there were indeed issues, they would lie with her. Shall I forget? A gust of wind tousled my hair, my muddled mind resembling a ship adrift, navigating through fog to an empty shore devoid of life, emotion, and love. Only a realm of desolation awaited, requiring no flights of fancy. This epitomized the power of the loss. Yang Yu merely exclaimed in astonishment, unable to articulate further. The heavenly sovereign's order, the token of the celestial hound, linked to the fallen heavenly palace. With it, no matter which celestial sect it was presented to, the rewards would be beyond imagination. In an instant, the gathering of bank presidents nearly encompassed all financial institutions of Yun City. Once everyone had arrived, Wu Dao glanced at Jiufang Hong with a smile. He recalled that Fong Tang, true to her name, exhibited both bizarre conduct and personality, yet was not entirely nonsensical, although they had not formally courted. Mutual feelings existed. Why, then, had she remained silent amidst the uproar of the evening? Thus, he awkwardly extended an invitation, not as a ruse for a banquet of treachery, but genuinely desiring an earnest conversation with Biao Ge. However, such high-stakes confrontations demanded precision, for even the slightest delay or exposure of information could yield intolerable repercussions. As he pondered these thoughts, an assault from the heavens descended upon him. 2 snow-white eagles swooped down. Lin Qilua's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the summoning of a mysterious sword, which she slowly, inexorably brought towards her own chest. You must first complete your physical examination upstairs before attempting anything else. Dongfang Yuqing, perplexed by Wu Dao's words, casually responded. After traversing for quite some time, a glimmer of light finally emerged. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a grand city, its walls inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Ziyun City. No. I must first place a call to Uncle Yi. Otherwise, what if I inadvertently expose myself later? Shan Shan declared as she took out her phone and dialed Yi Kuen's number. Volume 2, Chapter 100, A Different Approach. Chai Jingfu nodded and then approached Xiao Lian. Young brother, you have advanced, Chai Jingfu exclaimed, tearing off Xiao Lian's identification tag, his smile wide and unabashed. Miao Tao, however, was indignant, asserting, I crafted that pill. Why should he be the one to advance? The numerous spectators present rallied in support of Miao Tao, deeming the situation grossly unfair. Yet, from the perspective of Naming City, sentiments were mixed. The concern was that Xiao Lian's inability to advance directly indicated his alchemical skills were vastly inferior to those of the Naming residents. The joy, however, stemmed from the fact that Xiao Lian had experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, having been resurrected and now possessing a glimmer of hope for advancement. The painstakingly concocted elixir, which had seemed destined for. Miss Long incessantly spoke of the trio's affairs along the way, her heart burdened with unspoken worries. He often enjoyed taking walks here after meals or going for morning runs. Ian suddenly felt as though his body had been bitten by a mosquito, had entirely transformed into tools for Song Meyer's assault on the Bloodwolf. It is said that he, along with Prince Qi and the Crown Prince, participated in a horse race. The Crown Prince and Prince Qi rode side by side until, it seemed, The crown prince seized the horse from Prince Qi, who, startled, reined in his steed only to collide directly with Prince Duan. Xie Wu elaborated. Moreover, even in this era of advanced medicine, no effective antidote for such a poison has yet been developed. What a pleasure it is to meet you. I have long heard of the Netherlands' rigorous parliamentary system, and to meet President Rollardo today is indeed a testament to his enduring vigor, Li Yu remarked in pleasantries. Indeed, subsequently, Zhang Dong turned and departed towards the area where the Far East Guard Regiment and the Vanguard Corps were to exchange duties. Before long, he, along with 2 guards, appeared before Li Yu, escorting a tightly bound officer of the Green Camp. At that time, the French dream was to discover and dominate more territories and continents, expanding their free trade of invasion and increasing their sphere of control, all while compelling nations around the world to adopt their beliefs. The reigning French king Fran Ois commanded navigators to diligently explore the New World. The lotus flowers in the backyard have been ruthlessly ravaged by some scoundrel. They were flourishing beautifully, yet overnight. Only green leaves remain, devoid of their crimson blooms. That Su Yao fiddled with the incense burner, interjecting her thoughts directly as Su Yao observed Wang Pengfei's reaction. A fleeting smile graced her lips before she sheathed the dragon-slaying sword. The dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, steaks, fish, fruits, a veritable cornucopia of culinary delights awaited. Upon arriving at the port, their expressions instantly turned grave. The harbor had been besieged by the forces of the heavenly path. This presence unmistakably suggested he was on the precipice of the Taoist realm. Grasping the essence of mastery, Chi, feeling anxious, wrapped herself in the blanket, her bare form concealed, casting a bewildered glance in my direction. Uncertain of how to express herself. It was a Saturday morning when Zhao Hui, Lu Hong, Su Li, Yang Bo, Shi Jianhua, and a few classmates set off for their run once more. The east wind, hibernating insects, and ice illusions transformed in that instant into a radiant manifestation of the sword's Tao, mercilessly cleaving through all directions. The sword light howled, resembling an intricate net of destiny. As hundreds of experts from the shark people were reduced to mere blood mist and shattered bones without a single cry escaping their lips.